start, and we need to introduce the day, and then we give it to the plenary.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being back here for an exciting second day of our Vision Conference on the future of Europe. After an inspiring yesterday with lots of work being done in working groups and a great opening plenary, we'll have more plenaries today. We'll start with one on global climate change negotiations. That will be in the morning. Then there'll be more work done in working groups, finalizing work in working groups, and then after lunch we'll have 3 more really substantial plenary sessions on security, on investment, on the future of energy. So there will be 3 more sessions in the afternoon. And I'm inviting you to participate, to have questions, and to engage during lunch hours, talking to people, which you're doing anyway. Francesco, do you have...
No, I have nothing to do also because we have Enrico Giovannini and a few other friends online, and we are running late. I'm sorry about that. It is a very full day today. And just a small note saying that it will be concluded by a movie, by the documentary / movie from Annalisa Piras, Europe at Sea immediately after the proposal time on Ukraine reconstruction. So it's really full, and I will leave it to the plenary on COP15 versus COP27. And Simone, do call the speakers on the stage.
Yeah, exactly. So we won't have enough room to sit everyone.
Okay,
I'll share the session. So yeah, please. Thomas, where's Thomas? So Peter, you can sit here. Is Thomas here? Thomas? Yeah. I'll just step aside. Go. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can sit there. I can chair from.
Chair without a chair.
I'm just a chair, so I can stand up. That's.
Standing chair.
Okay. Yeah. Lovely. So let me quickly introduce the panel. The title is COP15 versus COP27, Lessons from the International Negotiations about Climate Change and the Role of the EU. This is actually an incredibly important panel. Climate change is the biggest predictable risk humankind is facing. It is also a question of security, of distribution, and justice, of protecting humankind as it is, and these days it's again shown that it's very much close to home with the fires in Canada engulfing vast regions of North America, and with lots of destruction everywhere. And from my work, I did a huge research project on climate communications, climate journalism recently. I know that actually the media has also failed to communicate the progress that's actually been made on climate change. And I'm so glad to have all this expertise here, because there are actually people committed to solving this problem that have been involved in this for decades, really, because the issue has been out in the open for about 4 decades. Some of you might remember the Brundtland report from 1986, Our Common Future. Everything was outlined already. Brave people started to get attached to the topic back then, but the public basically doesn't really know about the success stories, because it's very often highlighted as a polarized topic where, climate protection is sort of attached to the political left or to green parties, and the political conservative and right is set against it, whereas it is actually not a political partisan issue. It's an issue tied to humankind. So what works and what doesn't work? I hope we have quite a few discussions, quite a lot to do in this 1 hour 15 minutes that are left. So I'll leave the floor to the panelists and to our introducer, Simone Borghesi, who's the Vice Rector of the University of Siena for International Relationships and the President of the European Association for Environmental and Resource Economics. Please introduce the topic, Simone. I'm very much looking forward to learning what you have to say.
Thank you, Alessandra. I think I'll stand for a second. Yes, it's a pleasure and an honor to introduce this session, which is organized in collaboration with the Policy Outreach Committee of the European Association of Environmental Resource Economists. And the idea started some months ago in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP. It was the first time I participated in presence at COP. I had participated remotely in the past, and I think it was an interesting experience. But I would say nice but surreal, like Hugh Grant says when he meets Julia Roberts in Notting Hill. You gave the example, Francesco, of a movie. Well, it's an interesting example. Nice but surreal. Nice because it was a great opportunity to meet people, exchange views, discuss. But surreal because the process was a bit crazy, in my view. Is the chaos, the circus around the COP negotiation, and the striking comparison between the urgency of the climate change crisis and the slow progress in the negotiations. It's a bit amazing. Still, at COP27, some important results were achieved. After 30 years, we finally have a loss and damage agreement, which recognizes the need to provide an international compensation for countries that are damaged, especially poor countries. Although that's on paper, now it is to be transformed into real action. And 1 month later, in Montreal, there was a UN biodiversity conference which achieved other important results, setting targets for restoration, to preserve the extinction of species, and so on, precise targets by 2030. Now, the two conferences were perceived differently. The COP27 was perceived by public opinion with, I would say, disappointment. The COP15 on biodiversity with enthusiasm. Maybe because the negotiations on climate change have been around for a while, and the biodiversity one is the young little sister that is starting now with expectations. But I believe the two problems are strictly related and equally important. Actually, I would say that the biodiversity crisis is the big unknown in this relationship. And there is something that we should learn also from the climate change negotiation process before. Climate change obviously causes biodiversity loss. I think 1/4 of all species are forced to migrate or will be forced to migrate if we reach 2 Celsius degrees, and 1/5 are at risk of extinction under that scenario. At the same time, biodiversity can be a solution to climate change. Nature-based solutions that allows for the absorption of CO2 can help fighting climate change. And the two problems are both characterized by the crucial role of developing countries. We need them on board to address both climate and biodiversity problems. So this leads me to the questions that I wrote in the concept note and that I proposed to the speakers today, namely, what can the young sister, the biodiversity negotiation process, learn from the older sister, from the climate change negotiation process? Can we proceed faster with the biodiversity issue? How can we turn words into action for both biodiversity and climate change? Are there suitable policies and instruments that can address both biodiversity and climate change. What can be the role of voluntary carbon markets in this context? And how can we involve the developing countries for both biodiversity protection and to fight climate change? And above all, is Europe fit for that? We know Europe wants to be fit for 55, but is it fit for biodiversity? Is it fit for the other countries to be on board, to bring the other countries on board in the fight against biodiversity loss and climate change? So these are some of the questions that I propose. I think we have 1 year and a half, no? Okay, in 1 hour, then we will see what we managed to do, but thank you.
Is it? Yes. Thank you so much, Simone. And experts say it will be much harder even to communicate the biodiversity issue to a broader public because it doesn't affect them directly as much as many issues of weather-related disasters, whatever climate change affects people. So our first discussant will be Thomas Sterner, who's professor of environmental economics at the University of Gothenburg and a long-time expert in the field. Please, Thomas, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for 2 interesting and useful introductions. I just spent a year extending some climate model from just being about carbon dioxide to also contain methane and dinitrous oxide. That's an increase from 1 to 3 things to keep track of. And it took us 5 qualified people about a year. Now, biodiversity is about millions of things, many of which are unknown and so small that only specialists can see them anyway. So that's it's difficult and it's tempting to get stuck on this difficulty, but I think we should avoid that. Another way of thinking about biodiversity is rewilding. Allowing more space to nature. And I think it's more, it's easier to get a handle on. We just need to, there are practically no hectares of wild life left on Earth. We are using such a large amount of the Earth's territory for cultivation of our food and for our hobbies and for construction material and for fodder and so on. There's very little left that is wild. So one way to think of biodiversity is that we want to limit, there are 3 things I'll mention: forestry, agriculture, and climate change. And forestry and agriculture are the 2 biggest culprits because they are just competing with space for biodiversity. And the key to understanding why is that human success is about monoculture. It is specialization. The whole of our civilization and the fact that we can sit here in this kind of comfort, with this kind of clothes, this kind of building, and this kind of food that is available to us today, including our wonderful coffee, which we think of as Italian, but of course grows in the tropics, this is because of monocultures. Monocultures are our main invention. We have chosen species that taste good and we have cultivated them for high productivity. They are wonderful and useful because of their high productivity, and biodiversity has little of that. You can walk around in a natural forest and there is relatively little to eat. So we have transformed nature. We must understand this. There is a fundamental contradiction between our lifestyle and comfort on the one hand and biodiversity on the other. And we simply need to make a trade-off. We need to leave some nature that is relatively untouched, and hope that the biodiversity that is left there will serve us well. I mean, there's a lot more that can be said, more specialized in this, and there are, of course, some things that can be done on the edges between agriculture, forestry, and wilderness, because these edges are actually very biodiverse. Physically, the edge between fields and forests are very biodiverse. And the way in which we do agriculture and forestry, the kinds of felling methods we have in forestry, the kinds of chemicals we use in agriculture and so on, do have an importance. So although our agriculture will always be about selecting species of plants and animals, we can still do this in a way that permits a certain amount of biodiversity and encourage some variety. And in fact, a lot of biodiversity is often thought of as being some sort of exotic species, polar bears or unknown little snails or something. But actually a very important aspect for our own survival is the genetic diversity of common species. Things like wheat and rice and cod. We need the genetic diversity that we are stamping out systematically. We need that for our own survival, because in a changing climate, it's very likely that the species we have in the past selected will not function, will be hit by pests, or will not function not optimally, and that we will need to find new variants. So that's an aspect of a specialized version. Finally, the third sort of big driver of biodiversity loss is climate change itself, of course. And so I'd like to say something about the success of these two COPs and the 30%, 30 times 30 as it's referred to, of the Biodiversity Convention is, on the one hand, I mean, it is worth celebrating. It's fantastic. But are we really going to leave 30%? Which 30% of Italy is going to be rewilded? I mean, I fear that it is one of these goals that people have agreed to, partly through ignorance or vagueness. And it's a little bit like unfortunate similarity with the Paris Agreement, where the main result was that we agreed to not have more than 1.5 degrees warming. But this is very much like a New Year's resolution. I don't know if you have that in Italy as well. We regularly agree not to gain more than 1.5 kilos of weight each year. But then we don't decide whether we're going to stop drinking beer or stop eating chocolate. We just decide on the goal, right? Not the method. And 30% and 1.5 degrees, they sound good, and the political elites have somehow found that this is useful because it makes for a nice communique. But the real instruments we need is prices on carbon and actual areas. And I recently published a paper with some biologists discussing details, how you select which areas we should leave wild, if in fact we do find, but this can be very costly. We like private property, and most areas have owners. So if we're going to leave them wild and tell people not to fell the trees and not to grow crops there, then we need to pay them. And agriculture is sensitive because it conflicts with other goals as well. I would like to say one last thing, if I may, which is about you mentioned that there's a risk that the green issues become a favorite topic of the left and green movements. And I think there's an unfortunate logic there. In all the parliaments, it seems, in that part of the world where we have parliaments. It's hard to get a majority, and coalitions are sometimes formed to get a majority between, for instance, the left and the Greens. And what seems to happen, I think, has been a driver behind this, the whole industry of the SDGs and the ESG and all this, where you sort of put in everything, everybody's pet projects. It's not enough to save the world and stop climate change and biodiversity, which is already quite a big agenda. We also put in lots of other nice things with fair labor relations and gender equality and all the other SDG goals, which I am all in favor of. I am a left and green person. But I don't think I think there is a big risk in tying all this up in one bundle, because it makes it rather hard for the conservative parties, the sensible conservative parties, who would like to also join in on the green agenda. They get pulled off in the opposite direction. We have a sort of polarization dynamic going on, and they get pulled off by sort of semi-fascist parties into the opposite of the red-green coalition. And this is a very dangerous, it's dangerous politically, because it's hard for the sensible conservatives to care about the planet. And it's also, it hurts one's sense of logic when these ESG criteria get so complicated that in the end you have ESG rating companies that throw out Tesla but keep Exxon in their lists. And I don't normally agree with Elon Musk on anything, but I mean, that is obviously nonsense, right? If an electric car company, even if it has not the best labor record, is still a green company working on the side of sustainability, whereas Exxon is not. So there's a risk, in all this nice, ambitious bundling of hundreds of goals into one. And I know that may be a little controversial.
Yeah, thank you so much for that provocative thought. Does it really make sense to bundle up all the social development goals with climate change, biodiversity? And another thing you said is also something we should keep in mind. Everyone who has managed change knows that it's so important to set goals, to set targets, and to measure what you do. But obviously, you also need to define the strategies, because if there is just a goal and no strategy, there will be confusion. I'll introduce the next speaker, and I'll stick strictly to the schedule here. Who's Valeria Constantini. Valeria Constantini is a professor of economic policy at the Department of Economics at Roma Tre University. Valeria, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. I would like to comment both on Simone and Thomas' speeches, trying to capture some common issues that can be somehow further discussed. And starting exactly from the history of the COPs, because we, in the past decades, we saw several, let me say, advancements and evolution in how climate change has been approached by the international community. If we remember the first Kyoto Protocol, we had very few countries dealing with climate change, and the target was a reduction by 5.2% of emissions with respect to 1990 level, and emissions were only related to energy-related emissions, fossil fuel combustion-based, which are something really different from just only taking into account energy-related emissions without specifying that fossil fuels should be combusted. So this means that during these decades, not only let me say, the economic and policy instruments adopted into COPs changed, but also the concept of climate change, in a sense that which are the anthropic activities that are responsible for climate change. And, you know, thanks to this evolution, now we also consider biodiversity protection as a way of combating climate change, which is something new, absolutely. But this evolution in the concept of which are the actions that human beings should take in the very close future, let me say, for obtaining a challenging abatement target, these challenges have not been followed by the effective investments, let me say, from the both international scientific community, but more importantly with respect to the investments that are dedicated to actions that are somehow designed for reducing climate change. And I make you a simple example. If you read through the line of the Fit for 55, exactly the last questions from Simone, you can see that the vast majority of efforts is mainly related to energy. Can be energy efficiency, energy saving, renewable energies, but anyway, the lion's share still is related to greenhouse gas emissions associated to fossil fuels. Why I'm saying that? Because due to the manipulation of the current CEG model that we have in the European Commission working with trade policies, now we have introduced all greenhouse gas emissions outside only the energy domain. And I must say that also economic analysis and impact evaluation of alternative policy strategies, both from the EU side, but also at the world level, substantially change, also in terms of how countries should cooperate into finding new solutions. What I'm saying is that if we take into account also the effect of anthropic activities in terms of biodiversity losses and related increase in greenhouse gas emissions, the cost of achieving the target of reducing climate change is substantially higher. This means that, you know, we have to think about further also policy instruments. Let me take the part of the policymakers in this case. Market instruments, as we all know, the carbon taxation, emission trading scheme, voluntary approaches, or also the flexible mechanisms already embedded into past Conference of the Parties outcomes. Think about the Marrakesh Agreement on flexible mechanism and the clean development mechanism. These are all old-fashioned way of obtaining substantial reduction in climate change, and if we would like to embed biodiversity protection into the climate policies, my personal view is that we have to somehow, let's say, invest more in technology, but not only in the development of technology per se, but more importantly into the design of new technologies that can be easily adapted into developing countries. Because at that time, we know that there are huge investments in, for example, clean energy technologies, renewable energy production. We know that there are enormous critical points, for example, related to the scarcity of raw materials. And this is something that it is outside this panel, but maybe we should take into account also not only the biodiversity aspect, but also the exhaustible resources that are now not fossil-based, but still absolutely required for this ecological transition, as we said. But anyway, neglecting this part, we need to design technologies for reducing the pressure of, for example, agricultural activities on biodiversity that can be easily adopted and diffused also in developing countries. That are the countries that at that time are suffering the more also from the damages provoked by climate change, including biodiversity loss. Let me make an example. We in Europe and also in Italy, we are working a lot on the diffusion of precision farming technologies, meaning that these smart approaches to increase productivity of land or whatever agricultural activities with a substantial reduction in the consumption of resources, for example, water or, for example, fertilizers and pesticides. Right. These technologies are mainly related to the huge improvement of artificial intelligence. Let's think about the use of these, robots or drones that are used for precision farming, and think about using these technologies in the underdeveloped world. It is not so easy to think about transporting these drones and let them perfectly act in their objective to reduce the impact in terms of reduction in consumption of resources in countries that have not electricity. So when we invest in technologies and we think about this technological transition as a way forward to reduce the impact on climate change, especially with respect to agricultural activities, as this panel is focusing on, maybe we have also to rethink the way we invest the money, given that 90% of technology is developed in rich countries. Let me make you a very brief example on that. That is, we simulated what is going to happen if, for example, African countries are going to implement sustainable agricultural practices as a way forward for reducing their internal impact in terms of climate change. And from our preliminary results, we are pretty sure that by investing in sustainable agriculture, which is a way in reducing the impact and the pressure on the biodiversity, African countries would gain a lot, both in terms of GDP creation, so income, income and wealth, but also in the distribution of welfare. So with a substantial increase in the well-being of consumers. Why? Because, for example, domestic prices related to food availability domestic prices are reducing. So my final point is we must focus on mitigation and adaptation solutions with the object of trying to exploit as much as possible complementarities across different technologies and across different policies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Valeria, for bringing in the thought of the distinction, like these old-fashioned instruments and then the technology investment that needs to be possible to be implemented fast in developing nations, because the problems need to be solved there also very fast. Next discussant will be Peter Vies. He's a senior advisor at Ruth Peterson Public Affairs. He's from European University Institute and a seasoned climate negotiator with lots of EU experience. Peter, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I spent 30 years as a European Commission official working on climate change, going to COPs and developing the policy on climate change. And I'm going to concentrate in particular on the suggestion that Simone made that would markets be appropriate in the context of biodiversity because they have been used in the context of climate change. And the first thing I'd say is that I'm fully behind the use of, let's say, market mechanisms in the context of climate change. Indeed, I was involved for many years in the creation of the EU's emissions trading system, or cap and trade, if you're from North America. That's what it is. And it's worked rather well, actually. I mean, it took a bit of time to get it to work rather well. It started in 2005, and I would say only in about 2018 did it begin to have a real meaningful price incentive against pollution. So I'm invested in the market approach. However, I'm not sure market mechanisms will help us improve biodiversity. Thomas mentioned that the transformations that we have made on agriculture and forestry are, of course, have been a great benefit to mankind, and they're indeed motivated perhaps by economic incentives, producing things that there is a demand for, and producing more of them if the price is right, etc. For markets to work, whether they be the markets in commodities we know today, or the carbon markets, which, you know, the emissions of greenhouse gas doesn't have a sort of intrinsic worth that people want to buy and enjoy. It's even quite difficult to know whether a certificate of a ton of CO2 removed is really robust. You know, it says on the paper, but has it really been done in practice to a high standard? So I think the point I would make is that for any market to work, the importance of an accurately quantifiable and verifiable product is absolutely fundamental. Because if I'm going to pay for something that's only a piece of paper or an electronic allowance, I want to be sure that I'm getting full value for money. Now, in the case of an emissions trading system such as exists in Europe, I think we've done that successfully by having detailed rules on how to measure emissions and how to track the transferring of the allowances. You need an allowance in order to emit, so those allowances are very valuable. Those are the things that are changing hands at a price today of about 85 euros per ton of CO2, because without having an allowance, it is illegal to emit, and you're sanctioned if you do. And of course, the number of allowances is gradually being reduced, so it's a sort of intangible commodity that is being traded, but the accuracy of it is of real importance. Now, first of all, compliance markets have got the advantage of obliging companies to do it and sanctioning them if they get it wrong, with financial penalties. A voluntary carbon market that exists in many parts of the world have not been so successful because they haven't been able to really deliver that compliance element. Neither are there uniform standards in how monitoring should be undertaken and how these certificates that are traded are tracked through registry systems, and there are instances where they might be perhaps used twice, even unintentionally. Now, you can't have that. So the voluntary carbon markets have not really taken off, and they are tiny in relation to the size of the EU's emissions trading system, which is now a very, very large liquid market. So the voluntary carbon markets have suffered from weak governance, and they've also got difficulties in sort of establishing and arguing what is a reduction, what is a removal. Some people say it's been removed by the planting of a new forest, and somebody says, but another forest's been cut somewhere else. So the system boundaries are such that there's confusion as to whether or not there is a net removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. Now, I think that in the case of biodiversity, the problem is that it's very difficult to accurately quantify and verify performance. So it's very easy to set a goal, but there are so many parameters that might be monitored. Technology might help, but I would think that we don't want to wait for technology too long because we need to be doing things now. So I would be skeptical whether or not markets have a place in terms of biodiversity problem solving, tools, instruments. I would perhaps think that it's more likely that payments might be made in the context of biodiversity for good behaviors, whatever they may be deemed to be, such as agroforestry, agriculture, agroforestry, or diversity of species in a forest, not monoculture. You could imagine payment systems like the Common Agricultural Policy, which exists in Europe, to be paid for performance, and that there be conditionalities on that performance. And indeed, that is done to some extent under the Common Agricultural Policy, but to too little of an extent, I would say. So I'll just stop there because I don't want to talk too long, but I'm a bit hesitant about the use of market mechanisms in the context of biodiversity. They may have worked in some circumstances in the context of climate change, but they've been rather government overseen, robust, enforced situations as opposed to the more voluntary carbon markets. And I think in the case of biodiversity, I can't really see markets as having a major role. But I stand to be corrected or proven wrong, but that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. We had that yesterday actually in the problem-solving group that someone asked, shouldn't we reward good behavior instead of penalizing bad behavior? That payments for good behavior would be one of these approaches. Thank you. Yeah, we have two more discussants. So Anastasios Tassos Xipardias from the Department of Economics, the University of Bologna, and he's also emeritus at the Athens University of Economics and Business, and he said he can talk about biodiversity all day. I would still ask you to limit yourself, but please go ahead. 1 year.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be here, and I will restrain myself. Well, a month ago, I was invited by Bundesbank in their spring conference, and the title of the conference was Central Banks and Climate Change. Among the keynote speakers was one of the very important economists of our generation, Jeffrey Hill, and his speech was about biodiversity and the way that biodiversity interacts with climate change. I also know that the Bank of France is very interested in biodiversity. The Bank of Greece has started a new division on sustainability and climate change and talks about biodiversity, and hopefully more central banks would start talking about these things. So there's a question here, why is biodiversity important? Okay. Is it important because we like it, we like to see it, I mean, something interesting? Well, studying the issue, we concluded, I mean, those of us that deal with the issue, that biodiversity is important as a facilitator for generating public goods in the form of ecosystem services. Ecosystem services is one of the most important aspects that have been studied by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, and it's now a big part of any type of environmental policy. So what biodiversity is doing? Biodiversity supports productivity. It's not very clear why monocultures promote productivity. There's results and experiments indicating that more diverse systems promote productivity. Biodiversity promotes resilience of the systems, makes them more able to absorb shocks. Biodiversity provides insurance. I mean, Thomas mentioned, I mean, if something is destroyed and then you have a diverse system, something might replace it. Biodiversity generates knowledge. Biodiversity generates option values because we might have in the future, with the technology and the new knowledge, the ability to develop new products, new pharmaceuticals, new issues. So the question is, okay, fine, this is good, this is a nice thing to have. How do we protect it? There is this convention, the 30%, but the issue is what kind of instruments, and here I will come to Peter discussion, how do we generate instruments to protect biodiversity? I have a map there. If it's possible to put it on, it will be really great.
Chiedo alla regia se ce lo può mettere online. Grazie.
Okay. Well,
Just a
anyway,
second.
that map is a map of the globe, and if it ever comes up there, it will show you where we have the so-called biodiversity hotspots. What's a biodiversity hotspot? It's areas where there's lots of diversity. Okay? Now, you see that these areas are mainly in the developing world. So the developing world has property rights on these areas. So how do we tell them to change? Okay? There are two issues here that destroys biodiversity. One is changes in land use, agricultural expansion and urban expansion, and the other is climate change. Okay. So the issue here is how do we deal and how do we make countries located at these areas protect the area, because biodiversity needs space. It's a spatial issue here. Okay. Can markets solve the problem? There's been an attempt in terms of bioprospecting. Okay. What happens here? Big pharmaceuticals could buy or restrain a big piece of land and use it to check specimens in order to find new products. Now you see it. Yeah, it's there. You see the red areas are the hot spots, and as the color becomes lighter, then the diversity goes down. Okay. And you see where the hot spots are. So there's been an attempt for markets to try and solve, at least in the red areas, through bioprospecting. I have to say it's not very successful. Okay, it has been, not good prices have been attained. So what we're doing, I think that the solution in terms of protecting the land is, and especially from the countries where this diversity exists, is to generate incentives like the NDCs. Okay? Okay. Countries would commit to protect certain lands, but the protection should not come through trading systems like it should. I think it should come through payments for ecosystem services. Payments for ecosystem services. It's one of the new instruments that has been introduced in environmental economics, and actually you pay for performance. You pay so that certain piece of land remains there. And then, of course, you can check it. A very similar part of the EU policy was the land set-aside programs, which basically, that's what it is. You set land aside and you try to protect.
I didn't hear the last.
Land set aside. Land set aside. So this is my idea. I mean, the idea is that, from what I think, is that to protect biodiversity, you need a new way of thinking, okay? and you need to think in terms of spatial control of certain areas where you have the diversity there, and then you want to keep it. To the extent that international communities will be successful, okay, remains to be seen. But I think the solution would be something like payments for ecosystem services, and maybe supported for certain areas by ideas of generating markets and bioprospecting. And I will stop here.
Thank you so much. Payment for ecosystem services, that's a new term that is introduced here, and thank you for showing us this impressive map that illustrates why this is really a tricky problem also. Yes, now let's go to our final discussant who should be connected remotely. Is he? Okay, this is.
I am connected, but I cannot activate the video.
That's a video. It's a video of recording by Enrico Giovannini. He's Italian's former Minister of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility.
Yeah, I must be allowed to, by the Regia, to show the video. Regia, can you please allow me to do that?
Okay, so the Zoom has to allow to show the video. Like you have to tick the box.
I'm doing, but the organizer doesn't allow me to do that.
That's.
Okay, I can start if you wish talking.
Or maybe you should. Maybe you need to re-access the Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, the organizer of the call must allow me to show the screen, but anyway, I can start speaking if you wish.
It should be allowed, though. There was. Yeah.
Okay, anyway, I can start talking if you don't mind.
Yeah, Enrico, they are trying to solve the problem, but I think you can start talking in the meantime. Thank you, and sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there for a family reason, but I'm very glad to be part of this discussion, and I really enjoyed a lot what I heard so far. I would like to make 5 points quickly in the time that has been allocated. Now the problem, just from Regia, non voglio mostrare le slide, mi dovete ammettere il video. Grazie. Okay, first point, Italy last year made a change in its constitution. And now we wrote among the basic principles that were changed for the first time ever, that it is task of the Italian Republic to protect the environment, the biodiversity and ecosystems. Also in the interest of future generations. Beside the protection of the environment, which is common to several constitutions around the world, there are very few countries that included in the principles the protection, or at least the take into account of the interest of future generations, which means that the intergenerational equity, which is at the core of sustainable development, has been now embedded in our constitution. I'm flagging this because I think that if we do not change basic, let's say, basic laws and principles like constitutions, we are exposed to political changes like those that may happen also in the EU after the elections next year. I will come back on this later. Therefore, we have to have a continuity in policies to protect environment, biodiversity, and ecosystems. And this is why I think that Europe should try to push to have this kind of reference in all countries' constitutions. But let's suppose for a second that we are successful in doing that. How can this be translated into policies and rules and regulations? I think that as it has been said before, the entry point represented by biodiversity is even more complicated than the entry point on climate change. Because as we can see through our eyes, the damage of climate change is much more complicated to see the damages due to the loss of biodiversity. Therefore, it is really hard to try to convince especially skeptical people and some political parties to go in this direction. As it was said, is even more complicated than climate change. Now, what is going to be and what is being now the most negative type of activity that destroys biodiversity? One of the human activities that destroy biodiversity is building infrastructures. And this is why, while I was minister, we tried to inject in our policies the G20 principles for sustainable infrastructures. And this is why I wanted to change the name of our ministry, including a sustainable infrastructure in the name of the ministry, although the current government has already decided to go back and cancel the word sustainable. But in practice, the new code of public contracts has embedded the rules of sustainable infrastructures beyond what we have done for new infrastructures to be built according to the National Plan of Recovery and Resilience. Why did we do that? Because the do not significant harm principle that has been now embedded in the European legislation is or can be very powerful in re-establishing the ecosystems and biodiversity, even if you want to build a new infrastructure. Of course, you need to do a lot of calculations, a lot of activities, which are completely new for those who normally build infrastructures. So one possible contribution of the EU to the next COPs for not only climate change, but also biodiversity, is to embed the concept of do not significant harm in the way in which new infrastructures are built. And on top, of course, is not now time to do that because we are towards the closing of the political cycle at European level, a directive on building, on designing new codes of public contracts, embedding also these principles, could be a way to move from constitution to policy actions. As someone has already said, unfortunately, we observe a polarization of political, let's say, positions on ecological transition, also in Europe. It will be very tough, this polarization towards the next European political elections, the European Parliament elections. But nevertheless, I think that we could try to use the remaining time to push at national and international level, exporting, if you wish, the good European practices in multilateral negotiations. Third point I would like to make. It was mentioned the role of central banks. And I don't know if you have seen yesterday what has been published on the ECB blog. There is a very interesting piece written by Frank Elderson, which makes reference to the work that ECB is doing exactly to evaluate the vulnerability of companies to the depreciation or the degradation of ecosystem services. What they found is that 70% of loans in the euro area go to companies which are largely dependent from at least one ecosystem services. Overall, 72% of companies, according to the ECB calculations, are exposed to losses due to the reduction of ecosystem services. And just let me quote the conclusion of this piece on the ECB blog. Our economy relies on nature. Thus, destroying nature means destroying the economy. Preventing the former is in the realm of elected governments as nature policymakers. We, as ECB, have to take nature-related risks into account in the pursuit of our mandate. I think that these are very strong words, which, as we know, are not shared by some political parties and not shared by some central banks, including the Fed in the US. So I think that beside what's going on in the POPs, we need to engage central banks to do something. And I think that the European Union, from this point of view, has something to say. Last point, and I stop here. I don't know if you have seen the policy brief prepared by the UN Secretary General on the topic of beyond GDP. The UN has recently released the Integrated Economic and Ecosystems Accounting Rules, which is a very advanced way of integrating ecosystem services accounts and economic accounts. Of course, it's very complicated to develop them, but I think it could be interesting for Europe, which is the most advanced continent in statistical terms, also related to SDGs and other non-economic variables, to take a serious responsibility to implement these integrated economic and ecosystem services accounts in order to bring at the core of economic discussions the role of ecosystems, which of course depend strongly on biodiversity. Thank you very much.
And we apologize for technical difficulties. We have sort of something like, let's say, 10 minutes left for questions. We learned a lot about why policy responses have to be different in the field of biodiversity than from combating climate change, and where we have more economic instruments to. Well, let me take this off here so I could move to, yeah, Barbara, you were so nervous in your chair. You wanted to ask a question, I saw that, but I think you were first. Let me just walk with the mic.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Qingzi, and I'm a student from EUI. So apparently from the discussion of panelists, we can see very different interpretation about biodiversity protection in the context of climate change. For instance, Thomas mentioned the generic diversity, which I mean it's about the tendency to leave the nature untouched. But also Professor Constantinelli mentioned the investment in technology. So maybe let me give you two facts before I made my questions. First is research shows that the effects of absorbing carbon dioxide of forestry is most effective when the forestry are properly managed. So this is clearly different from the idea of naturalism, which is leaving the nature untouched. And the second fact is that since the implementation of clean development mechanisms, there's a lot of criticism that, say, a lot of VCM projects, say, leads to some countries in the south, they cut down their original forestry in order to have this voluntary VCM project to reduce carbon emission. So the point I want to make is what is best for biodiversity may be not most effective for reducing carbon emissions, and what is best for reducing carbon emissions may hurt local communities and biodiversity. So in this context, how should we interpret biodiversity protection in the context of reducing carbon dioxide? And to what extent should we intervene in the biodiversity if we want to serve the goal of reducing carbon emissions? And the third one is, if these two goals contradict with each other, how would you compromise, or which one would you give priority to?
Yeah, thanks so much. I trust you're taking notes, and I'll collect the questions here because it's probably faster to do that in one go.
Thank you very much. Barbara Kolm, I have a humble remark to make and one question to you, Anastasios. I'm working also, besides the other things I do on the market-based front, I work with the United Nations on smart sustainability. And there we definitely, so I'm green. I literally want to get this net zero thing going and want the problem solved. But I think we also need to stick to those institutions who definitely are in charge of and can do it. And this is my humble remark. It's not the task of at least the European Central Bank, but it's also not in the mandate of the Fed to focus on green topics and green issues. We actually should tackle inflation first and stick to that mandate before we look into alternatives. So my question to you was with regards to whether I did not understand you right, were you in favor of privatizing or privatization and protecting property rights with regards to the biodiversity? Because I would like to throw the question or the example of Iceland to you, where they privatized the fisheries in order to protect the stock and rather got more both economic growth, more stock and more outcome of it. And this is exactly what is this what you want to? Thank you very much. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that, because I think this is truly important.
Thank you. More questions, I think. So I think you were. Me? Weren't you? Oh, you were. Okay, sorry.
Okay, just a short question on the issue of the economic incentives on biodiversity and climate change. I'm more looking at the EU, but I think the example might be good also in other areas. What if, for example, the EU is giving incentives, for example, to plant trees under the biodiversity plans or to rewild areas, but at the same time, there are incentives, for example, to have biomass as a clean energy source, and therefore this induces cutting of trees. So what about these, not competing, but actually contrasting incentives? What can we do about that? Because there is obviously not a good way of spending money. And what is the solution? I think there should be a better integrated planning, and this should be also in the law. But do you have some ideas on that?
Okay, thanks. And I'm taking two more. There was one person on this side. Like that was you, yeah, and you. Okay, so that probably the last one.
Thank you. This is looping into the discussions of accounting, and then a small point on the COP negotiations. I was just looking into the regulations that Enrico Giovannini mentioned on accounting for ecosystem services. And I'm wondering if there's a mechanism or how we would understand the overlap between using biodiversity and land conservation in terms of its biodiversity impacts directly, but also the indirect impacts of carbon mitigation that then lead to ideally lower climate change and then lower biodiversity losses. So do we have either an advantage there of this overlap, or do we have a risk of a sort of double counting within that land protection that says we've got an immediate conservation and we've got a long-term, ideally, climate mitigation effect? And where do we create those accountings without risking just falling back on counterfactuals that have led to a lot of issues in how we're accounting for this? And the question about COP, coming back to our main topic at the beginning, was if we're going down the payment for ecosystem services route, do we risk pushback from states that say it really should be fully market-oriented? And what are the implications of that for the global buy-in?
Okay, thanks. One last question, and then I'll give it all to you.
Yeah, my name is Francesco Frati. I'm a professor of zoology at the University of Siena. I was very happy of participating to this discussion and also yesterday to the working group. I would like to make a few points. One point is that biodiversity conservation and climate change are certainly somehow intercorrelated. But there is more a correlation on the fact that climate change affects biodiversity rather than the other way around. Biodiversity loss does not necessarily affect climate change. What affects climate change is the loss of natural species, is the loss of species which are sequestering CO2. I would also mention, I was happy that Enrico Giovannini reminded to us the important change in the Constitution that was made 1 year ago. And I'd also would like to mention the fact that the country, Italy, on our domestic side, has decided to enter into this stage by promoting two important projects last year. One is called Natural Biodiversity Future Center, aiming at the study of biodiversity, valorizing biodiversity, contrasting biodiversity loss, and the other one is called Agritech, Technologies for Agriculture. Someone in the panel mentioned the fact that we need technology to better preserve biodiversity. And Italy has committed itself to explore these scientific areas to support these achievements. Let me also mention that I'm aware of the fact that policymakers and economists are, especially those who are sitting in this room, are doing great efforts to improve methods of controlling the market in order to preserve better biodiversity and to contrast climate change. But please refer to the scientists for what concerns the real estimation of biodiversity, of climate change. This always has to be kept in mind. And finally, I think that many things can be done to protect climate change, to protect biodiversity, and to contrast climate change. I don't see very many issues in which one solution, which is good for one point, is bad for the other, and the other way around. In general, anything that we do to preserve, to contrast climate change is helping us to protect biodiversity loss.
Yeah, thanks so much. We could use another morning to go through all of these, but who wants to start and at least respond to some of these questions? Peter, please. Then, Thomas and then Peter.
Go ahead. No, you go.
First Thomas, then Peter. Sorry.
It's okay. Right. Well, I think the most useful general comment I can make is to say that biodiversity is not one thing. Climate change can be, is complex, but can be conceived as one problem. But biodiversity really is not, and there are likely to be contradictions if we want to save beautiful species, we want to save option value, finding interesting chemicals that can be future medicine, if we want to find genetic variety that can help us continue to feed ourselves in a hotter climate. All these are goals that are related to biodiversity, but they are different aspects of biodiversity. Biodiversity is just a word, but it contains very many different things, and they are likely, I think, to be in conflict. Some of them will be helpful for climate change, some will not. Bioenergy is a good example. A nice way out of burning fossil fuels is burning bioenergy. But if we turn the world into plantations of fast-growing wood, that will not be good for biodiversity. So there are unfortunately some choices and contradictions. And the very complexity of biodiversity, I think, is a strong reason for agreeing with what you said, Peter, that we can't have any simple general trading mechanisms of the type that the EU ETS represents. That doesn't exclude, I also to agree at the same time with us, as I think that for some, there are examples. Currently, it's done through certification, Forest Stewardship Council and Marine Stewardship Council. There are sort of examples of certification where you have a good practice, you leave a certain amount of biodiversity, and then you get certified. You could also imagine that there would be payment connections between that. I think this international, final point, this international comparison is going to be sensitive because fairness issues are sensitive, and the North has generally caused climate change and is not paying as it should. But you remember the map up there. It is unfortunately the case that we don't have much diversity I'm a forest owner in Sweden. I have a number of hectares. There are basically 3 species in Sweden. We don't have biodiversity because those forests have only been there for 10,000 years since the last ice age. The forests in Congo and Brazil have been there for millions of years, and so they've evolved more. So our forests may be actually objectively better used for timber production and carbon retention, whereas tropical forest might be more valuable for other aspects of biodiversity. How the North should compensate the South is always a sensitive issue.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. With regard to time, quick answers, please. Yeah, Peter, Tassos, would you also like to? Yeah.
I'll be as quick as I can. First, if there are carbon offset projects, they shouldn't just be looking at the carbon saved. They should also be taking into account doing no significant harm to other factors, such as biodiversity and social rights of indigenous people, and so on. That, of course, makes it harder to create offset projects, but offset projects shouldn't be seen as a cheap way out. They should be of robust integrity. The other point that was made by one of the questions is absolutely true. There are tensions between, on the one hand, trying to encourage that forests be grown to absorb carbon, and the renewable energy targets which allow the use of biomass to be extended, or indeed encourage the use of biomass. The only safeguard there is that the EU has stipulated sustainability criteria. So, for example, you can't cut a round wood trunk of a tree and use that for energy. That's not sustainable. You can use waste wood, the branches and such like. But there are criteria that try to limit the problem, but there is a fundamental tension for sure.
Okay, yeah, that's.
Thank you. Well, I have to answer Barbara in the question. First of all, I agree with you about the privatization fisheries, because it's typical that when we have an open access resource, allocating property rights will make more efficient use. And what I mentioned about biodiversity is that the attempts to privatize through bioprospecting, although it can be regarded as a way out of protecting biodiversity, it has been successful up to now. The examples that we have mainly from contracts in Costa Rica and other places is that the prices were not very good. Okay. Now to the central bank and climate change, the big issue. Okay. Okay. What I believe is the following. Climate change is here. It has arrived. Okay. So, and there's literature developing now that interprets heat waves in the summer and extreme weather events as output shocks, as typical TFP shocks, which means that it should be in the mandate of a central bank to stabilize for these types of shocks. I mean, when you try to run the Taylor rule, you might want to put a coefficient on the output gap and not put 0 on the output gap and positive on the inflation gap. Or you can have both of them non-zero. So I think that as climate change proceeds and moves, it has to do with central banks. I don't claim that monetary policy can control climate change. Okay? Monetary policy, climate change is a fiscal issue. You will do it by taxation. But I believe that because of these shocks now that are persistent, high in frequency, and are truly TFP shocks, then there's something there for the central banks to take into account, and also, of course, the exposure of the commercial banks to the possibility of stranded assets and these transition risks. So there is something there. That's what I think.
Okay. Would you like to? No. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. One final thought, and then we have to move on because we have to move on directly to the working groups.
Okay. Very quick. With respect to the connection between biodiversity and climate change, I was mentioning to Tassos that I have a map with accumulated extreme events distributed across the world, and it is perfectly overlapping with the hotspots in biodiversity that he showed. So we are saying that, yes, climate change and extreme events are extremely putting at risk biodiversity protection from one side. And on the other side, along with Peter, in the last decades, at least during 2010 to 2020, a huge amount of resources was invested in the production of biofuels. And this was an incentive for burning trees, for example, in Indonesia or Malaysia to produce palm oil, which has been used also in Europe. So it is not entirely true that climate change policies implemented especially by developed countries cannot harm biodiversity. Maybe it is exactly the way around, the other way around. So the final point is, yes, there is a problem in the coherence of the policy mix, and this is why we have to work on the optimality of the policy mix, taking into account all characteristics in a sort of evolutionary approach in terms of coherence, comprehensiveness, effectiveness, etc., etc. So we have to work on the policy mix strategy as a way to escape from these potential overlapping regulation problems and also contrasting effects that we had.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for these really informed contributions and questions, and the panelists. So I'll give the last word to Simone, who would like to thank the speaker.
Well, a final word just to say thanks to our panelists. The conversation, the discussion started already before this panel via email. So I refer to a backstage secret. And I'm confident, and I suspect that they will spill over onto the sessions, because there are topics that we will keep discussing later on, and I'll see discussing already in the audience. And a final word to thank Enrico Giovannini, apologizing for the technical problem. Actually, it was only an excuse because we want you, Enrico, to be here next time. We can't keep meeting in Rome, New York. We want you to come to Pontignano, that's why. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
And see you soon.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yes, and so everyone should leisurely walk out, grab a glass of water, and walk directly to the problem-solving group.
Yeah, sorry, hello. Few technical remarks. Hello, can I, for a second? Okay, number one. For some reason, the afternoon is, for reason to be asked to Vision, I don't know why, but the afternoon is much more crowded than the morning because we have 6 events, 3 plenaries, 2 policy time, and 1 movie. So it will be really sort of intense. I do recommend everybody to be very punctual, otherwise we will have problems, especially with people online. So the thing will start at 1:45 p.m. So this is the first thing. Second thing, the problem-solving groups. We really expect great jobs from you, Barbara, Luke, and everybody else. Do push as much as you can towards ideas, things that people can understand, and you know, with even simple ideas. We still have this epistemologic sort of question whether simple ideas are not worthwhile to be pursued. Third point, even the plenary session. So this is something that I'm saying to you, Simone, and to all our fellow. No, must be, if needed, and I think it will be needed, to be a sort of slightly or widely redrafted according to the debate that we had, so that again you push a little bit, for instance. The part of paper on COP15 versus COP27 towards some recommendation or again ideas / proposal. So thank you very much.
Dear participants, Hello? Do you hear me, Peter Dorake?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello, hello. The last session ran a bit longer, so people will be coming maybe in 10 minutes. We can turn off the camera, just you, if you can stay online with your account.
Yep.
And when we start, you can jump in anytime you're ready. Just you can ask Tudor to text me on WhatsApp or, sorry, you can just start speaking.
In terms of format, I'll wait until the moderator asks me questions, right?
Yes, yes, yes. But if you are in a rush or if you need to leave earlier, I can ask her to ask you questions in the beginning.
Well, I'm also in the next round on digital. So, but I think it starts after this one finishes, right?
Yes,
it's not going to start earlier. Are they in parallel or they are one after the other?
With the link, normally Clara should have, I'm there. Normally Clara should have sent you the link. I think it's a different one. But when this one is over, I will ask her to follow up again. But this one will last.
But just in terms of timing, so I don't need to rush from here to go into the other one because
it's the same
this
place.
one needs to finish before the other one starts, right?
Yes, 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 exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Then I can stay until the end.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, I'm
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first plenary of the afternoon. I am welcoming you to this panel, which is titled European Western, the good, which is NATO security umbrella, the bad, which is the Iron Curtain, and the ugly, which is European Army. And this is going to be a panel introducing several speakers. I am joined online by MEP Tragosto Dorace. He'll be joining VTC, as well as here in Italy with me, I have Mrs. Jelena Dancik. She is professor at the Schumann Center, and she focuses on citizenship matters and EU integration of the Western Balkans. Next to me is also Mrs. Gelinda Nehas. She works at NATO on practical cooperation with NATO's partners, and so that ranges from Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, to also partners in the south, and until recently, Finland and Sweden. And finally, Francesco Capelletti, who is Senior Policy and Research Officer at the European Liberal Forum, as well as Professor at the VUB in Brussels. And I'm going to give him the floor. And we'll soon be joined by Sandro Gozzi as well, who's a member of the European Parliament.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Vision think tank, Francesco Grillo, for hosting us. This panel organizing collaboration with Vision by the European Liberal Forum. We are the official political foundation of the European Liberals. We have extensively, especially following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, focused on security topics, and especially on the reconstruction of Ukraine, as my colleague, which is sitting, has just released a study, which is outside, and I recommend you to grasp when you leave. And when I was talking with Francesco, the head of this conference, the organizer, he told me, can we do something on security? And it come with a fancy title. And I think that so far we succeeded. The Western of Europe. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, this could have been a title 50, 60 years ago, no? When there was a Soviet Union still in place. Hi, Sandro, welcome. You can sit with us. Sandro Gozzi from Renew Europe just joined us. I think it's alpha joke because it's a reminder of the complex, multi-phased nature of security architecture, as well as the messed up geopolitical situation. No? Usually we were talking about Westphalian order in international relations theory. Now it might be 2022. You know? Something that we took for granted for many years. Our security in Europe has been challenged significantly. And so it's somehow an eye-opener to the vulnerabilities of this security system that we have in Europe. And maybe it's time also for the EU itself, for our policymakers, for other institutions, NATO, why not, to challenge the inefficient status quo of our security paradigms. Because, as you know, in Europe, security is national interest, a matter of national interest. There are shared competencies, there are best practices, but still we don't have a comprehensive scheme. We don't have a European army. We called it the ugly because everyone is talking about it, but to follow up with implementation is quite a challenge, in my opinion at least, in our opinion. Yes, we can go ahead with the problem of competencies, you know, because of national interest, the balance of power, who's going to give away the power of security from a member state perspective. But let's face it, the event and Russia aggression of Ukraine don't leave any more time to be naive in this sense, you know. Then another two briefly points I would like to touch upon are technology and policies. When it comes to technology, we heard about technological sovereignty is of course a shield about the new coming hybrid threats. Yesterday we had on-fire discussion in a working group here in Siena about artificial intelligence and its implementation. It was on fire because we had a discussion. I mean, it's liberals, we like it, but it was quite, you know, intense. And I think that if you think about the worst deployment of AI, you know, having automated drones hitting targets around the world, I mean, we have to keep up with this. And it needs, I could speak an hour about it because I love the topic, but I don't want it to be just one of those conferences when, you know, you meet policymakers and experts and you do what Greta Thunberg called blah, blah, blah. I think that nonetheless we need a strategy to tackle those threats. So defense, national interest, but yes, we have to keep up with technologies. And I think that very recently NATO also included the foreign manipulation of information as the effort of Russia to, after the invasion, to manipulate information and so among those threats. And this is quite linked to the discussion that we're having on digitalization in Europe. So innovation is a sine qua non for the avant-garde of our defense doctrine. And last but not least, policies. During the last year have been developing this strategic compass towards a new dawn of European security and autonomy. But I think that only a shared vision and choices that are resolute can contribute to prosperous and resilient defense in Europe, which, just as a last note, doesn't mean, you know, restructuring completely our security architecture, but, you know, using NATO because it's working. It's a best practice.
Thank you.
I'm not advocating, but it's undoubtedly a best practice, but also creating a not leaving behind the discussion about potential threats that could arise. Now there is Russia. I put the Iron Curtain again. We have to speak about what's going to happen after. There should be no gray zones. We wrote with Masha, with my colleague last year, a paper after there should be no gray zones when there will be any talks about peace and settlement of this unjustified aggression. Because threats can arise again, and we must be prepared. Now, before giving back the floor to Aurélie, I would play the greeting from our president, European Liberal Forum, which is Hilde Woutmans, MEP from Renew Europe, and then I will let the speakers discuss about those ideas that we launched.
Dear participants, I'm happy to address you today as you will discuss and try to find solutions to maybe the most important problem that we now face, the security and safety of our continent. Russia's brutal war in Ukraine was a wake-up call for the need for a strong and common European defense and security policy. The security situation around us is becoming more and more unstable and threatens the safety of our citizens. So now it's really the moment for Europe to develop a defense union. The European Union responded swiftly and effectively to the war in Ukraine, and now we must follow up on this. First, the EU has delivered munitions to the European Peace Facility. I'm proud to have been the rapporteur on the European Parliament's recommendation on the Peace Facility. Then, we started purchasing munition and weapons together. And now, we will even have joint European production of munition and weapons. A European defense union will allow us to protect our interests and to respond to crises within our own continent and outside. So I'm convinced, more than ever, that Europe must show the political will for a European defense union. And I strongly believe that this must lead to a European army. I'm sure you will discuss this today. And there is a lot of support of European citizens for a stronger European defense and European army. The majority of the citizens participating in the conference on the future of Europe wanted this. Strengthening European defense does not mean that we turn away from our transatlantic partners. It should be clear that European defense strengthens NATO, and it's not a competitor. Most importantly, we need action. We have seen lots of plans. Now we need to implement them. For the security of our citizens, we do not need short-term fixes, but long-term solutions. Thank you, and I all wish you a fruitful discussion today.
Thank you for this. So I wanted to start with a moment to maybe place the context of our discussion, because we talk a lot about European security. We just heard a great call for European army. So what is really European security? What is European security architecture, and how do NATO and the EU and other partners fit into this? And so I wanted to ask you, Mrs. Danczyk, what is European security, and why do we talk about the European army as the ugly and the thing that would probably never happen, and NATO as the security umbrella and the one we always turn to?
Thank you, Aurélie. I think that the question that you've asked me is something that we will be discussing actively for the next hour and something. So I'll just try and give a couple of insights. And as many of you know, the European Union has been created as a sort of out of security needs in Europe after the Second World War. So I think the very existence of the EU has at its core security as one of the main drivers. But what I think that is the most important thing to discuss in the context of the current European security architecture are the actual kinds of threats that Europe is faced with in this particular moment, ranging from the hard military threats, and we've heard the questions over whether the European Union should have its own military, whether it should invest in that military, and what kind of a relationship would that potentially, if it materializes, have with the NATO, OSCE, et cetera, what kind of security cooperation dimensions it would have. There's the question of hybrid threats, and that's very much related to questions of democracy, and later on we can talk about some specific examples, including, let's say, cyber attacks that have happened within Europe, but also in Europe's neighborhood that have had important implications on European security. And finally, we can think about the sort of soft threats, which are potential political and economic dependencies on external actors that are a threat to democracy. So countries offering loans at different rates, and then creating dependencies with the political setups of democracies that are not consolidated, and here I primarily refer to countries that have joined the EU post-2004 and thereafter. So I think that we have to think about European security through these different dimensions. And I think I'll leave it at that, because otherwise we run the risk of me monopolizing the discussion, and you don't want that.
Okay. So thank you. I think it's a good starting point. So you just said that the EU will have to figure out its relationship with NATO. So hence me turning to you. And so how does NATO fit in this context? We've seen that the EU and NATO, and Mr. Gozzi, I'm sure you can also contribute to this, they've signed their third declaration, which sounds very boring, but it does come with some new areas of cooperation. It includes climate change, it includes cyber threats, hybrid threats as well. What is NATO's role? How is it evolving in all these contexts?
That's a very broad question, but thanks for having me. Unlike others here, I'm not a policymaker, I'm more a practitioner. But let me perhaps group this in two parts here. First, the impact of Russia's invasion in Ukraine on NATO, and then briefly on where I see the NATO-EU relationship going. On the first part, I think it's safe to say that the impact has been really tremendous. It kind of galvanized the organization to a degree into relevance, and also our audiences realizing that there is a natural role for NATO. I remember some 10, 15 years ago, when everything was peaceful and quiet, to make the point that you need to invest in defense was really difficult, because people said, well, nothing happens, so why do we need defense? Yeah? I think this is a story which is now much easier told. But then, of course, also if President Putin wanted to achieve less NATO and NATO's door closing, he has achieved just the opposite, because we already have included Finland as a new member, and we are about to also include Sweden as a new member. So instead of having less NATO, he has more NATO on his border, and incidentally much longer border. And then thirdly, also the whole positioning of the organization has dramatically changed, because in many ways what we have seen in the last years, and that's a development which goes back to 2014, is that the organization has refocused again on collective defense as the core purpose. We are there largely to keep our close to 1 billion populations safe and secure. And so that is the core focus, which is also enshrined in the new strategic concept, which was adopted last year. So, and in that sense, coming to my second point here, the NATO-EU relation, I think the understanding is, and that's also enshrined both in the joint declarations, then in the strategic compass on the EU side, then a strategic concept on the NATO side. The understanding is that the core role for NATO is collective defense, and thereby sort of keeping the, as I said, the 1 billion population safe. The EU has predominantly an absolutely crucial role in providing security. So, but together, these organizations, I think we learned from the invasion in Ukraine. I think we realized that we need to stand together in an age of global competition. We need, when it comes to European members and European allies, we need to invest more in defense. Defense is not a freebie. It doesn't fall out of the blue sky like manna. You need to invest in it in order to be safe and secure. And we also need to end or de-risk, as the term is, our dependencies on authoritarian regimes. We have seen the impact of our dependencies on Russia when it came to gas and oil. We need to be mindful of our dependencies on China, because if that relationship would derail further, the effects on us would be even more pertinent. So, what else could the European Union do? The European Union do, as I said, invest more in defense. It was also referred to do more joint procurement, because in fact, so far, only some 18% of European procurement is done jointly. Most of it is done nationally, yeah, by individual states who have defense industry. So there's a lot which can be done together there, but we can touch upon that perhaps in the second round. So I hand it back to you, Aurélie.
I want to come back to something you said. So you said several times that members need to invest more into defense. And so I'm turning to our members of parliament. Do you see in the other delegations, when you talk with your colleagues in the parliament, do you see that there is an understanding in other countries all around Europe for this need to invest more into defense? Or do you think this is still a wishful thinking that everyone is making a promise, but then at the end of the day, we're still waiting for something concrete to happen?
How would you organize? You want us to give you a 2 minutes as answer, or you want us to develop a little bit more?
We're not in parliament, I won't be timing you, so you can have a...
Okay, because it's impossible to answer to your question without put it in 5 frames as I wanted to do.
Let's do 30 seconds. No, 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes, I will say that there isn't a real engagement today for the European defense. And that the effect of the Ukrainian war is opposite to what one could think, and that there is an open debate. It's the opposite of compared to one could think, because it is clear that the fact that we have dismantled, Putin has dismantled the order around which we had organized our coexistence since the end of the Second World War, with the aggression of Russia to Ukraine, should be an incentive, and it is for the public opinion, an incentive to go along the way of a European defense. So we can say certainly Putin could be a new founding father of the European Union. In fact, it has been a very efficient doctor of another organization, which is NATO. And today, the immediate effect in political and institutional terms of the Ukrainian crisis is the reactivation of NATO. The open question is, and as you give me 2 minutes each round, I stop here, and then I will take more time in the second round, don't worry. The issue is which kind of relation we can organize between NATO and the EU. And the question that I put on the table, and I will come back later, is whether the strategic autonomy we are talking about with Emmanuel Macron, myself in our group, can be translated into a European pillar of NATO, and whether the Americans are ready to accept a European pillar of NATO, knowing that the Americans are partners of NATO, are partners of the single member state, but in terms of security are not at all partner today of the European Union.
On the European pillar in NATO, that is a call that we heard from President Macron, the French president, last week, again at GLOBSEC at the forum. So to continue on this, because you put it on the table, so what is it, a European pillar in NATO, and how can it actually contribute to more European sovereignty and independence or autonomy, or I'm not really sure how we can call it?
Looking at me, so yeah, and thanks for that. Look, I think in general terms, we from the NATO side, we really want a strong European defense. We really want this, yeah. And I think this also goes for the Americans. So I know there's always this notion the Americans are stopping it. No, they want Europe to be more capable and more able to look after its own security. Yeah. So I think there is no, in that sense, there is really no issue. Yeah. So we do recognize the value of a stronger, more capable European defense that really contributes positively to our joint security. Yeah, and also enables Europe in in the perspective to also look after the security of its neighborhood. Case of the Balkans, for example. Yeah. So in that sense, I think this is not the issue. Whether the term European autonomy is useful, I put a question mark. I personally prefer the coining of European responsibility, which I think is in my mind more the more adequate term. But I think we also need to have, or at least that's what I would argue. I mean, I think we also need to have a sense of reality, because at the end of the day, so far, I mean, the security of all of us here is ensured also by the Americans, and ultimately, in extremis, by their nuclear capabilities. Yeah. So this is not a popular situation, but that's the ultimate guarantee for our security which we have. If Europe were willing to replace that with its own strategic deterrent, good. But that would require a lot of changes in the political landscape in Europe. Yeah? So, but having said this, if Europe is willing to take more responsibility, to develop more capabilities, to also do more together with NATO, to intensify, for example, work on the military mobility, where we could have a very immediately useful cooperation, because, I mean, NATO is developing the plans where NATO forces need to go, when and where. If the European Union and its instruments can work towards developing the structure that the forces can really cross a bridge or cross the motorway or the railway, or that harbors are big enough for receiving ships, if all this could be done by the European Union and in the right places, because, I mean, we know where the troops need to go, when and where in a given scenario. If Europe could do all that, this would make us together so much stronger. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of synergy we can build. And if you look into the recent, progress report, which stretches over, I think, something like 99 pages, but I think it's 20 pages. It gives you a progress report on NATO-EU cooperation. It gives you a wealth of information on the breadth and the depth of the cooperation which takes place, and more to come.
Thank you. To continue this discussion on the European pillar, I wanted to ask Mr. Tudorache, who's online, because you're from Romania, and that's a country that's on the eastern or central part of Europe. And so, of course, there's a different mindset, and there's a different threat perception when it comes to Russia, especially. So how do you see this call for a European pillar at NATO and more European autonomy?
Well, good afternoon, and thanks for the invitation. I wished I was with you there physically, but unfortunately I could not. Listen, I think no matter what it is that we are using as semantics, whether we want to talk about the defense union or European army, ugly or magnificent, whatever we may want to qualify it, or whether we talk about the European pillar in NATO or about European defense or whatnot, it ultimately boils down to three issues. First is, do we have the will? Do we have right now the political will to go down this path and strengthen, again, whatever it is that we call it, a pillar in NATO, or even further down the line, a defense union and the European army? Do we have the framework in the treaty to go further? And do we have the capability? Because otherwise, it all remains just fluff, discussions and theories and wishful thinking. But if you don't have any of the three, you can't actually deliver on any of these objectives, irrespective of whether on the Eastern Front or Western flank, or North or South. Let's start with the will. Do we have the will right now? Right now, the picture is more, let's say, on the pessimistic front, and here I agree with Sandro's broader brush. If we look at some of the symptoms or some of the declarations or some of the statements of intent from some of the EU member states, you would think that, yes, the concept of common defense and European army and all that is indeed the ugly, as you called it in your title. But here I would rather keep an optimistic hat on. everything was ugly in terms of projects of deeper European integration years before they actually happened. Free movement was ugly. Single market was ugly. Abolishing of roaming was ugly. Everything that went deeper into integrating EU member states was ugly at the time when people that had the foresight of thinking that that's the direction that you need to go, everything seemed ugly. But whether naturally or forced by events, usually forced by events or forced by crisis, we somehow managed to galvanize, managed to find that energy to actually click that will into place. Do I think that that's something that is going to happen anytime soon? Unfortunately, no. So I don't think that we will actually find that collective political will to take us to the point in the next few years where we would be prepared to talk about concepts such as common defense union or European army, or even to be able to deliver on a strong European pillar in NATO. But I think we are starting, finally, again, forced by events, forced by Ukraine, we are starting to do the right things. We have already broken pretty much every taboo that we had at EU level in terms of delivering weapons, in terms of doing common procurement, in terms of thinking together in terms of our defense needs. That was a taboo, and that taboo is no longer there. Second, we already have concrete instruments, even legislation, which is borderline the treaty, and I'm going to get soon to the treaty issue. So again, I think we are taking steps, and this should be no small token. So I think we started by saying that we are in an efficient status quo. I don't necessarily think we are in an efficient status quo, because we have done in the last year at EU level on defense more than we did in 20 years prior to that. And the second point, which is framework, is that, again, we have to realize that this requires treaty change. So further we want to go, we need to open up the big discussion, which I think Hilde mentioned it in her address. It means that we have to go back, in fact, to the will of the people, which in the Conference for the Future of the EU said it very clearly that they are wanting for this to happen. So we have to have the courage at EU level to actually open up the treaties and also address this point. And then the third, and I'll close here, is about capability. Even if we have the will, even if we master the change of the treaty, ultimately, no matter how much we want to trumpet our army or defense union or strong pillar in NATO, if we have not invested enough in capabilities, then we won't be able to deliver the big political objectives that we might decide to rally behind. So let's also then focus on investing in our capabilities. Let's focus on investing in a strong industrial base for defense in EU, which is something where indeed many around the EU table, unfortunately, are still very shy. I was working on the EDIRPA file in the last couple of months. I could see how difficult it was to even bring a sufficient majority behind the issue that we have to give this important political signal to our defense industry that we want them to start ramping up to be able to fill in the gaps that we have in our supply of defense systems. So again, nothing of what we want to do would be achieved if we don't start seriously investing in defense. And that means basically getting to the 2%. I represent a country that has taken the 2% seriously, and we have a cross-party political agreement already since a couple of years ago that no matter what government comes into place, the 2% will be respected. And I think this is what every EU member state that is also part of NATO needs to do. Not everyone is there, but at least we do see that member states are starting to take the issue of capability seriously, that there are first signs that there is an increase of budgets, not yet to the 2%, but still significant increases of budget. And then again, can only be small steps towards those objectives of turning the ugly that you mentioned into something that I personally think can be a beautiful political project.
Okay. So that made me think, so the EU in a strategic compass has this idea to create a force of 5,000 people to do crisis management operations. So do you all think that the EU army is the next logical step? And do you think that the European elections coming up next year, that the US elections coming up next year, is that another impetus that could actually be used in that perspective, in that regard? Who wants to take the floor?
Perhaps I can just a quick start. I mean, I think nations have one set of forces. Okay, so and they can use these forces as they deem fit. They can use them for UN operations. They can use them for national defense. They can use them for exercises. They can use them under NATO mandate or eventually under EU mandate. What matters at the end of the day is that the forces have the materials and the capacities to do their job. So I think that should be the focus. The label is a political messaging in my mind, if I put it very blunt. so it ultimately is up to the nations to decide how they want to use their assets, which are their forces. Yeah? And then secondly, I don't see, but perhaps I'm just because I'm coming from the NATO background, I don't see nations being willing to give the authority over the decision of putting people's life at risk to a supranational body, i.e. the EU, because that would ultimately require to have an EU army in the logic of the whole process. Perhaps this is the best dream, but I think it's a long shot.
I think Mr. Gozzi, you had a reaction.
Yeah, long reaction this time, because you touch the point of the issue, the heart of the matter. It is impossible to talk about security in the European Union without talking about stronger political integration. And if you want to have stronger political integration, you have to talk about leadership, you have to talk about method, and you also talk about the long term. Why Ukraine, I was saying in a provocative manner, has basically got the opposite effect of what we could expect. Because the US are very present in Ukraine. Thanks God. I'm very happy for each of us. Huh? Will it be so in the long term? Or in the long term there will be other priorities in other parts of the world that would oblige the Europeans to assume stronger responsibility for their own security. Because I don't know what is going to happen to Taiwan. I don't know whether there will be a conflict between Israel and Iran. Can you exclude today that there will be a conflict between Israel and Iran? I can't exclude it. I can't exclude that in Asia there could be a stronger tension around Taiwan. I don't know what could happen in Northern Africa. I hope nothing happens, but I wouldn't bet on an immediate brilliant future of Tunisia, for example. So if these are the issue, and this is why it's impossible to answer your question like that. If these are the issue, the point is not, and you say this very clearly, the point is not only efficiency, because it is clear that the Americans ask to the European, we want you to become more efficient. Yes, but to become more efficient, we need also to make a fundamental political choice. You don't become more efficient, stay as the things are now. So, to make a fundamental political choice, those who are potentially leader or key actors in the building up of European security and defense must become also a reliable partner for those who bet totally on NATO. So that means that starting from France, which is the only nuclear power and the only permanent member of the Security Council of the European Union, which is left in the EU, coming with going to Germany, which is leading a dramatic change in the way it has conceived its role in the world in the last 40 years, because the Germans were pacifist and mercantilist. Trade and peace. Today they are confronted with the issue of war. And it is not by chance that it is 1 year ago not 20 years ago, that they decided to put 100 million euro on an arms problem. Why? Because the world has changed and because Germany is changing too. If all this is true, and if we have to convince the Poles or the Italians that they can rely as much as they can rely today in NATO, they can rely in a European security defense, in a European pillar of NATO, this is a matter only also of politics. It's not only a matter of efficiency. And if it is a matter of politics, for the reason that you say, because after all, when you talk about defense, you talk about defending your territory, you're talking about also sending your soldier to kill and to take the risk to be killed. This is the point. This is what we are talking about. And if this is what we are talking about, it's clear that, and for this round it will be my last point, the issue from the European Union perspective must go hand in hand with the issue of political will, and which of course must be around a dynamic and federative group of countries which decided, be they 3, 4, 5, to go along this way. Giving, I say, because, and the other element, which is also a political choice, is that it is impossible. I haven't heard the word industry so far, but it is perfectly inconceivable to develop a European security without a European defense industry. And also this, that means that we must start to do much stronger industrial joint venture. Because we cannot explain to our Baltic state, to the Poles, when you have bought American until today, now start to buy French. I mean, this is not the point. Together, we have to develop synergy and effective production to have an European industry, and probably in the future, as soon as possible, to use the public tender, the joint procurement to buy European, if we want to develop European. So these are the issues that until the 24th of February 2022 were mainly for academic seminar and long-term discussion in NATO, today are at the heart of the political debate. And around this also we have to stimulate the debate in the European election in 2024.
Yes, briefly, because I think also this will be a prominent topic in the context of EP elections. And when it comes to European military, it's kind of, as an academic, I would say you have to boil the pasta before eating it. Because there are quite a lot of, let's say, baseline conditions that would need to be met. And as we've heard already, forces cannot be deployed on multiple levels, because that would mean duplicating resources, et cetera, et cetera. So what I think where my panelists are right is that essentially building a European security, which I think consists of different and differentiated, if you wish, levels of political defense and military cooperation, not necessarily building a European army with its own military arsenal on its own, is something that indeed requires a stronger political integration. When we speak about stronger political integration, I would perhaps like to ask a provocative question, and sorry if I'm taking over, to our MEPs. How can we speak about stronger political integration when all that is being talked about since all of the sorts of crises hit the European Union since 2008, we speak about this two-speed Europe, two-tier Europe, differentiated integration, et cetera, and we see this also in the domain of foreign policy. Not all of the EU's leaders are so distant from Russia and from Putin's politics. So some of them play sit on two chairs, if you wish. So will this stronger political integration, in your view, feature as one of the topics in the context of EP elections as a way for ensuring a more secure Europe for tomorrow?
Yes, thank you. First of all, when you talk about political integration, I would add to your question another question and then I answer. Is it possible to talk about security and defense without talking about foreign policy? Because another key word that I put on the table, the first was industry, I come back on that. The second is foreign policy. How can you talk about security without thinking about foreign policy? So the issue is, do we have a similar way of thinking the world as Europeans? Do we have a similar way of wanting to have a voice in the world as Europeans? And do we have a common definition of the threat? This is the point. And on this last point is probably the most immediate, as not necessarily the most difficult, the other are also difficult, but the most immediate, because it is clear that still today, if you see the threats from Helsinki or from Vilnius, and you see them from Rome or from Valletta, I think that they're still pretty different. So I mean, this is I would say it is the first point. Then the second is when you talk about political integration is also with which method, and then I will come to your question with whom. The method, I mean, as far as it can be used, the method that we have is the best one. And after all, the community method has allowed us to have a European Defence Fund in the budget. It allows us to use the European budget to buy arms for the Ukrainians. So as far as we can, let's use it because work. If it works, don't break it. But it is clear that on certain key issues of, security, foreign policy, it doesn't work. We have to find out something else. To find out something else and to give the answer about which political integration and which political union do we want in the continent, my answer is absolutely must be differentiated. And it must be absolutely be a continent at variable density. And I tell you now, in my last minute, why I say about a continent of variable density and not a union. Because in my view, there are three frames. The first frame is the new security politics frame, which is called European Political Community, and where the leaders of all the continent, today without Russia, in the D-Day after Putin, I hope also with Russia, where they discuss about the main security issues for our continent. And today is cybersecurity and nuclear security. Absolutely. Then you have a second frame, a second density, a higher density, which is the European Union, which must be enlarged and reformed. Because an enlarged union without reform is paralysis, totally. 36 commissioners, come on, it's a joke. So, within this enlarged reform union, we need to have a group of countries which have the will and the capability to go deeper in some key issues, and certainly security and defense, it is one of these issues. As a minimum, you need to have France, Germany, and Italy in the show. As a minimum, it is clear that you have to Spain. You need to convince the Poles to evolve a little bit from their, only NATO glasses, but it is clear that this must be the core of the political core of this continent at variable density. And I think that this is another issue that we have to debate here around Europe in the European elections, and on which we must really engage from 2024.
Thank you for this. I saw that we have a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said so far. It's efficiency policy, industry, foreign policy, differentiation, but also the second, the bad is you just mentioned, and to close, mentioned foreign policy. Russia's not going to disappear maybe we lose some region. Hopefully, there will be some internal reshuffle. There are different forecasts. Now, believing forecasts is difficult after everyone failed forecast in 2022, scientific and academic side. But Russia's never experienced democracy in the sense that we think about democracy. So it's a long path, what you're talking about, Sandra, to integrate the future generations. And going back to another country that's outside the EU, on the other hand, Ukraine did two things, in my opinion. I'm talking about now, you mentioned cybersecurity and defense. They were prepared and they were resilient on cyberspace. There have been no incident that led to casualties. It could have happened looking at the 2015 Ukraine Ergo attack and all these worrying trends, because they cooperated with the Tallinn Center of Excellence in NATO, because they cooperated with industries from US, they cooperated with the EU best practices in cybersecurity framework. This is and NATO, yeah, for Tallinn, I mentioned Tallinn. No? And this is exporting best practice, this is exporting soft power, this is maybe what von der Leyen tried to say, geopolitical commission. It can't be the commission, it can't be one body, it can't be one law. I love the Tudorace about all integration of the EU can be seen as ugly, true. And the EU has a sui generis way of regulating, which is impactful. Because if you think about big companies now, if they want to play in our market, they have to stick to some rules. We discussed a lot about it. It's with Sandra in the EP. But it's just an example. So it's a sui generis thing. But big topics, such as external dimension, are no more to be naive about. Because Ukraine is a good example, actually. If you think about the communication campaign that they launched as a response to the information warfare carried out by the Russian Federation. So they have an extensive know-how, the Russians, on these informations, dated from 1920s on, and they know what to do. They know how to, let you find in a position of questioning who is right and who is good. And Ukraine took it as an opportunity to build up an incredible communication. They didn't let happen the information warfare, because as a result, Putin said, I want to demilitarize Ukraine. Ukraine is equipped with the best of NATO and US equipment, somehow at the present day. So this is resilience, and this is something that I hope after this 24th of February also will be accepted, because another thing that I can add, Sandra didn't mention, is cultural acceptance of common security and defense. If we manage to convince citizens, if we manage to let them understand, as you opened, Gerlinde, as some years ago, it was difficult to talk about security and defense and ask for money. And now, everyone can support Ukraine, sending weapons and aid, and nobody's questioning. Okay, there are some, and especially we have some also in Italy, that are saying, no, maybe we shouldn't, but as a matter of fact, everyone is supporting. So also the cultural citizen dimension is important in this context. I spoke a bit all over the place, but I think it's, sorry.
May I also intervene 1 minute in this?
Oh, we didn't see you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you were gone. Please, go ahead.
No, I'm here.
I couldn't see you on
quietly listening.
Go ahead, please, yes.
No, a few reflections on what was said. First on elections. I think someone mentioned elections and whether this is a conversation that we should, or whether we think this is a conversation that will be part of the electoral debates next year. I think we cannot afford not to have it as an important debate for the elections next year. I think we need to engage citizens in this discussion. I think we need to take this conversation into our societies. I mean, we've already seen a glimpse of what our citizens think in the COFEL framework. And again, as was said already, as I said it already myself, I think the indication that we got already from the citizens is quite clear as to what the expectation is. But I think we also have a duty to take this forcefully in at least those political forces that believe in this further political integration at EU level. I think we have a duty to do it because we have bigger and unfortunately increasing political forces in most of our member states that are actually using the reverse narrative. The reverse narrative of withdrawing each of us in our silos and backstepping from integration. So I think that is why I say we cannot afford not to take very boldly this conversation about deeper political integration into the elections of next year. The second point, because I heard the question mark as to whether we would be ready at the European level to have a supranational decision sending people to die. Well, in a way, we have already, and we are already doing that. Many of our member states have sent soldiers to Afghanistan, other operational theaters where they died. At least Romanian soldiers died in Afghanistan. And that was a result of a decision that, yes, was taken in a way as a sovereign decision by each of us, but as a result of supranational decision-making and strategy. And also NATO is in itself a supranational structure that may one day, we hope not, but may one day also decide to send people to die. So again, in terms of whether we are ready at the European Union level to get to that stage, I won't repeat what I said earlier. Today we're not. But I'm certainly, I don't know whether I drank something this afternoon that makes me more optimistic than others, but I certainly think that it is not at all unthinkable that we will get there. Today, again, it might seem unthinkable and ugly, but I think that we can create the space for that. And if we look at what we have achieved over the last 1.5 years alone, if not more, also if we roll back a little bit further what we achieved in terms of European coherence during the COVID pandemic, yeah, there are many imperfections in how we do things. But again, we've achieved a lot, and we achieved a lot with the method we have today. And if we also have the courage, if we master the courage to have a conversation about further sharpening our European Union instruments, including by having the courage to look back into our treaties, then I think we can equip ourselves with better tools. And the last point I want to make about Ukraine and what the Ukraine effect is. And I'm saying it because I haven't heard it said by other panelists, which is the expectation that was created out of Europe as a potential security provider. I think we are maybe downplaying it or not realizing enough that because we have stepped over many of our taboos, and because we have done almost unthinkable things in terms of decision-making and actual concrete delivery, both of money and weapons and political support and everything else that was necessary for Ukraine, I think we have created an expectation of EU as a potential security provider. Again, we're certainly not there in terms of the ability to deliver because of all the things, and I agree also with what Sandra said, the often inability that we still have in terms of being coherent in foreign policy and so on and so forth. But again, that expectation right now is there. To those countries, maybe in Sahel, that we were telling until last year, listen, we cannot deliver you anything but bicycles and training. Well, now I think they would be rightfully knocking at the door if you even say, well, but you did deliver weapons to Ukraine. Why don't you deliver weapons to me? Because I need those sort of defensive equipments if I am to stand up to terrorists. So again, I think we have to be prepared also for this expectation that we've created. And in order to be able to stand true to that and not turn politically the back to that expectation, we have to do all of the things that I think many of us said already, I said it earlier, which is start working on the political will, start working on the framework, but most importantly, let's start working on our capabilities, because with capabilities then you can flexibly deliver everywhere. You can be more coherent and better prepared to deliver under your NATO obligations. You can be more prepared to play as a European pillar under NATO. You can be more prepared to be autonomous if autonomy is that what we seek, and if indeed, for whatever political reasons, US might decide to maybe turn their attention somewhere else on the globe and therefore leave us with our neighborhood under our watch. For all of these things, the first thing that we need to do is build our capabilities. And that means money, that means industrial base, and this is where I think our investments need to go as of yesterday. Thank you.
And on this call for money, I will open the floor to questions. I saw that we had one at the back. Please go ahead. How do we, can we? Yeah.
It's maybe nicer, yeah.
I'm Roberto Castaldi, Director of the Research Center on the European Union and of Euractiv Italy. The first question is, the Ukraine war has brought the US attention back to Europe, while in the past 20 years, the strategic focus was clearly only on the Pacific, and there was no engagement of the US on Europe and the neighborhood area. Do you think that this is a structural comeback or just a parenthesis which would increase the need for European defense to stabilize the neighborhood? Second, you mentioned increase of military and defense expenditure. The 27 together have the third military expenditure of the world, 45% of the US with an ability of about 10%, 3 times more than Russia. Maybe the issue is not the amount of money we spend, but the fact that we have 27 useless national defense rather than having one European defense. The third point, some of you said we need a European defense, we need a European army. How do you want to do that? What is the model? Are we going for a European single army, like we did for the single currency, or for a dual army, like in the US, that at the beginning had a very small federal army and very large national militias that only bit by bit became what is today the American army? Finally, how can we use the already taken decision, if we can? In 1999 in Helsinki, there was the decision to create a 60,000 strong rapid reaction force. It was never implemented because we didn't agree on where and how to create a command and control center. Can we use PESCO, Structural Permanent Cooperation, to Europeanize the Eurocorp, which is a command and control structure based in Strasbourg? Can this be the way, even by, as Sandro mentioned, PESCO, structural cooperation, flexible integration to go ahead on defense matter? Thanks.
3 questions. Other question? Okay. Yeah, but probably we'll need more than 2 minutes to... I knew Bill had the question.
Okay, thank you, D'Artagnan. My question is just to mention those beastly words, United and Kingdom. I think I agree entirely with the priorities that Sandro and others have put for about the spending and on the industrial base. I think the war in Ukraine has shown that the UK and European countries can collaborate very intensively and closely in defense and security matters. And thirdly, the great new innovative defense project is a UK, Italy, Japan project for the Joint Combat Fighter project. The defense industrial base should surely be highly collaborative and include countries outside the EU, including the UK and Japan.
Do also introduce yourself.
Shaheen Valeh from the German Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you. It was a fascinating discussion. You haven't spoken very much about security guarantees to Ukraine, which I think could be a very important element of this common European defense architecture that you've discussed. And you also haven't referred to Macron's speeches both in Bratislava and in Munich, and in particular the references he made to the protection of Europe's skies through a combination of non-proliferation treaties, nuclear deterrence, and the anti-ballistic missile program that was announced by Germany. So I'd love to have your views on that. The European Sky Shield, the German anti-ballistic missile program.
All great questions. I'm going to ask the speakers to keep
I'm very worried because the session is 3:05, but I do have a small question for you. Okay, unfortunately, but it's probably going back to the good part of the good, bad and ugly, and Sandro was touching this very point of the NATO, of course, he was elected in France as part of a party led by somebody who even declared the brain death of NATO only 3 years ago or something. No, but there is an issue that is really very rarely touched upon, which is the reform of an organization called NATO that was established in 1949. It has got 14 articles, very, very, very short. You know? And it is still meant to, by the way, protect security in the northern part of Atlantic. Technically speaking, Ukraine is not part of the northern part of the Atlantic. So is there any space to rethink about EU as also part of some reflection to be done on the reform of that good part called NATO?
Yeah, let me start on some of the aspects. But Macron also said in Bratislava that it was, no, he referred to his earlier quote on being brain dead, but he also said by now, thanks to Putin, the organization has been re-energized by electroshock. So that was his expression there. But let me just make a few points on the US. Consecutive US presidents have asked for European allies to step up investing in their defense capabilities. This is not new. This is something which goes back for decades. Yeah? So it would be welcome if also from the US perspective, if Europe would be able to do more. Yeah? But currently, some 80% of our, in NATO, of our defense expenditures is coming from non-EU allies. 80%. So if you want to shift the balance, that's a lot of work EU members could do. Yeah? Second, on efficiency, absolutely. I mean, I give you just one figure. The EU has some 180 major weapon systems, 180, which are competing against each other, which need to be replenished and maintained and everything. The US has 30. Yeah? The EU has some 17 main battle tanks, the big stuff, the Leopards and etc. The US has one. So if you talk about efficiency, that's a huge area for the EU to look into. Yeah? And then, indeed, whoever said PESCO, absolutely. PESCO could be a vehicle to do that, yeah? In addition to also the European Defence Fund. Yeah? So that's from my side.
Yes, all very, very good questions. I will start, well, on Macron, our colleague already mentioned the brain dead, and I agreed, and the electroshock of Putin, and I also agreed. But this means that there is a lot of things to do. But I will start from the issue of US and money that also Roberto mentioned, and this is what I was trying to say, my first answer, that in my view, it is an exception to the trend, the very positive reaction of the Americans to the Russian aggression of Ukraine. The trend is that the US consider as a priority in security terms the issue of China and the issue of Asia. And this is the reason why I was saying in the long term, we have to persuade those who are increasing the expenditure in Europe, because Poland is aiming at the 3% of the budget in military terms. The Baltic state, 4%. Of course, Baltic state has got a small budget, but in relative terms, it is considerable, very considerable. We have to convince them that, first of all, the structural trend of the US is not to remain as they are today in Europe, and this comes the other issue, to be able to give to them, not only to Ukraine, so I take also the question on Ukraine, the equivalent security guarantees. And to give equivalent security guarantees, I mean, it's a long shot, because already the difference in budget, in money that is invested from non-EU, I mean US and a little bit of Canada and now UK, in NATO, and the EU part is really still very, very considerable. So we need to reduce this gap. So on one side, this is why I insist on the fact that the issue of the question of efficiency is not enough to persuade the Europeans. To persuade the Europeans, to persuade the public opinion, to put more money in the defense instead of in the education on the university, you cannot say simply we need to become more efficient, because it doesn't work in politics. We have a project, we have a political project, we have a peace project, we have a community, a new citizens project that also entails more autonomy and more responsibility in ensuring our security. And of course, we have 17 standards in a sector where the Americans are going to standard. All this certainly must be addressed. I wouldn't speak the issue of European single army. Today there isn't any condition to talk about European single army, but the 5,000 soldiers that in the strategic compass are foreseen to be ready, let's use it seriously, let's implement it in a serious way, because that can be example of what we could do better together. One thing, but I'm not here to do politics, Italian politics, also because, as you recalled, I'm not elected this time in Italy, but I mean, the only thing that we have to avoid is to sell silly stories to the public opinion like, yes, I am for defense, but I want European defense because that would mean that we spend less. No, no. And the name is, the family name is not Italian name. She's Italian-American and she's come from Switzerland, if you want to identify her. It is clear that if we want to go on European security, we have to spend better and more. Better and more, not only better. More efficiency, better use the money that we have. I go beyond. Today, the expenditure of each country is conceived to serve NATO and to be able to comply with the NATO obligation that we take. Otherwise, you wouldn't explain why Spain invests so many in the tanks. Are they afraid of a French or a Portuguese invasion? Of course they are not, but they want to contribute to NATO. But I go there to tell you, think which change we could entail, and a more efficient expenditure if we decided to go along for a European approach to security. Bill, I haven't forget UK, of course. We never forget UK, not only when you are here. But the issue is that now there are the conditions, but we never forget, and also Emmanuel Macron, since the day after Brexit, now say that Brexit wasn't there, but since he came into power, he has always tried to seek way of fully engaging the UK in security initiative. I mean, the European Security Initiative, UK is a key player in NATO. The European political community is another way to engage, and I think that the answer from London is positive. So I think that that's the way we have to build up a new security partnership, and I hope also a partnership which goes beyond security.
Just, I think we've opened up and touched upon so many topics that we could sit here and discuss for the next 5 hours, but I know we're in a rush, so I'll just keep it short. And I'd like to follow up on this idea, and it's essentially the idea that reflects that security in the EU itself depends on what's going on in Europe's neighborhood. And this is something that we've touched through the questions of Ukraine, but also issues that are related to security in Georgia, in Moldova, and the potential threat that these countries are facing on a day-to-day basis. And as someone who comes from the former Yugoslavia, someone who has seen wars from a slightly different angle, I think that what is needed, again, is this comprehensive, if you wish, a 360-degree security approach, which would place citizen at its center, and citizen as a provider and as a recipient of security, because it's essentially people who carry arms. It's people who pay taxes that then go into defense and military, and those people should be the primary recipients of the security agenda. So what I wanted to, in a way, close with is keep citizens at the center of European security agenda and build it through the framework of security cooperation that already exists at some level. So I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Okay, before giving back the floor to Aurélie, and thank you everyone for the patience we have been got behind. I think that the title was on point then, after the discussion. It's still okay. All the questions have been addressed. We have the evident crisis generated by Russia now, as we know, so there's gonna be some kind of reminder of an iron curtain, some tensions. And should be no gray zones. That's the most important thing. A guarantee also implies maybe upgrading the strategy. Politicians have the opportunity to create those better communication, because it's indeed, if you say it's inefficient, you know, it's quite a strange terminology. But the political project can be deployed, and I'm sure that Renew, but also other, hopefully, political family are needed to think about it. And that's a good forum to exchange these kind of ideas. And building up on what is already existing, such a NATO, because it's not only the army and deploying those people there and finding a venue. Those are practical things that are coming from regulations, and then we need a regulation, and we need a body, another body, and who's going to take care. But know-how, technologies, intelligence that can be shared between countries, those are key issues to bring forward. Not maybe on the political discussion, because those is not appealing politically, but substantially, this is what can go, in my vision, against the usual balance of power and interest of single member states. Now you mentioned Poland that is willing to spend more, but might be another country changing government and say, oh, no, we don't want anymore to participate in this project. And we have the council, and they can stop some kind of proposal. So that's the situation to keep a look, but there are, I think, 3 different levels also, and that's why we divided also the panel with politicians, practitioners, and academia. But we can start building up on existing best practices, both learning from the war, as I mentioned before, both learning from the politics, and both learning from the best practice that currently we have, let's face it, which is NATO as a security architecture. That's my, I think, conclusion for Francesco, because he asked, give some concrete conclusion, we can reuse it. If someone is recording, you can put it on paper and pay me later.
Well, on this note, I'm very conscious of the time, so I think we're going to have to wrap it up. If you have any final words that you want to share, please go ahead. And otherwise, I think we can call it a day. And please continue discussion with our speakers. I'm sure they'll be delighted.
We count on Francisco to turn all this idea into a very good vision manifesto. That's it.
You already texted me that we share this effort. Just now.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, so now we go to Paul's policy proposal. Please do not migrate.
Well, you can migrate between seats, but not out of the room, please. So could I invite the panelists in this panel? I think, Francesco, you're one of them. You're on the list as one of them. Okay. So we have Paul Twoming, who will be giving us our presentation. Do you... So we have Drago, I think, who is going to stay on. I'm not sure whether he is still there.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Excellent. Hi, Drago. Nice to have you with us continuously. We have Francesco Bonfiglio. We have Clara Neppel. Clara's here. And Daniele Borges. Yeah. Right. Everyone's here in that case. Wonderful. So I think without much further ado, I think we can probably begin with Paul's proposal for empowering digital citizens and making humane markets work in the digital age. I think, do we have the presentation ready? I'm not sure. No problem. Where should I check?
Yes, I will tell you right now. Just need to, sorry. Okay. Sorry about this. use this one to change the slides.
Okay, I think we're there. There we go. Excellent. It all works. Hooray, technology. Paul, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm going to quickly introduce a concept that a group of us have been developing over the last 3 years, and which I have been presenting and engaging people in Brussels elsewhere with it. Some of the panel have seen this before, but we'll talk it through again. It's basically a proposal to really put humans at the heart of the digital economy, put people at the heart of the process. And this presentation is probably available from the coordinators. I'm not going to talk to every slide. I'm just going to say the group that's worked on this is some senior economists from Germany and elsewhere, and 70 international experts from about 29 countries. We've been sponsored and supported by these organisations. I'll ignore this particular page. But the point that page was going to say is, if you actually do a survey, which we have done, of the consumers in the world and their views about the internet, what you get is people use it more, they trust it less, and they are increasingly calling for government to fix all manner of things, privacy being one. But these issues that are on the table on that screen that you can read as well as I can are the issues that have been emerging and which we have concerns. And we've talked about a number of those actually in the last several days. I would argue that a lack of trust around these issues undermines institutional trust in our communities. That has an economic consequence, but it's having a very severe political consequence as well. So to move on quickly, and unfortunately I'm taking years of work into 10 minutes here, so I'm open for clarification questions. We think that the heart of this is basically a misalignment, and there's a misalignment in the market. And let me talk about that in some detail. This is the benefit of my colleague Dennis Snower, who is one of those he was the president of the Kiel Institute for International Economics. So I'm going to win the Nobel Prize for Economics for explaining to you today the digital economy in one page. What we have here is consumers buy products and they give you revenue. So that's Economics 101 and digital service providers. When we have an e-commerce market, other producers are brought into that. So you think about Etsy, think about Alibaba, or you think about Amazon, etc. There's an example. And although we have competition issues at the digital service provider market, this works as a market, and it works because consumers basically understand how it works from their experience offline. One of the surest tests of whether a thing is a market is the consumer king. Now, the profit margins in this show you that consumers are basically king in this market. They know that they've got skills, they understand what they do, they can get recompense, they can make choices, they understand what they're doing. So if that was the whole digital economy, I wouldn't be here today. Because we all know, oops, daisy, wrong button. Sorry, I'm going backwards here, so I'll try that. We all know that there is this dirty underground part of this market. And that is the digital service providers, and let's be clear, I'm not talking about the big 5 or the big 10, I'm talking literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, anybody who puts an app on your phone, basically. These people have done this sort of Faustian deal with you. And what they have said is, in return for your participating in the modern digital economy, and using especially on the phones, using my apps, etc., I am going to harvest truly unbelievable amounts of information about you. I mean, I've been in this game for 35 years, and I still don't get my head around how much data they're collecting. So they're collecting huge amounts of data from you. And they give you services, but what they're selling you is influence. And how does this work? Well, basically, they then get information from a lot of the producers about details of people's preferences in their purchasing, and they pay for that. But then there's this other group we call other influencers. And this is everybody from the FSB through to Toys R Us, who mostly use advertising as a mechanism to basically have information and influence sent out to you as a user, as they see, not consumer, they call you a user. Now that left-hand side there is worth at least $650 billion a year in advertising. plus other benefits. So let's give it around 1 trillion because it makes it easier for my maths. If you look at e-commerce, it's about $4.8 trillion a year. So the difficulty is so this is the benefit of working with a really good economist, there is the digital economy on a page. And the reality is this operates as a market. The people involved in that part of the market, they understand the costs, they understand what's involved, they've got skills, they negotiate terms, they have mechanisms for dispute resolution, they have skills working on each side of the market. This is not a market, right? The people on the right there are battery hens. They are the product. There are billions of people who are not really consumers, they are being used. And one of my best examples of trying to illustrate whether it's a market or not is the idea of segmentation in a market. Consider just Facebook as an illustration. There's 2 billion users of Facebook with an identical terms and conditions contract. Now, my professor of contract law would have said it was no contract at all, but there's no segmentation, right? So we're saying a lot of the pressures that many of the members of the MEPs and the Commission and governments around the world, my own experience of having to put things through parliaments, etc., a lot of the pressures on the political class to keep fixing things could actually be fixed if you just made these users consumers and aligned the interests between the consumer, the digital service provider, and the other people on the left-hand side. We propose 2 key ways of doing that. 1, give the consumers control over their own personal data, and I mean, we're not saying ownership, we're very careful here, give them control of that, and importantly, give them, through control, give them the rights to negotiate the terms on which that data is used. Once you give that rights to determine the rights in which it's used, and give people rights of association so that they can have people who are their agents, their representatives, to help inform them about what choices they should make, the skills on the left-hand side of the page are also going to move across to the right-hand side of the page. And we have seen this in big markets, financial services, tourism, etc., many times in the last 50 or 60 years. So we're saying for about 60 or 80% of the things that we think people are complaining to the political classes about fixing, about the digital economy, why don't we make it faster, more efficient, more effective, built on all the work that the political classes have done, especially in Europe, by actually using a market mechanism. We're not saying get rid of regulation. We are not saying at all. We're saying there's a big need for that. But we are saying you could make things faster, more efficient, and more empowering for the individual if you were to put in some mechanisms like that. My final comment, because I'm not going to take you through all of this, I'm just saying that this is available for you. If you're interested in getting a copy of this, the organisers have it. Sorry. Just the last page I'll talk to is, we think an ecosystem would end up looking like this. That citizens would have rights of association, but also they would have obligations to keep the data accurate and keep it authenticated. Now, what we mean by personal data is basically the GDPR definition of personal data. That there would be their agents, representatives who actually have the skills in this market, who can work with them and figure out the answer to the 30 questions that matter, so that they can actually let their preferences be aware. Those representatives and the citizens then have that data codified, sitting in electronic format. We suspect you'll end up with large-scale operators who actually look after the real mechanical B2B high-speed interactions. And then the business and government would interact with those. We can talk about this in a lot more detail, but that's a general structure, we think. And that's 3 years of work, discussion, blood, tears, and negotiation in 10 minutes.
Well, that was rather impressive, so thank you very much for that. It's a really interesting idea, and I suppose I'll take my prerogative as chair of this to ask you, Paul, the first question, and that is that we had this brief discussion beforehand, and the idea is conceptually incredibly appealing, but I think one of the problems is that if you think of the representatives as a sort of data union, as with most unions, the consumer forsakes some of their individual rights for the collective. And then the collective sort of, representatives of the collective negotiate on behalf of everyone. Which means that if, for instance, a representative would negotiate with someone on the right-hand side of the, with an institution on the right-hand side of this diagram, some service provider that is hoping to make money from the data, and they do not reach an agreement, that would sort of, in principle, I mean, the details might differ, but sort of in principle would mean that if one of the members of the data union tried to access the supposedly free services being offered in exchange for that information, they would be blocked, right? They just could not enter that website. And that, I think, bootstrapping that into existence in an internet where people have got used sort of anthropologically to have free access anywhere most places they want. Obviously, sometimes people hit a paywall, they do at The Economist. Sometimes they have to pay a subscription to watch Netflix. But by and large, much of the internet is fluid. And this would introduce a discontinuity. You have to, a hop you have to jump across. And so my question is about how do you change the expectations of online behavior to go from where we are today, which is a relatively seamless online experience, even though it is obviously problematic for the reasons you outlined, into one which is less seamless, especially in the context of society which may grumble a little bit every now and again when they're asked specifically about whether they're worried about data privacy, but their revealed preference, seen through their continued use of these platforms, seems to suggest that they don't actually care about it as much as they do about convenience.
So it's an excellent question. And I'm thinking back, in my career I've been involved in the deregulation of 3 pretty big industries, 2 in Australia and then 1 being the whole internet domain name system. And I'm sorry if I sound like an economist, which I'm not. The unexpected innovation and change that takes place is something sometimes hard to forecast. And certainly we saw in the domain name system, which introduced competition, we had aspects around that. The obvious players moved in, and then suddenly you had other players who arrived we didn't expect, and the market was completely different than what we thought it was going to be. I would expect, to your example, we have to work this through further. I mean, one of the things that we are suggesting to policymakers is actually, and we're going to do this in one country shortly, do tabletop exercises with a bunch of stakeholders, both about the steady state model and the transition model, where your question is absolutely relevant. But what I haven't answered, I haven't got a full answer for it to it, but I do think one of the things you'll end up having is competing approaches by intermediaries, and you must have choice of intermediaries. And it's a competition opportunity for the people. You say no, suddenly who's offering the service will say yes. And the risk, you might, in the negotiations about who's going to pay the media companies that took place in Australia and now took place in Canada, Facebook literally turned Australia off for 3 days. Google didn't. The Prime Minister laughed in Parliament, the rest of the Parliament laughed, and Facebook changed its policy within a week. Same thing happened in Canada, except they didn't turn it off. So I think if you can unleash competitive forces both in the representatives and in the demand side, it might overcome that, but it's a good question we'll need to work through, yeah.
Can I have a question for Daniele? You're a lawyer, and you've also sort of been thinking about, I mean, I read up in your bio, so you looked in public health. I mean, digital health, I suppose, is a sort of subset of that, or digital hygiene, certainly. I'm wondering about whether you are seeing a genuine desire on the part of consumers, internet users, for these sort of innovations. How much desire is there from where you're sitting?
Oh, thanks, Jan. Thanks also, Paul, for your presentation. Well, I will just go back a bit to try to summarize. I think that you referred first in your intervention about individual rights of redress in cases of data breaks or something like this. And I think that this kind of propose could work very well and already is implemented in some countries for commercial operations such as open banking, open finance, open insurance. But so I see advantages. I think that consumers are really empowered in terms of having more choice. It enhances competition in the market. I think that the segmentation of data that Paul proposes is good somehow because you have more granularity when you give your consent. So you can give your consent for certain purposes, you have more choice also, not only in choosing your provider of service, but also in giving your consent. But I think that we still have some problems that remain. And the problems that I see is the problem of trust, because trust is something that consumer, we know that when we give our data, data now is a good in the market, so data means money. So trust of consumers. The other thing that
trust with regard to whom?
To who will host your data?
Okay.
Who will secure your data? Will guarantee that you do not have data breaks or something like that. And the problem of who's going to be these institutions who will host the data, the third party. It's a private institution, it's a private actor, we'll have governments involved. And then the question of legal remedies or individual redress. And I think that though you have more choice, one thing that remains is information asymmetry. The consumer has always less information than the provider, the services, so this is something that remains. And so my question is it possible to apply this model for all types of data operations, or it's more for a commercial or profit operations? This is my question, maybe for Paul, and then to be discussed.
Do you want to take that now, Paul? Okay. Clara, would you like to ask or intervene in any particular way?
Yeah, sure. I definitely think that the question of social contract is the most important one when we're discussing about data. And I think that there are two aspects to that. One is really the social contract. When I give the data, what do I get in return? So I'm thinking of maybe there is the service provider deducts that I'm more risk for diabetes, but I'm not even aware of that, and I don't get that information back. Now, when you're talking about collective data, I think that's really interesting, because that would be like our collective social contract that we would be able to deduct what kind of factors would be good for certain, or would be a risk for certain diseases. So I think that the social contract discussion is a big one, because until now, as you rightly said, most of the, at least machine learning, was for commercial purposes in the sense of advertising. So the thing was really around building big profiles, and the question I always like to say, either it's working well, and then you are in the world of Orwell, or it's not working well, you're in the world of Kafka. So the question is really how you are, and here I would like also to ask, I think that the problem of real-time data is something which I at least did not understand how it would work here, because I think that's even more interesting. And we know that our personal data is, of course, very valuable, but it becomes even more valuable when you combine it with other data. So the question is how we are accommodate that, and especially when we are discussing now in the terms of immersive reality or metaverse, how you would like to call it. We just heard that Apple came out with a new headset with almost 10 cameras, 360 cameras, basically capturing also not only your personal data, but also the data of the others as well. I mean, like capturing all of you now. And how are you dealing with these type of very complex data that can make even more inferences on you?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really interesting question, because the examples that Daniele cited, for instance, open banking, there are two areas where I can see that this sort of system works rather well. One is banking and finance, and the other is, sort of to a lesser extent, but already visible, health. And I think the reason, I mean, you might disagree with me, Paul, but one reason why it might work in those two systems is that the relevant data in both finance and in healthcare are very easily attributable to a node in the network, to a single individual. It's your personal data. Not all of it, I see you shaking your head, but a lot of it is. So a lot of the value accrues to the data which I can say is mine. You know, my height, my body fat percentage. You know, my body fat percentage is irrelevant to somebody else's. There might be slight connection with my parents, you know, with my family, obviously, but it's sort of, that data is mine. I can easily say that it is mine. So it's easy to delineate from others. So it's not like looking at someone with a camera. It's capturing other people's data. And it holds value to the service provider. The same with banking and, you know, financial decisions. It's a little bit more complicated because the financial transaction already has two, but it has two nodes as opposed to several layers of nodes, which you do in a social network, which is where a lot of the value to the data in the social networks accrues to. It's not the individuals; it's their connections with everybody else, right? So you do see it. You see this working rather well in finance and increasingly in healthcare. So I think it's a combination of both questions, because you ask whether it can work outside the commercial sphere, and you ask where else in the commercial sphere you can see it.
Great questions. Part of my response is going to be, because we're saying align the interests of the players between what could be a fully market, part of our answer is let's see how the market actually can solve a lot of problems and then see where the outliers are, because there's going to be definitely a role for regulation. I don't want to go away from the role for regulation. So I'm going to have a go at answering the questions, but I'm not going to try to pretend that this model we're putting forward is going to solve every issue in the digital economy, because that'd be an error. Does it apply to other data? We thought a lot about types of data, and I think what we sort of thought in a pragmatic sense was the following. My personal data is something I understand. My mum understands most of the GDPR definitions. I don't agree with the Internet Protocol address being part of it, but that's just because I'm like that. But that's the definition. Okay, let's be pragmatic, right? The second thing is, what can you negotiate, right? It's just like, what can you do a deal on, right? And which I think tends to go a lot in the sort of variation of your question. It's your first-person transactional actions. Okay, I'm going to come on, and the terms we're going to say are, if you're going to use my emails as a learning basis for an AI system, I'm either going to say no, or you give me some money for it, or yes, if I put my photos up, I've got some limits, or some sort of transactional nature of. That's where I think you're going to go as far as you can in the negotiation. Beyond, and I want to come back to third-party people, but beyond that, we rather suspect, and various parts of the European legislation has tried to go beyond that, but we rather suspect beyond that, but perhaps the best thing to say is, rather than trying to stop any innovation, which is positive, just have a fiduciary obligation, which says the data should be used in the best interest of the data subject. There'll be fuzziness on that. Let the courts decide the fuzziness on it. But we've got lots of case studies of where it's definitely not happening at the moment. I think it applies, and in that sense, it applies not just on commercial, it applies on non-commercial as well. And I think I'll come back to a minute about that non-commercial. In terms of real-time data, just to give you an illustration, if you go onto Amazon now and do a classic search on Apple on Amazon for a product, that page does over 100 DNS searches in about a second. It pulls data from all over the internet to give you that page. We're talking about trying a system that would be that fast, that you would have your preferences and your in the data that matters to you in the system, that it's searched that quickly and dealt with that quickly. And then is auditable, because especially the personal data would come with some sort of hash that would be shared with each main initial transaction. So when you're doing an audit of a company, you could just check to see the customer information's actually got that right hash on it. One aspect we think where this model becomes very interesting is, let's get beyond the sort of my data and you pay me for it part. Let's come back to this issue of empowering citizens. If my representatives are engaging me and are saying, I'm going to help you become an actor in the online environment, then one of the things that they could be a conduit for is the European Commission's got great thoughts and legislation around putting in place data commons, but are not a very effective way, I think, of actually achieving them. If I've got 100 representative organisations in Europe, and I'm an endocrinologist in Prague who wants to get a data commons for people who've got around cancers in gallbladder cancers, I've now got a mechanism of going to 100 institutions with a letter which says, would any of your members like to join? I've got an effective way of having access. You can do the same thing for startups. There's lots of illustrations. So it's an illustration where the incentive system is not just advertising. There are other incentives and other mechanisms for delivering against those incentives. That might be my best answer for now.
Thank you, Paul. Francesca, I'd like to turn to you, because Gaia X is obviously an experiment in trying to do things differently to the way that the digital market, as it sort of evolved from the bottom up, has worked. So could you sort of bring in some of your experiences, so both sort of maybe positive experiences in what this alternative vision can offer, and maybe some of the challenges that need to be overcome for it to actually take root?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And I was smiling to the experiment because I hope it's going to be much more than that. Actually, I think we're making progress, like a small child starting to walk. But yeah, jokes apart.
I like to provoke.
Yeah, I know. So, first of all, I think it's important to remind that Gaia X was born to provide a pragmatic answer to the need of digital sovereignty. And we may talk for one day what digital sovereignty is. So my simple definition is transparency, controllability, and interoperability of any digital service. And what we're doing is building rules in a technology stack to make it possible through objective verification. Making this assumption, let me step back, because the proposal of Paul, and we've been talking along, it's something that resonates a lot. Because we started from the business perspective. You can imagine that the reason to be for Gaia X, actually the beginning of Gaia X, was in order to flourish a data economy in Europe, when it was evident, and it is even more evident now, that we run the risk to be totally slave of a non-European technology platforms. But let me challenge you with one question. Do you believe there is any business that does not depend on personal data? The answer is a clear no. So one of the biggest misconceptions is the distinction between business data or enterprise data and personal data. You may laugh about it, but there is no single business from mobility. I always make the example. Look at the 20, 30 applications for mobility you have on your smartphone, from taxi to Uber to whatever, and think about how that business could work without profiling your own personal behavior. Think about retail, Amazon. Think about, you name it, insurance, banking. Basically, those businesses, we don't know, but in the last 2 decades, they have learned how to shape their business strategy based on our own personal data. So I totally agree with the asymmetry of this business model, and we must do something. There is not a question of whether this is an opportunity or not. Even the opposite. There is big associations nowadays. One of the most active in Europe is My Data Global, for example, which for ages have been talking about the need to provide these type of mechanisms. So we need to move from be controlled to be in control. And this is a clear demand from the people. You ask also the question, is there an appetite for this type of applications, platforms? Well, let me give you an example. In America, since more than 10 years, there is already data for personal data monetization. So I put a picture and I get dollars back. Of course, this is not legal in Europe, for God's sake, yes. But this is a proof of the pudding that, yes, there is an appetite. People would give personal data if they can be treated better in a healthcare system when they are sick. Of course, if you're not sick, you don't care, you want to protect your data. But if giving my data gives me better treatment, possibly I will think about it. If I give my data to my motorway services in order to get a discount of my parking, I will do that. So reality is that this is a problem, it's not an opportunity that we must fix. Now, it's an interesting thing because the Data Act, which is going to be live in a few months, intrinsically asks for a principle of data value redistribution. Now, if what I'm saying is true, and the value is mainly created by the citizens, well, somebody, sometime, will have to think about, okay, how do we measure the data that we have produced throughout our value chain, and how much we recognize back to the data producers? Because we are data miners. So, it's an interesting additional point I wanted to make, and I was talking with Paul this morning. There is a very British say, follow the money. I think now we should talk about follow the trust. People are looking for trust points. And that was true for the banks, when people didn't trust the banks and put the money under the bed. And it is even more true now, where people are looking for trustworthy services, trustworthy platforms, trustworthy whatever to put their data. So if we had a platform that provides me as a citizen for tools to measure who is dealing with my data, if they are respecting my own usage policies set by myself, and helping me to implement those fantastic rules that are written in the GDPR, like the consent management, without, the hassle to do it by myself, because you have to try to withdraw your data from Google or Microsoft or Facebook. Give it a try. It's going to be a good journey. Make it simple, translate the regulation which exists into services that I can use. Be assured that I will trust that, let me say, intermediary doing it for me, and possibly, and I think this is an interesting business model, I would delegate that intermediary, open brackets, intermediary is a concept introduced by the DGA, close brackets, to basically control my data usage towards those platforms that are making business on me. So it's a typical B to C to B model, and it's a win-win model. Nobody loses, but of course you reduce the superpower of those platforms that now are transacting directly on me, and I have no power to disintermediate.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting point. I'll butt in as I have a wont to do, but then I would like to bring Drago in. My butting in is that this idea of middleware has been around for a while. I remember reading a book by a colleague of mine, Ken Kukier, I think from 2012, called Big Data. He has a number of chapters there about all these exciting middleware companies that were going to do exactly that 11 years ago. And basically none of them have got off the ground. And I think the reason is that people continue to value convenience over privacy and concern for their data. I'm not saying that there isn't a way to make them care more or to create a system where it would become much more apparent. And this is where I would like to bring Drago in, because he, besides being an MEP for Renew Europe, he's also the chair of the Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Age. And I'm wondering whether the whole chatbot revolution is not a moment when people are people as the citizenry is thinking very hard about their data and whether this doesn't actually introduce a sort of cloud cover to bring in some sort of compulsion in order to bootstrap this system into existence. Because I think just relying on people's existing preferences is going to be very difficult in light of just how, difficult it has been for middleware to get off the ground, even though the idea is not exactly new. But concerns about the use of data, just the conversation about the use of data, people's data, newspapers' data, other companies' data, to train artificial AI, has brought the idea to, I think, much more sort of stoked public imagination about the subject. And Drago, I was wondering whether A, you thought that this might give an interesting pretext or an excuse to try to kill two digital birds with one stone, and then also obviously if you have any questions or comments for Paul.
In fact, I had the pleasure of meeting Paul just some weeks ago, and I've heard a glimpse of this idea, which I had somehow heard before and thought of before myself at the start of the mandate, when mapping out a bit on the Parliament's end what should be the key areas of focus on digital for the years to come. And certainly AI was one, data governance was another. And I also remember having discussions with some of the top-level Commission representatives as to what could actually be some forthcoming ideas in managing data. And in fact, pretty much the arguments and the not necessarily the model itself that Paul presented, but I think the underlying rationale, the underlying thinking is something that we had been discussing 3-4 years ago. The reason why I think it's not yet, and I don't want to speculate on the Commission's triggers, but the reason why we don't see it yet in any of the proposals of the Commission, I think is a good question, and it's not only a reserve as to whether the model makes sense, but it's very much linked to also what you put, Jan, as a premises. And in fact, I fully agree with it. I think that if we are to go down this path, which again, conceptually, I think is a very interesting idea. Okay, you may have other arguments from the other end saying, well, that part under the surface that is in your presentation may well actually be up the surface if you look at the market from a different angle. But again, I don't want to get into that debate. But I do think that if any of this is to start flying, particularly for the next mandate, clearly for this mandate, there's no time and space left for it, but it could be an interesting project for the next mandate of the next Commission and Parliament. But I agree with Jan that this has to start with a societal debate on this. Because our online habits have already settled for quite some time. There is, I think, a very genuine argument that we have traded off willingly our data, okay, maybe not always realizing everything is under the surface, true that. But I think for most of our citizens, we might be surprised to find out that the facilitation element is more important than what happens under the surface and is a price that they might be willing to pay. Again, I don't want to venture a guess as to how much of our society thinks that way and how much of our society is prepared to go into a completely new logic where, again, they would have to find a broker, go to a broker, accept the eventuality and consequence that they might not be able to access everything they want on the internet until and unless their broker has a deal with some of these platforms, etc. But again, I think that there needs to be a very serious debate that we would have to have first in our societies before being able to explain such a model. And is there, now coming back to the precise question, can we kill two birds with one stone? I absolutely think we can. because with everything that happens on AI, and I'm also the co-rapporteur of the AI Act, and I'm sure you agree with me, there is nothing more hot these days in terms of public debates than AI is, and also geopolitically, it is becoming the reason for Rishi Sunak to get all of a sudden excited and announce summits left and right, and for global leaders to start fighting each other off as to whose idea was first and whose was second. So again, with all of this hype that we have around AI, and with all of the hype that will also be created by the first pieces of legislation like ours that will first hit the market, I think in all of this hype, there is in any way a need for a very serious conversation with our citizens about what is going on in this digital transformation that happens around them. What is their place in this digital transformation? What is it that we do as responsible governments, policymakers, to accompany them in this transformation so that none of them is left behind or none of them is left with conspiracy theories about Skynets and all that. So again, I think that this is an absolute must in terms of what we have to do as authorities, as governments, as EU, as US, as pretty much everybody as a policymaker that is responsible and accountable in front of society. Again, this is a discussion and a conversation we need to have. There is also an adaptation of our education systems that needs to take place. And yes, I think that in this context and with this alibi of the AI transformation and the impact that it has on everything we do, I think this is the perfect place, and again, the perfect alibi to also bring in a conversation about a complete overhaul of the model in which our data, our personal data, the rest of the data, as I think was already mentioned, is somewhat dealt with either in the Digital Governance Act or in the Data Act. So bits and pieces of that are solving many of the other ecosystems, but the remaining part, which is probably certainly the biggest part of this market, which is what happens with our personal data and what happens there underneath, if we accept that underneath. Again, this change of paradigm is something that we can explain, we should explain, and we should ask the opinion of our citizens. And we also have to look, and I'm sure, again, also Paul knows, there are other ideas out there that look at this reality, recognizing the same reality, but they look at it from a different angle, trying to see if and how much technology can sort this out, even in the absence of a new model of interaction between the data holder and the data exploiters, let's say, by looking as to whether there can be a complete overhaul of the protocols that function on our internet so that it is no longer data hungry or data driven or data dependent, and therefore in fact there would be no exchange of personal data, and therefore that whole economy could look differently. I'm not a technician, I don't know whether any of that technology holds water or not, but again I hear also contributions from other entities who are well preoccupied of the reality. They look at the same reality and they try to find solutions. So again, I think without trying to already fix ourselves on one model or another, this reality of our data and what happens with it is something that we need to look into, to ask our citizens if they are prepared to trade off facilitation over a better management, and a management where they have a role or an intermediary of their choice has a role in managing. And if the answers to the two questions is yes, yes, then we have to start looking into what is the most appropriate model. Is it this model with intermediaries and middleware, or how you want to call it, brokers or whatever? Is it a technological, or maybe both that can be combined, because maybe the technological tools can support the concept itself in a kind of a variable geometry fashion, and so on and so forth. So that's a bit how I see it from this end. I don't think how in the next mandate this will not be a top priority for the Commission and for Parliament. It will be for sure, and we have to, I think, start preparing that eventuality, that moment, by enlarging the debate, enlarging the scope of the debate at every level we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Drago. It's interesting. I mean, the whole idea of these technological solutions, and Francesco mentioned trust and the desire of people to be able to trust the people who handle their data. I mean, that was a little bit what the whole crypto revolution was sort of predicated on. I mean, that was an attempt, which appears to have fizzled, at least for now, but to bring a technological solution where you didn't actually have to trust anybody. It was trustless protocols, right? And the technology was ingenious. The uptake was less so, or at least it was perhaps not as widespread as some of the proponents would have hoped. Which again sort of points to the fact that it was much less convenient than existing systems. It took much longer. The transactions took much longer, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but I would like to give Paul the right to respond to any of the comments for maybe a couple of minutes. You did a wonderful job describing 3 years' work in 10 minutes, so why don't you respond to these questions in 2?
Thanks, and Drago, thanks for your input, and good to see you again. And the idea of talking again in September, I think, is a really good one that we discussed. I'll take us back to that wonderful diagram, the economics of it. A lot of what we're trying to focus on here is not just around we atomized in our discussion aspects of it, right? Health data or AI, or are people settled in their way they presently use social media, or those issues came up. But at some level, in a positive sense for the public role, I think at the high level what we're saying is empower citizens. That we have all moved into a digital environment, and I would argue that one of the reasons we have a decreasing sense of confidence in institutions, and certainly a decreasing sense of confidence in democracy and a number of other areas, is partly because we have lost individual level, we've lost agency and we've lost control. And this analysis says one of the core instruments, one of the factors of production in the modern world, which is personal data, we've lost control of it. And I think we don't pay the price when we're on there buying the plane ticket, but I think our institutions do pay the price and our societies have paid the price. So I think at a higher level, to come partly back to the political narrative, Drago, I can see in the next mandate a narrative which says, building on all the work we have done to put the rights and to reinforce the rights of Europeans as data users and controllers, we are now as European institutions to help individual Europeans to feel empowered and give them power about their lives as digital citizens, of which then a number of these things fall out. And to help you be a digital citizen, we're not asking you to become Mark Zuckerberg. We're not asking you to know that much about how it is. We will want to work on mechanisms to give you power and information enough for you to have more control and for you to build trust that you can be in a digital world where the institutions are helping you to be in control and to give you mechanisms of trust. I think at a high level that's the narrative and the need, and I think this is a contribution to that. I'll finish with this final point. All of this takes place across the internet, which is a topological network. It does not know geographic boundaries. There is no such thing as a geographic boundary on the way the internet works. So the only concept of sovereignty at some core level is about the sovereignty individuals have about their own actions and their own data. If you want to build a concept of European sovereignty in the digital economy for the next 5 centuries, a lot of it is about how do you empower people's personal data, personal sovereignty, and help it reflect the cultural and values of that community. I made that comment to a group of people in Ottawa relatively recently, and their ears just pricked up. It was like that was music to their ears. So I think that's another thing we should think carefully about here. It's easy in a political discussion to think that the nation borders, the regional borders, sort of matter, and they do in a legal sense. But this is the stuff that matters if you want to do it in a topological sense.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you all. I mean, I would just like to end. I expressed a certain, well, skepticism probably too strong a word, but sort of a certain concern that that habits are difficult to change, which they are, but they're not impossible to change. And the example that sort of occurred to me when Paul and I were talking earlier is that norms around smoking. I'm not comparing internet use to smoking, just so that we're clear, but norms around smoking, which is a habit, which was completely socially acceptable for a very, very long time, have changed relatively rapidly, partly thanks to various regulatory interventions, partly thanks to taxation and so on and so forth, partly thanks to the realization that it was dangerous, right? As basically science, research, knowledge. Again, this is not to compare the internet to smoking. It might have some similarities, but it is not exactly the same. Habits can change. Perhaps ideas like this will help change them. Thank you very much.
No, we need to. No, we are late. We have people online waiting. Okay, David, Marco, Jerome, and I think we also have. We only have a man here.
No, we have Barbara.
Barbara. Okay. Do we have enough chair?
I stand. I can stand.
Ah, you can stand. Okay. Non abbiamo i cavalieri. So we need to have.
L'unica è se vuoi stare lì i primi 20 minuti che loro parlano e poi ti invito sopra. Allora lo stesso vale per Barbara magari.
No, Barbara è l'unica.
Lo so, però guarda,
Scusa, c'è una sedia.
Se viene Barbara viene anche lui.
Ecco.
No,
No, Luca, vieni.
Siamo in troppi.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. We have an additional chair here. No, but we can have, so you are also for the chair. Fammi aggiungere una sedia, scusami.
No, io sto qua. Qui ci sono.
Però noi abbiamo anche con te lì, abbiamo bisogno di sedia.
Una per Marco, una per Luca.
E Barbara?
Barbara ce l'ha.
Ah, ok, all right. Ok, no, Marco, we can fit.
Sì.
No, lo so.
No, io no.
L'hai trovato? È lì davanti a te. Sì, sì, è una sì. È- Ok, ok. Niente. Ciao, Marco.
Director Nava, qui dalla sala la sentono tutti.
Buongiorno, sì, mi spiace.
Riusciamo a sentirla correttamente, la vediamo molto bene. Non so quanto lei riuscirà a vedere del panel e della sala.
Vedo benino la sala e il resto è ok.
Lo sentiamo un po' con l'eco o sbaglio?
Io sento un po' di... Non so bene perché, ma c'è un po' di... Aspetti che provo. Adesso mi sente meglio? No. Aspetti.
Lei mi sa che sei attivo, Mario, ti do del tuo, sei attivo su due link, sei connesso 2 volte, quindi la voce ci arriva in
Sono connesso 2 volte.
ma credo che forse anche voi potete kick one of the Marios out of the room.
Ok, perfetto. Adesso infatti uno dei due Mario è stato eliminato. Dovrebbe essere ok adesso. Ok, dovremmo esserci. Vedo Marco
Francesco, mi dai te un cut-off di quando dobbiamo...
e basta.
Meno di un'ora non ce la facciamo.
Ciao Marco.
I was trying to think, okay, what is the performance management, relation management we can use? No dinner unless, it's more about the incentive or punishment. What is the more? I think no dinner if you're not. with just a half-hour delay, we can start this session that is supposed to follow on one of the difficult nuts to crack that we have in the path to a stronger and more united Europe, because we want to focus a little bit on the spending side and the possibility of reaching maybe a fiscal capacity for Europe, which also is, as you all know, probably crucially linked also on the success of the ongoing trial that is called Next Generation EU. So I'm here, I'm David Rinaldi, Director of Studies and Policies at the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, one of the political foundations partners of this nice 3-day getaway in Pontignano. And we have thought, together with the Vision, to structure this session around one of the joint projects that we have that is called Recovery Watch, which is not a structured observatory, but is a very informal gathering of organizations led by 3 progressives think tank, the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, and Institut Emil van der Velde, that is the think tank of the Belgian socialists, actually. Together we have created a package, this Recovery Watch, in which we want to check the national recovery and resilience plans, how they can really advance our union and our member states in the direction of climate investment, digital investment, trying to have some comparative analysis. What are the novelty that the social measure brings in? We have been looking at, for instance, that you can find papers already online at FEPS/Recovery Watch on, for instance, comparative analysis of the child policy measures within the national recovery plans, or how place sensitive the different plans were, or how much the care sector have been addressed, how structurally transformative the climate session of the plans were. But today we look at 2 in front of me I have Francesco, and just this week we have published one with Vision that instead looks at how the digital investment included in the Next Generation EU can transform the delivery of health and education. So it's the good part of the digital spending in providing access to education. But the digital transition was the session of the previous session. Here we focus instead on what are the changes for European economic governance linked to the RRF and to the Next Generation EU. And we can benefit from 2 distinguished professors that have been following, leading, and writing on two different topics. The first we will look at done in collaboration with Ofshe Sciences Po Paris, and we have here their Director of Study, Jérôme Kriel. Thanks a lot for joining us from Paris. It's a study on making the Next Generation EU a permanent tool. So it was a big novelty on joint borrowing. Can it be replicated? Inside also a look on the European public goods that can be financed. And very importantly, exactly today, this is an occasion for us to publish and launch the second study that is available as of 1 hour ago on FEPS website. We have a nice study on governing the RRF, with a complex title, because the study looks at the drafting, implementing, and monitoring on the national recovery and resilience plans as an interactive model, multi-level process. And it is exactly this feeling of, milestones, targets for money.
can that be a blueprint for the future of EU spending? We will be asked this question to our lead scientist and author, Jonathan Zeitling, emeritus professor at the University of Amsterdam and also founder there of the Amsterdam Center for European Studies, now also fellow at the European University Institute. So we will have these two relatively academic contributions to try to check what we have learned from the RRF and the Next Generation EU. And we will go after that to Marco Buti, that you are all, I think you all know him for his work at the Commission, DG ECFIN first, and then as head of cabinet of the Commissioner Gentiloni. But as of this month, he instead took office at the European University Institute, where he is the Tommaso Padoa-Schioppa Chair for Economic and Monetary Integration in our Union. After Marco, we will extend and expand the discussion. By now, you are certainly familiar with Barbara Kolm, our great vice president from the Austrian Central Bank, for a comment. To my left, Luca Mezzomo, head of macroeconomic analysis at Intesa San Paolo, leading Italian and European bank. And connected, you see, on top of our speakers, Mario Nava. He's connected from Brussels, where he is the Director General at the Secretariat of the Commission in the Director General that follows the support to the reforms. So that he struggles daily to help member states to do the reforms, and we have to check if this system helped. But we have little time, so I shut up, but I have introduced all of you, and we go directly first with an input by Jérôme, and then by Jonathan.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction, David. Thanks to FEPS for asking us to work on this tricky issue, and thanks to Francesco for welcoming us here in Siena. So I try to be brief, and I wish I could recall first the context of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, then discuss rapidly about the possible results it may have achieved, and about the future based on this study that you were mentioning, David, with my co-authors at the OFC. So the context is the following. So the Next Generation EU and the RRF are part of a one-off program with gradual and very limited amount of money. Because it's for 27 countries, it has increased the EU budget by less than 75%. It's not a small number, but since we start from an EU budget that is not that big, it's not a big amount. This project, this proposal and program have been developed at a moment when monetary policy was very accommodative and during an economic crisis, the post-COVID crisis. It also includes very limited risk sharing, because this risk sharing will only occur in the very long run if the EU has not been able to provide new own resources to pay back for the debt that has been mutualized. It may well be that there is some risk sharing, but in the long run, and only on half of the amounts that have been distributed, because it's only on the grants that this risk sharing might occur. This program is also targeted towards the needs of the countries rather than being proportional on the relative size of the countries, meaning that there has been more money for Italy than for Germany, which is usually not the case, except in the cohesion policy, which is a tiny part of the EU budget. And also, this program is targeted towards two prominent challenges, namely the ecological transition and the digitalization transition. I want to take just a minute recalling that the ECB has been performing very expansionary and accommodative policies since the Next Generation EU has started. namely the continuation of the public sector purchase program, the PSPP, and also the development, and now the hint, of the pandemic emergency purchase program. The amounts are tremendous, but the objectives have nothing to do with the recovery, nor with resilience. PSPP was meant at pushing up inflation expectations, while the PEP was there to try to limit financial fragmentation and try to escape bank instability. Okay. So, and these policies by the ECB have been performed without any risk sharing, because the capital key at the ECB equity has been fulfilled in these two programs, although some flexibility was allowed with the PEP, but not that much used. So the reason I wanted to recall that is that the Next Generation EU was born at a moment when monetary policy and fiscal policies were complementary one to another. They were not having the same objective, although they were performed at the same moment. Results of Next Generation EU and RRF before thinking about the future. My first point is that the main result of RRF and the Next Generation EU is political and symbolic, because we've seen the European Union act swiftly after the COVID and during the COVID-19 crisis to try to limit the cost to the population. We've been getting through the red line of debt mutualization, and we've been targeting the policies towards quite undisputed challenges like the ecological transition and the digitalization transition. So I think it was very good to see the EU defend the interests of the EU citizens, and almost in real time. Okay? So I don't think we should underestimate this political advantage of Next Generation EU, because the EU can deliver, okay? Which is not always the case, or not always felt this way. What about other results? It's very difficult to say if Next Generation EU will achieve the objectives that was given to it. I think Jonathan will deal much more on that than I will. But what is important to recall is that although it was decided in July, December 2020, money has started flowing only in 2021, and the peak of funds will just arrive in 2023. So since the money has not come in entirely, it's very difficult to tell whether it will have achieved and delivered the results. So I will take my cap as an academic and say that on the theoretical side, there is a consensus these days among most macroeconomists, if not all macroeconomists, that a fiscal policy will be proving effective provided it is timely, targeted, and temporary. Okay? So in this respect, Next Generation EU looks like the perfect macroeconomic policy. It was a reaction in real time that has proven that there was someone discussing about the problem and trying to fix them. It was considered one-off and temporary, and it was targeted to those in need, so it seems it may have proven effective. Another consensus in the literature considers that the tools on which you use fiscal policy, is also important. It does matter. And public investment is considered as having more impact on the economy than public consumption. And in this respect, this Next Generation EU program and the RRF are funding public investment. It also goes in the good direction. Should it be continuing? The problem is the context has substantially changed. Inflation is back. Monetary policy is no longer accommodative. I don't know if it is restrictive, considering that the nominal interest rates are still below inflation rates, so maybe it's not that much restrictive, but it's no longer accommodative. Monetary policy is weighing on interest payments that have been going up, and that's not good for interest payments on debt. And we have geopolitical risk that has increased and that raises a new concern, namely defense. So some ask us, FEPS ask us to deal with next generation 2.0. Should it be continuing with needs expressed by national governments and only ex post control? Okay, so our answer in the paper is no. We don't need a next generation EU 2.0, and I think yesterday Marco made a similar point. The reason is that I think quite consistently with Marco, we are willing to deal with the provision of European public goods, but decided at the European level, not decided by national governments one after the other. Why? Why do we think we need a European reply to the different problems we're facing? First reason, we're facing protectionism by foreign countries, like China, but also by some allies, like the US, and certainly it requires a reaction by the EU. And since European competition and state aid policies are a European competence, this reaction must certainly be European. Second point, we share common challenges like ecological issues, health protection issues, now defense, that certainly require the European provision of public goods to, let's say, generate some economies of scale and maybe continue to position the EU as a benchmark in this respect. Another point that relates to the provision of European public goods at the European level is also the struggles between countries once there is an amount of money that they wish to allocate to their own country, own industry at the expense of their partners within the EU. Certainly, we need to limit the biases in favor of nationalism and combat this economic nationalism. Still on the political front, I think we should not forget that the social crisis that has stemmed from the redistributive consequences of the inflation surge may, at some moment, divert Europeans from the EU project. For some citizens might wonder where the EU was, where the inflation surge reduces substantially their purchasing power. The EU was discussing, the member states were discussing about some sanctions against Russia that took a while to be decided upon, that do not touch that much upon gas. It doesn't touch about gas, which discussed about petrol and oil. But during that moment when there were discussions at the EU level, these were our governments, national governments, that were fighting with the margins for maneuver they could have, the consequences on purchasing power of this inflation surge. I come from a country, France, where there has been a whatever it takes policy that has been very costly, but that has permitted to reduce substantially the inflation surge. And usually at the ECB, they love France these days because it has permitted to reduce the average inflation rate all over the euro area. We are a relatively big country and we have the lowest inflation rate. Not at this moment. Spain is doing better, but we have been doing quite well thanks to policy decisions. Why should we be going further in providing these European public goods? Also because the reaction by the EU of sometimes relabeling EU project. I saw in a tweet by Redeker that it seems that the sovereign wealth funds will not be considered something as new as one should have thought at the beginning. Or sometimes we see the reaction of the EU reallocating funds. In the Repower EU, there are funds that are coming entirely from the funds of Next Generation EU that have not been used so far. So it's always the same amount of money. I think the people in Europe, they deserve more and better. So maybe we need a new project. And if we look at the European surveys, we can see that the Europeans, they're asking for more Europe, not less Europe, but certainly they think that they need a project to struggle for. So in this FEPS policy study, we decided to recommend a European impetus in favor of the provision of European public goods, but without a treaty change. Okay, so it's tricky not to have a treaty change, but yes, but we thought that it would create an open Pandora's box that I think the member states are not willing to open, so that we thought it was important to remain in the treaties. And to do so, we proposed the creation of a European Public Investment Agency that would provide the ex-ante orientation towards public investment, deciding on the supply and the amount in the supply of European public goods and the allocation across member states, with an ex-post control by the agency with the Commission. And we, in this paper, discuss about the taxonomy of public investments, where we distinguish three possible advantages with the supply of public goods: producing externalities that certainly would accelerate also private investment, increasing the returns to scale, and also lowering uncertainty in a world of high uncertainty. I'm almost done. While this new European agency could be backed by debt mutualization again, we argue in the paper on a different path. We think that the funding should come from taxes. Okay. The reason is not only related to the fact that the interest rates have increased, and with this increase in the interest rates, the fiscal burden would be increasing if we had more debt. The reason for taxing in order to supply European public goods is political. If we have a federal leap towards a long-lasting, if not a permanent provision of European public goods, this will have democratic consequences. If national governments do not directly decide upon the EU-funded public investment on their own territory, who represents the national and European interests of the people? It will be the EU itself. So in this project, we consider that the political leap will require that Parliament is more involved than ever. Decision must be discussed with the European Parliament. But we think this is not enough to go through the European Parliament, because following the adage that no representation can work without taxation, the European Public Investment Agency must also be backed by its own resources. So I conclude saying that the RRF experience so far shows that tax funding requirements are generally postponed. So I can't be too optimistic that new own resources to fund a European Public Investment Agency will arise soon. Okay. But the road will be consistent, generating the needed investment for households and firms in Europe, while identifying the provision of new European expenditures with European taxes. This is what we propose in this paper. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Jerome. I take 1 second to give the possibility to our technicians to air the slides of Professor Zeitling online, to recap what you said in maybe one nutshell. Do we want another next generation EU? No, but the reason is because there's too little Europe. There's Europe in the spending and too little Europe in the strategic planning, so that we need more, more intelligence from Europe in the spending side. And perhaps following experts will respond to that. Professor Zeitling,
okay.
What can we learn from the RRF governance?
Yes, quite a lot, I think. I've taken the title that was proposed for this session: Can milestone-based investments and reforms work for a stronger Europe? And I'm going to give you an answer to that. Assuming that I can advance the slides. What am I doing wrong? Okay, I'm holding it wrong, okay. And so my answer in one sentence is yes, but not in its current form. And the conclusion is based on the study of this FEPS policy study co-authored with David Bockhorst and Edgar Saimanis, governing the RRF, drafting, implementing, and monitoring national recovery and resilience plans as an interactive multi-level process. As David has said, it's just out today. We're totally thrilled. We've been working on this very hard for a year, so it's great that it can be now out for this conference. And our study covers 8 member states. They vary in terms of their size, but also in terms of the RRF financial envelope. That is, how much money did they get from the Next Generation EU program in term related to their GDP. So we look at Belgium, Croatia, Estonia, Italy, Latvia, Portugal, Slovakia, and Spain. And we also look at 3 contrasting cases, Austria, Germany, and the Netherlands, which got much less money proportionally, were also much less ambitious in their plans. And our findings are based on very extensive documentary research, but also about 60 interviews with Commission and national officials who were involved in the process, and in some countries also other domestic stakeholders. So if we want to say what is new, what's original about the governance design of the RRF, really there are 3 elements. The first is what we can call a demand-driven process of plan formulation. So the plans are really driven by the countries themselves, and that has laid the foundation for strong national ownership, of course, stronger in some countries than others. Secondly, reforms in this model are linked to investments through positive incentives rather than negative sanctions. So unlike, let's say, the Growth and Stability Pact, which was built on negative sanctions that have never been implemented, here we have positive financial support from the EU for investments which are in turn linked to reform. And let me say, both of those elements of the governance design, I think, are very positive and have worked relatively well. We have a lot to say about them in the study. Now, I want to focus on the third element, which is the performance-based financing. And here the idea is that payments from the EU to member states are tied to the fulfillment of predetermined milestones and targets rather than costs, as in the structural and cohesion funds and other programs. The slogan is results, not receipts. And for reasons I'll explain to you in a moment, while the idea of performance-based financing, I think, is also positive and valuable, the way it has been implemented in the RRF, I think, is problematic, and I think we could do better in future programs. So here is this key weakness of the RRF governance model, and this we document very extensively through interviews with national officials and also Commission officials. So the mechanical linkage of payment to fulfillment of fixed milestones and targets. I mean, in a way, the idea is it's familiar. If you take your clothes to the dry cleaner, you have to show the receipt afterwards in order to get your clothes back. So no delivery, you don't fulfill the milestones and targets, you don't get the money. Now, the problem is this mechanical linkage of payment to fulfillment of milestones and targets fixed at the beginning, we find often directs attention on both sides, that is the Commission side and also the national side, away from the underlying purpose of the reforms and investments. And so it involves a lot of human resources which are not really productive. They're not about improving the implementation of the reforms and the investments, but instead verifying whether, for example, the right documents have been produced to justify the payment request. And this, in turn, tends to sap the national ownership at all levels of government within the member states. And secondly, the inflexibility of this variant of performance-based financing makes it very difficult to adjust the milestones and targets to unforeseen circumstances. It can be done, That has been done also through Repower EU, but it is a very complex and cumbersome exercise to reopen national plans. You have to show it's due to objective circumstances. And there's no mechanism, no provision for learning from implementation experience during the execution of the reforms and investment projects themselves. And I think this is a little bit surprising because we know that Commission officials discussed these ideas with officials of the World Bank and so on before the RF regulation was drafted. But what we find is that the way the EU has designed this performance-based financing system ignores the lessons of past international experience, both positive and negative. And there is a wealth of studies, both at the international level with development aid and at the national level in terms of performance-based budgeting, which shows that it often does not work very well. It promotes gaming, it promotes goal displacement, and it often is more symbolic than substantive in transformation. So on the positive side, if we look at best practice in the management of innovative investment and reform projects in the private sector, let's say, in contracting for innovation between a biotech company and a pharma company to develop a new drug or a new vaccine, or in the public sector, we think of things like ARPA-E for innovative energy in the US, or Pemandu in Malaysia, which oversaw both in big investment projects like new transport systems, but also reforms like reforms of taxation. We find there that what you typically have in these successful management of projects is what I call diagnostic monitoring. I'll define that in the next slide, of broad revisable goals and a system of joint problem solving, not a focus on the fulfillment of predetermined milestones and targets. So what is diagnostic monitoring? And here I want to quote from my friend and collaborator, Charles Sable from Columbia Law School. Ongoing supervision and periodic review by stakeholders of problems encountered in realizing initial and avowedly provisional plans with the aim of devising effective methods of implementation when that's possible, or revisiting project goals when there's good reason to think it's not. And why do you need this kind of system of monitoring? Because of high and rising levels of uncertainty and heterogeneity. And these, in turn, undermine the possibility of relying on ex-ante plans whose assumptions will likely prove incorrect or incomplete and in need of revision during the implementation process. And the point here is this kind of system of monitoring is aimed at facilitating and organizing problem solving by the actors concerned, not using the threat of punishment for bad performance as an incentive for good behavior. And interestingly, we also found when we talked to national officials who had experience of long-term reform and investment projects, that they had a very similar idea of how they should be done. So we have a recommendation here, which is, for the future at any rate, to revise the RF performance-based financing system to allow greater flexibility in monitoring investment and reform commitments through a multi-tiered system of diagnostic monitoring. So that would mean moving away from the conception in the RRF of national plans as putatively complete contracts in order to incorporate explicit processes for modifying milestones and targets in response not only to unanticipated changes in external circumstances like the invasion of Ukraine and the inflation in energy prices, but also to take account of lessons learned in the course of project implementation itself. Now, given the limits of The Commission's staffing and informational capacity is very understandable, limits given its size. Such a system would need to rely on more robust national monitoring arrangements overseen by independent domestic authorities and then subject to periodic joint review with the Commission, focusing on problematic cases which could be bumped up to a higher level for resolution. And this is actually how the best forms of EU regulation work, for example, in areas like food safety. So just to conclude, we argue that reforming the performance-based financing system in this sort of way would make it possible to retain the benefits of the RRF governance model in terms of national ownership and the linkage between investments and reforms, while avoiding and overcoming the deficiencies and the perverse effects of performance-based financing as we document in our study. And we think also these findings are very relevant to current proposals to adapt elements of the RRF governance model to other EU policy issues like the reform of the fiscal framework, but also the possible transformation of the cohesion fund. So thanks for your patience, and I hope I haven't gone too long.
Professor Buti, you are now a little bit more free to speak than you were last month. So we listen to your guidance.
Thank you very much. I have taken liberties in the past also, so it's even freer. Okay, no, thank you very much. I'm very happy that we have, I hope he's still there, we don't see him. Mario Nava, everybody has a past. You know? And Mario and myself, we have a past together, having worked in the Commission for many years. But we have, you know, a more specific common experience. We both contributed as rapporteur to the Sapir report of 20 years ago. And in the context of that, that was the time when Romano Prodi, who was here yesterday, was president of the Commission, and we worked in the group of policy advisors at the time. And as a background paper for our contribution to the Sapir report, we wrote what I consider, you know, I've written many things, but this is one of the things I'm happy about having written, which was a working paper actually published by the European University Institute at the time, so somehow it was a bit predestined to end up at the EUI eventually. And the title of the working paper was Towards a European Budgetary System. And I read you the very first little paragraph of the paper, and here what it says. As it stands today, so 20 years ago, the EU budget is a historical relic. Three failures are most evident. First, its spending composition is heavily tilted toward the support of a declining sector, agriculture. Second, it is almost impossible to reallocate spending across time and across policies to reflect economic and political priorities. And third, its size bears no comparison to any of the budgets of the EU countries, and it is unrelated with the EU goals. I think if you take the TIPEX and change the date, I mean, we are not far away from an assessment which is, you know, relatively valid today as well. I mean, a lot has been done, and clearly there is the novelty on Next Generation EU at the RRF, but I think the issue that we put on the table at the time still stand. Then the response in the paper was to look at the EU fiscal relations as a budgetary system, in a system of vertical coordination. That was the proposal at the time. So what I want to do here is two things. One is what are the overall, and I zoom out, I don't zoom in compared to the previous speakers. So the first question is that what are the conditions in order to put in place this EU budgetary system? And second, what the EU level would look like coherent with these ideas and coherent also with the next generation EU and the recent developments. And in passing, I'll make a comment on Jonathan's point on diagnostic monitoring. So, okay, first point here, okay, is, okay, let's go directly to the last slides, there's only two. So basically what you have here is, in this slide, I try to encapsulate in this slide here, basically 20 years of budgetary relations. So we have, you can see here is, I have a dimension which is the central fiscal capacity, so whether something at the center exists or not, in a meaningful way, and whether you have binding fiscal constraints on the national budgets. And you have the combinations, the four combinations that you see here. And if you follow the arrows, you will see the evolution of the system over the past, let's say, 15 to 20 years. So basically pre-global financial crisis and then till today. So what you see is the first one, so you have the global financial crisis, Lehman Brothers, and morphing into the sovereign debt crisis in Europe. And the answer at the time was there was no central fiscal capacity. We were in the Maastricht regime, in the pure Maastricht regime. And we had the binding fiscal constraints. And I have to say here, binding fiscal constraints essentially on vulnerable countries imposed by the markets. So it was the austerity period, which also were taken up in the management of the EU IMF programs for countries in trouble. Okay, you can see in red here, I consider this is not an economic equilibrium. It's not something that is sustainable over time. So we moved then into the sovereign debt crisis aftermath. So there was essentially after the, I put 2014, but this is the, let's say, after the coda of the whatever it takes of Mario Draghi, 2012, and the, let's say, the more peaceful market environment which followed that. And there we had basically no, we still did not have a central fiscal capacity, and the pact was, the Stability and Growth Pact was actually implemented in a very flexible manner at the time. So my conclusion here is that this is not an institutional equilibrium. So you cannot run a currency area based on a no of this on these two dimensions. Then you move to the third quadrant, and here that's what happens with Next Generation EU following the pandemic shock. So Next Generation EU, and then GEC is the application of the General Escape Clause where we suspended the rules of the Stability Pact. And okay, my conclusion here, again, I mean, I go, first order assessment. This is not a political equilibrium. You cannot have something that is, a central intervention and actually not applying some form of rules at the national level. So, okay, these are the three quadrants through for which allow, I think, to capture the journey till today. So, what is, in my view, the stable quadrant where economic, institutional, and political equilibrium conditions are met, and it is the yes quadrant. So, and here you'll see the arrow is in dotted forms, we are not there. And I think here what would characterize this is a situation in which you have credible, robust constraints at the national level, and you have a central fiscal capacity of a permanent form, not of a temporary nature. And here the big issues is the supply of European public goods and the issue of the own resources, so the fiscal extraction type to buttress the financing of the EPGs and buttress also the possible issuance of common debt to finance this. Now, I'm not going to spend time on that, but if you look at it can be distributed. I have another slide, which is the one that you see here, and it is the evolution, the real Hamiltonian moment, the evolution in the US back to pre-war of independence and Hamilton, etc. And you'll see the same type of journey, but eventually landing in the quadrant yes. Okay, so this is the first point. So the conditions which allow to get to the, I think, to what is, in my view, a stable EU budgetary system. Second question is that what you can do in terms of the reform of the EU level, so the EU budget, in order to get there and to have a proper interaction, what we call in the paper Mario and then subsequently also vertical coordination between the EU budget and the national budgets. Okay, now I really look at the possible new steady state. How would you organize the EU budget? And then one can see how to get there. And I go back to a moment to things that I think I said yesterday during the other session. I think one should rethink the EU budget based on the experience of Next Generation EU and the RRF under two big chapters. And the two big chapters are, on the one hand, genuine European public goods, so public goods that you in the economic and non-economic area that you finance and deliver at the European level. And then you have a second chapter, second big chapter in the EU budget, which is essentially inspired by Next Generation EU, which would be based on, let's say, transfers to the member states, but for goals which are coherent with country-specific recommendations and with EU priorities. So you have genuine European public goods on the first chapter, and what I've called European public goods by aggregation in the second chapter. So this, I think, what I would, where I think we should go, and since we are talking about big priorities for to have a proper informed debate in view of the European elections, I think it's something that is a proposition that one could test with the electorate. Now, let me end with two considerations. Okay, one, we know that rarely there is a big bang in Europe. Okay, Next Generation EU was a big bang prompted by a major crisis, but otherwise we tend to do things step by step. So I think the first opportunity here to start to move in this direction, which would be highly desirable in my view, is to take seriously the forthcoming review of the MFF, so the multi-year budget. We have a midterm review. It is forthcoming in the next weeks. The Commission will come forward with proposals. I think it would be usually in the past, these type of midterm reviews have been, taken as, minimal, with minimal changes. I think this time round, I think it could be the opportunity to actually to make the first steps in the supply of European public goods and go in the direction that I tried to explain before. So this is the first consideration. Now the second consideration and final one is what Jonathan said on diagnostic monitoring. Okay, I find personally the conclusion is too harsh on next generation EU. Okay, I think there is a lot to learn, and I'm sure the contribution, the study which we are going to study and look at with utmost care, and my colleagues in the Commission will do that even better than me, is going to offer very important options and recommendations. I find that the move from an input-based, let's say, or invoice-based approach towards an output-based approach, I think, is a great improvement. It clearly puts the bar very high for the member state, much higher for the member states. I think a step that we have not done yet, or not done fully, is to move from input to an output-based to an outcome-based. I think that is the final one, which would look at the way it is the reforms and investment actually produced also macroeconomic or sectoral relevant changes. I think is still not fulfilled. But why do we have the system of monitoring that we have with milestones and targets? Okay, if you want to summarize it, taking the economic theory into account, it is because we are in a system in which you have the European Commission as the agent of the Council being as a principal, but in a situation of imperfect confidence. So that is the problem or the issue that has led to this type of structuring milestones and targets. And so one has to understand what the roots are. If you recreate the confidence and you have a freer agent, still with the principal obviously being the member states and the council, I think you can do something more flexibly than you have that you have indicated. Second, I have to say I would not agree, but here Mario can correct me. Is there? I would not agree to depict the Commission as a rigid body on that. I mean, what we have done, we have actually worked very closely with the member states to adapt to change the situation, to adapt to the projects and targets in a rather flexible manner. What you could do below the line, we did it because it was an adjustment at the operational level. I think what the RRF regulation requires that you go through Article 21 to change the program, so there it's more cumbersome, but I think we have helped informally member states a lot in that direction. Clearly what we said is that, okay, changes have to be justified well, they have to be tailor-made, they cannot be pret-à-porter, with changing wholesale changes to the program, but I think the Commission overall has shown, I think, a good understanding of the changing circumstances. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Buti. Let me ask for a little bit of patience from our speakers in the room, Barbara and Luca, and we go to Director General Nava. You've been called into questions a couple of times. You have 5 minutes actually to give your contribution, perhaps responding to what Buti is saying. If we can get to the yes,
in terms of fiscal capacity and strong fiscal rules, while also at the same time your comments on the lessons from the RRF.
Thank you very much, and many thanks to my very good friend Marco for his presentation. I must say, had I spoken first, I would have not been able to be as eloquent as him, but I would have certainly started from the same point, which is the point of what has happened to the EU budget and the EU way to do it. I would probably even go one step before and look at the classical Musgravian division of what a public authority should do and what do you do at the local and at the regional, at the national, and at the supranational level, meaning the European level. And I think what has happened in the, let's say, third and fourth square of Marco, so what has happened since COVID and war, is that the European Union has entered the area of macroeconomic stabilization. We did it a little bit with the Juncker plan, although in a different way, but somehow the Juncker plan, if you remember, was to cope for an investment gap, which is what we have done with the Juncker plan, and then it had various declinations. But here, with COVID and the war, it became very clear that the two issues that we had at hand, COVID and war, were too big even for the biggest of the member states, and therefore only a joint action was possible. Very much what the first professor was saying, stronger when acting united, which is not an ideological position. It's just, if you go back to the paper of Marco and myself of 22 years ago, it's just the fact, as we put it there, that at some point the coordination costs are much smaller than the benefits from coordination. And if you think how we got out of COVID and how we are coping with war, well, that is very evident that is exactly what happened. Now, the fact that Europe is doing macro-financial stabilization is not a banal fact, because it means that there is an implicit recognition. And I repeat, this is all economics. It's got nothing to do with ideology, being pro or against Europe. It's got nothing to do. It's just the strength of the market, as Marco put it in his first square. But this is some sort of institutional market, quote unquote, if you want. So the fact that we have done that clearly has changed the dynamics. I would also tend to agree, but here, I'm a commission official. I could definitely be biased, but I would also tend to agree with Marco that the Commission has shown a very, very high degree of flexibility, both at the very beginning when conceiving the plan, when thinking aloud nearly of what could be done, and then going to negotiate with the Council and the Parliament, but also later on when it came, for example, the war arrived, the plans were already made, and we had to conceive a major addition. Actually, in many countries it's called the addendum, which had to do with energy, the energy situation. So I would say that the flexibility has been used. So on my side, I believe that we have a number of useful progresses that have been made. The one of moving away from costs to results, it's also very important. It belongs to the RRF, and clearly, I think, even intellectually, when the first students will start writing thesis about that, but intellectually, I think has been a major step forward, because, well, first of all, it gives, in a way, it puts onus and responsibilities on the member states, but at the same time, it ensures that the commitment is there. Now, one thing I always say at this type of debate is when you look at the Next Generation EU, it was approved in July 2020, 750 billions. 6 months earlier, in January, member states could not agree on a small increase of the budget of 15 billions, so 50 times smaller. Yes, okay, there was not yet COVID. Actually, COVID there was, but we didn't know it. So there was no COVID emotion, so to speak. But clearly the difference between a no for 15 and a yes for 750 has to do with the fact that we moved toward the resultative method and that we introduced the aspect of reforms. Actually, the reforms are the true novelty, because the reforms are what make the mechanism interesting, because if reforms are made, then there is growth also in countries who have difficulties to grow. I mean, few people have observed, at least in this round table, that 2021 and 2022 were very special years in some respect, because were the first 2 years since 25 where the South-North convergence has happened. And not only has happened, but if you check the Commission forecast that Marco's former DG produce every 3-4 months, you see that in those countries who have grown less, one of the greatest contribution to growth was the indirect effect of the RRF in the other countries. So I do believe that the RRF has brought about greater integration for sure, greater economic, let me say, rationality, or if you want, greater economic ability to respond to the crisis. And to close, because my 4 minutes are over, but to close, a month ago, we have done a Eurobarometer. And we have asked to the Eurobarometer, to the people of Europe, we have asked, what are the things that you would expect from Europe? And the Eurobarometer is all public, you can check it. Response number 1, please help us in crisis. So the people of Europe, in a way, realize that when the crisis is big, it's logical that the response comes big as well, so comes not. That's the first thing they say. The second thing that they say is, please help us with knowledge and best practices from other countries. Once again, this is a very good proof of integration. They know there are possibilities to get from other countries, and they say this can be done. And the third thing that they say is, please help us with knowledge and competence that you can bring, even before asking for money. This is a very mature type of response on the side of the European citizens, or if you want, is a response which proves that the RRF has probably changed the picture in a very good way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Director General Nava. If you want to come back, you're allowed to go back to the panel. You contextualized the RRF and Next Generation EU as the Commission doing some macro-financial stabilization. I think that's the perfect moment to bring in the view of macroeconomists and central bankers. Should we go to Vice President Kohl first for a comment on this? And should we go to towards a fiscal capacity with fiscal rules? A comment on the Next Generation EU and on the Commission role on macro stabilization.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, this is a very, very, very complex topic, and I quickly go through my points. Of course, they are radical, as always, but the goal is to raise competitiveness not only for Europe as itself, but also within Europe. And I think this should be our goal. Then we should look at the duration of the bonds as well, and of the financing. Technology catches up much faster these days than 10 years ago. And the duration of the funding should also be looked into that. Then the next point is there is a huge gap between political desires and what has been pointed out on by all sides here, the technical possibilities that we see. So these gaps need to be kind of, despite the fact that we do a lot of collaboration and discussion, and Marco has especially pointed that out when he says he works with the national states to adapt the frameworks for that, but this will constantly be an issue. was a good reason why Jim Buchanan was awarded the Nobel Prize in economics, if you look at public choice. Next point, I agree with the monitoring and the measuring. I would even go further and introduce KPIs on that front. And then the general question is, what incentives do we also create for the capital markets in Europe? Because after all, we need that to grow. And I mean, this is the goal, to grow and create prosperity. So I would also, and we at the Austrian Central Bank have looked into that. What the Bank of England has implemented a long time ago was the growth fund. And this was very successfully done by the cooperation between the banks and the Bank of England to leverage money in a different way. So this is something that we could, in addition to what has been put on the table already, use to have additional sources. And after all, and I think it has been mentioned many times, this can only work if we rethink the EU budgeting process and if we rethink the entire budget there. And lastly, I would also mention that moving from input to output and to outcome is truly important. And the checks and balances that have been on the table for the now, since we are in midterm more or less, are not sufficient, and the cost-benefit analysis of the respective projects should also be, should be kind of uprisen. And after all, KPIs are already mentioned, but I think this constant monitoring is a true issue. And personally, I am very critical about financing this via taxes, because eventually this will kind of create an endless big hole for desires, and we also would have to kind of rethink the entire system of how we run the European Union, of how we run Brussels, and therefore I'm critical on that front. I would rather go to issues like growth fund, collaboration, and leveraging it together with the financial markets. Thank you.
Thank you. I give you the floor right away. You are in the perfect position because you have a scientific base, but also the banking and the business flavor. So, how you see the movement of the union?
And I also have the advantage of being the only one that can only ask questions and is not forced to answer questions. So I'm in a privileged position today. I very much liked to listen to the presentations before, full of interesting points. I will not comment on the part concerning the future developments of the fiscal framework in the EU. I agree with this idea of future vertical integration. I remain concerned by the likelihood they can get that result because of political feasibility, but I would like to get there. Let me instead go back to the issue of the RRF. Also, concerning the possibility of how to make this RRF work, because I mean, it's very useful to think about the framework can develop in the future, but we are in 2023, the end of the program is 2026, so we still have a lot of room to go. And it's a big chance for some countries, including the one we are now in, to do something about potential GDP growth, not just a stimulus to current demand. The issue is very relevant. I want to stress that because, first of all, when I look at my own forecast for GDP growth in Italy, they are heavily reliant on the assumption we are making about the implementation of the RRF in the short term, in the medium term, and the long term. Second point, I started to see an increasing degree of attention by investors regarding the implementation of the national plan in Italy, which was not present a few months ago. It is now beginning to rise, probably because of an international news flow on the implementation of a plan in this country. So this is something that at present is having no effect whatsoever in the bond market because of other events, including the sharp increase in domestic demand for government bonds in this month, especially from the retail sector. But looking ahead, I think this is something that could eventually affect the risk premium. So we should be very careful and think seriously on how to make this plan work here in Italy, especially because in the end, this is the country which is relying the most on the implementation of the RRF. And there are two related questions I would like to make to the panelists. First of all, what we can do to improve the implementation performance of this plan now. So what is feasible given the institutional framework we have, given the regulation which governs the plan. So what are the areas in which you can imagine to act in order to improve the implementation performance of the plan? And then I have another related question which comes from my personal experience. When the plan was launched and the activities began, I noticed that within the bank, almost immediately, a sharp increase of activity related to the plan. We were not directly involved, but we were preparing to help our customers to do work related to the plan. So this makes me think that we have a great potential in mobilizing human capital within the private sector to improve the implementation of a plan. So I was thinking whether you have ideas regarding changes to make to the plans in order to improve this mobilization of human capital, which is present in the economy. I mean, in the finance sector, in professional services, there are many competencies that could be mobilized to make the implementation more effective. Related point, there is a discussion at present within my bank, but also I see that in the papers regarding a shift of the plan towards, let's say, measures that provide incentives, subsidies, or tax credits to the private sector and have a spending done, the projects being implemented by the private sector. I mean, this is not feasible in all areas of a plan. I wonder if you have any ideas regarding the potential for these changes to improve the implementation record. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the contribution and the questions. We are, of course, running late, and my apologies to the Green European Foundations that is running the next session, very interesting, on energy transition. We have two questions by Luca, which we might give to maybe Nava or Buti 1 minute to respond. Mario Nava, you want to intervene? If you can on the...
As you like.
On the flexibility and the implementation, the question was just raised.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Marco has made the response. One thing that to me is very obvious from here. First of all, I like very much what Luca said about the fact that the mere existence of the plan increases the productivity because it focuses mind. But apart from that, flexibility and implementation, one should not take let me say, a theoretical approach. This is very much of a pragmatic issue. So I could find you a very good example where there is some good implementation. I could find you a very good example of the opposite. I could find you things where the flexibility has been done till the end. I could find you many other reasons why it has not been done. So I'm frankly, probably because of the position where I am, but I'm frankly a little bit reticent to take the question in a very open way. I'm happy to discuss point by point. That's what we do for living. I'm happy to discuss project by project, but I don't see a general issue where one could generalize and say you are flexible, you are not flexible, or whatever.
Thanks a lot. So we close it here with two major issues: that we don't have a gender-based panel, and we have inherited a delay, and we are adding to it. So we are adding injustice to the injustice. There's I don't know if there was an intervention or a question. Otherwise, I would wrap up. Please.
Because we are really running late for the...
Okay, so it's just an intervention because I know you won't have time. But the one time, it was fascinating to listen to your presentations, but linking Jonathan's, I mean, really all the presentation, there is a word we haven't heard is the democratization of the recovery fund. What is the democratic dimension of it in terms of monitoring by national parliaments, civil society actors? I would have been fascinated to hear you on the European Parliament's recent requirement that the first 100 recipients of project money in every member state be made visible. Probably we need more of that, both in terms of if you have no taxation without representation, and there will be a lot of taxation, and you made it all very clear, and Marco made it so clear, we would expect much more democratic control of this whole process. And in fact, not just for the recovery fund, but all of the other funds of the EU, where the recovery fund could be a trailblazer because of those recent developments. And indeed, we know that sunshine is the best warranty of effective and however flexible it's going to be, but effective action. So I would have liked to hear that dimension.
Okay, this was more a remark than a question, because undemocratically we need to close the session. Thank you very much. Of course, this debate will have to go on. And let's clap our... Also Mario. Ciao, Mario.
Ciao. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario. We have a replacing energy at the center of the European Political Security and Democratic Project with the Green European Foundation. We will have a break of a maximum 6 minutes. And by the way, we still have 2 events after the Green European Foundation plenary, the post-war Ukraine rebuilding proposal, with Maria Lesina, and then the movie after the dinner. We start again in 7 minutes.
sit here?
No, you can sit there.
No, I do this, no?
No, I think the introducer.
I think the introduction is here, no?
No.
Like this, I don't disturb you. I'll ask him.
Yeah, I mean, in the other ones, the introducer was sitting there. I think over there, if that's fine. Thank you.
Wow.
I emailed Fabrizio, but...
Yeah, I saw that she was on the screen there.
There? Okay.
So I will protect her and will be good. Francesco, the introduction, you do it from here or from there? The introduction part, the few words that you give, you can
Wherever you want. They both work. So this is...
Oh, it works. Okay, yeah, you can sit. I'll do it standing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's give people 2 more minutes. Much needed break. I'd love to give a lecture. Must be so difficult. Yeah, that's one thing that's not gonna happen. So you will still have this session after? There's still a session, or we go for dinner, given the delay?
No, this is another session. What can you do? It's bye. Laura, again, sorry, but let's go.
All right. Does that work? Yes. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session where we'll talk about the future of energy in Europe. We want to thank very much the organizers. Francesco, certainly. Thank you, Francesco. So Vision, the European University Institute, but also the University of Siena for organizing this conference. So, I'm Laurent Standard, the political director of the Green European Foundation. As you have heard already from other foundations, we are part of this family of European political foundations. In our case, affiliated to the Green group in the European Parliament and the European Green Party. We will try to have a very energetic and political discussion to make sure that you don't fall asleep after the long series of sessions you had already, but I can promise you, knowing the moderator and the speakers, that we will deliver. The Green European Foundation is working, amongst other, on the social dimension of the Green Deal, energy and peace and security as thematic priorities. I'm very pleased that we were invited to organize this session. I'm super pleased to have the speakers and moderator. In our case, our work is slightly different than the other European political foundations. Let me tell you in 1 minute why and why we believe it's important. We work in a much more trans-European way. So we work far less in Brussels on policy issues. We deem our colleagues in the Parliament, advisors, MEPs and others, as well as in the European Green Party, better equipped and more knowledgeable. So what do? We focus on the politics that happen on the ground with our political foundations that are members, our partners, trying to do mainly 3 things. Training, political training, debates. That's the key element of political ecology and the green thinking is democracy, deep democracy, making sure that everyone has a voice and dialogue happens. And the last thing, as is the case here, we, as much as we can, but I think as Greens we can say we have delivered in the past on that. In practice, I don't know. I let you judge, but we bring new ideas and forward-looking concepts, which is what I now hand over with as a mission to Sedan as a moderator and thanking the speakers to talk about the future of energy. Certainly, the discussion is not political enough in Europe. The discussion is literally bogged down into a technocratic and market discussion around electricity market reform, repower EU and whatnot. It is a very interesting discussion certainly to be had in Brussels, but beyond that and in relation to the citizens, we do need to rethink how we relate to our energy system and also how our social model and our economic model is attached to a certain energy system. So thank you very much for inviting us. I hope you'll enjoy and see you at the end.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I don't know if you can all see me. Let me just try to stand up a bit. But welcome to another plenary session. Tomorrow's Europe, replacing energy at the center of the European political, security, and democratic project. I am Sedan Anlar. I am a climate communicator and journalist, and I'll be moderating this session. On the panel, I am joined by 5 experts. Joining us online, as you can see on the screen, Fabrizia Lapacorella, Deputy Secretary General of OECD. Here in the room, right next to me, Rosa Martinez, former Spanish MEP and from the Green European Journal's editorial board. Right next to her, we have Jessie Scott, visiting research fellow at the German Institute for Economic Research. And right next to her, we have Stéphane Bourgeois, leader of the collaborative low energy vision for the European region, the CLEVER project, and European Relations and Policy Manager at Negawatt. And last but not least, Shahin Valeh, the director of the Geoeconomics program at German Council on Foreign Relations. So thank you so much for being here and welcome. Okay, so on this session, I know it's late and it's been a long and packed day for all of us, but we have this easy task of coming up with a new understanding of energy that's fit for tomorrow's Europe. So no pressure to our speakers, and good luck to all of us, but we'll try to keep it dynamic and quick and easy. But joking aside, I'm very glad that we're having this conversation and plenary focusing on energy, because I think this is a good time. This is a right time to deep dive into the politics of energy and the future. We're 1 year away from the European elections, and it's a good time to take a pause, take stock of what happened in the past couple of years and look ahead and draw lessons to be able to create that vision, new vision. And I think the topic of energy really does deserve this kind of attention and consideration when it comes to the future of Europe. Not only because, and this was, I think, mentioned in many of the sessions, energy was the cornerstone of what started as the European political and economic project after the Second World War. But not only because of that, but also the past 1.5 years really showed us why energy is important and why we need to talk more about it. We've seen weaponization of energy resources, skyrocketing energy prices, energy shortages, and a consequent social energy poverty disaster with more than 50 million people in Europe going through energy poverty today. So all of these pushed energy up on the mainstream political agenda and we've seen so many decisions, energy-related decisions being made, especially at the EU level, but across all governance. And that also meant the acceleration of the energy transition across Europe. So as we go through this energy crisis and the transition process, we also experienced firsthand that energy policies have far-reaching consequences on our lives, on our politics. So the question for today is, does the way we see energy, which also impacts the way we make energy policy, reflect the fact that energy measures have cross-cutting effects on our lives and politics? And if not, what's been overlooked? How can we change that? And how can we see energy in a different way in the future? But because we get into these very big questions, maybe we can do a bit of mapping and get a sense of the overview of what's going on, what's happened. Maybe Jesse, I can come to you for this because I know I can rely on you for a very brief overview of the transition. So when you look at this accelerated energy transition that Europe has been going through, what do you think we're getting right and what are we getting wrong? What's your diagnosis?
Well, thank you for that question. Thank you for that. Well, the first thing we're not getting right is it's not nearly accelerated enough. We are nothing like on track to what we would need to be to achieve our net zero targets. And I'll come back to what those mean at the end because I want to say something about that. Europe in the world and net zero targets. We have speeded up as a consequence of the energy crisis, as a consequence of the Russian invasion. And that has meant that we're both coping in the short term, with a lot of which has been about alternative gas supply. Let's not kid ourselves. We had an easy winter. The Chinese economy was locked down and the weather was mild. We have several winters ahead of us where those conditions might not apply, long before there will be additional gas supply coming on stream around the world. The real solutions are structural, and those structural solutions are around energy efficiency and renewables. And if we'd done more in the previous 10 years, we'd have been in a better situation in 2022. Those also take time to implement. What are we doing right? We are focusing on renewables and grids and saying that we really do need to deploy wind, solar, the other renewable technologies and get them grid connected. What are we also doing right? We're talking about home heating, which is a major issue and of course has been brought into focus by the energy crisis. However, there's a lot we're still doing wrong. It's wrong that we are not using member states' national policy tools in the way we need to. A lot of this you can't do using EU-level tools. It's about land law, because it's the siting of renewables. It's about taxes, because that's where you get a lot of the incentives around the heating transition. And the member states are not moving. They're discussing in Brussels. And the other thing we're not getting right, and this brings me to politics, is really addressing the challenging politics of radically changing our infrastructures, our lifestyles, and making massive new investments at speed. I'll give you just two tiny examples. The first one, back to heat. We ought to be making the case that using efficiency and clean renewable heat, we can have modern, comfortable, low-cost housing in Europe, which would be a massive asset and would be one that would, of course, benefit all parts of the population if we did this seriously, whereas subsidies for electric cars tend to be a rather middle-class benefit. This is going to be challenging. In the Netherlands, one of the richest countries in the world, 10% of people live in defined energy poverty. That means they have difficulty paying their electricity or gas bill at the end of the month. That's not great, but it's manageable. 48% of people, half the population of the Netherlands, do not have the financial resources to change their energy circumstances, to invest in insulation, to put in new windows, to put in a heat pump, to change their heating boiler. Half the population of one of the richest countries on earth and within the EU is going to need public financial help to address the modern, comfortable, affordable housing challenge in the context of net zero. And I don't see that conversation happening. Something we could be doing is putting a lot more effort into talking about municipal heat grids. There's a lot of heat in the earth, ambient heat, waste heat, and we could make investments. Now, these suit municipalities, because although the capex, the capital investment, is very high, and then we need financial mechanisms, the operating costs are very low, it's a steady income, and it produces low energy prices for residents. This is something, again, we are failing to address at the moment. In the world, we're also failing politically. We've produced 1 or 2 just energy transition partnerships. These are so tiny, they're almost embarrassing to talk about. When we talk about net zero at global level, we talk about 2050. Actually, no. It's 2070 in India, because they've got a lot of development to do. It's 2060 in China, and in order that it can be those dates, it's 2040 in the rich world, including Europe. We are certainly not on pace for that. We're not having that discussion ourselves. Even Germany, where I live and work, is 2045. We also need to talk about oil and gas, because, long story short, you try and talk to India about emissions, and they say, well, we don't want to talk about coal until you guys talk about oil and gas. And they're correct. And we need to talk about debt renegotiation with the developing world, because that is the way that you move serious finance into the energy transition in a way that will convince other countries that there's a serious partnership. So a long list of things we're getting wrong. I am not, at the moment, an optimist on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that overview. I think you touched upon a lot of things that we'll dive deeper into during the discussion. One thing that caught my attention was your emphasis on the fact that we're overlooking the social justice part of the conversation, and which might signal that when we're creating these energy policies, we might do that through single perspective and not from, while harmonizing different aspects that will be affected by those energy policies. One thing I've noticed since the energy crisis started was the discourse. And of course, the crisis was very urgent. We had to find energy and replace Russian energy as soon as possible. But the dominant discourse was really about production. Where do we find energy? How do we produce energy? And I think this could be a good time to, again, take a pause and ask, what if we don't need that much energy? Could that be possible? And I think, Stefan, you work on this a lot, especially through the Clever project. How do you see our current approach and the discourse, and how can we move away from that?
Thanks, Eden. Very happy to be in this beautiful place, so thanks for the invite. There has been a bit of focus at the very beginning of the crisis. We even saw a joint paper from the Commission and the IEA, 10 points plan on energy savings, and another paper that was called Playing My Part. But they got a bit forgotten in the discussion and in the political discussion. Maybe the but is in this political discussion. As you've described it, Eden, the political debate in Europe has come back to old reflexes that have to do with, of course, looking at how can we just get the gas somewhere else from some countries which have possibly just imply exactly the same risks. So diversification, that's old politics, and supply first. So instead of looking at how we could just not have to consume this energy, we looked at where could we, how could we do it differently in terms of supply, and that was quite a success. Nuclear is back. It's back on the agenda, but nobody knows when it will deliver and how seriously politically the claims are there. But renewables were a winner of this discussion in terms of the target setting. We have now a very high target for Europe of 42.5% renewables in 2030. This, of course, we welcome. but we're at a little bit above 20% today. This is a very high target, and we're going to have to do a lot of changes to get to that target. It's also implying some assumptions, for instance, on the hydrogen side that are possibly far too ambitious. We definitely need hydrogen in many sectors, but what the Commission did to get that number was basically not based on the needs for hydrogen at 2030, and this could have costs and this would have costs and be unnecessary. So possibly because the renewables target for Europe is an energy target in terms of shares of consumption, the only way to actually meet it is to get back to look again at the energy savings side, because in the discussions around REPowerEU, the energy savings target, which was agreed to, minus 11.7%, was certainly disappointing from that perspective. So there has been a debate on energy savings. There's been, I live in France, a very big debate around sobriété, which we call sufficiency in English. It's everywhere, it's been everywhere in the media, but in the reality, this has mostly been a debate and then a discussion and some policies taken in France to advise for consumers to change their behavior. And we would tend to disagree with, there is something about this concept of behavioral change that is being used as a concept which tends to put the focus on consumers and on citizens who should change their behavior, whereas sufficiency and sobriété, the way it has been intended originally, is about changing structures, infrastructure, investing in the policies and in the infrastructures so that there can be societal change. I think this is probably what Jesse was pointing out in terms of something which is definitely not going far enough. And also what has been discussed is nowhere binding, even in France. So there are some policies in Western Europe to decrease consumption, but now we've just seen the Commission come out with a communication saying that the minus 10% target should go down. So the discussions have kick-started, but we're definitely not enough. What we have analyzed is that there is a huge potential for energy savings from sufficiency, both at the emergency level, so the emergency sufficiency which could get out of the crisis. We had in France asked we are an association of underground workers to look at in all the communities, in all the local authorities, how can we really harness basically the potential for energy to reduce energy waste. And the potential is huge by doing things such as insulating boilers or changing your ventilation systems in the tertiary sector, but of course then you need to look at who can do this, and you need to do this in the right way so that you don't ask citizens who are already struggling with their bills to bear the burden of this. So there is a huge potential. We analyze this to be a potential for France to reduce consumption by 10% in 2 years. And for Europe, we have just published, I have left some leaflets, you mentioned it, a scenario which is called CLEVER, Collaborative Low Energy Vision for the European region, where we tried to harness the potential of energy sufficiency through these emergency measures which we reinforced in the past year, but mostly through the structural sufficiency, which I was pointing out, that has to do with infrastructures and policies that foster societal change. And the potential there we came out with is between 20 and 30% reduction of energy consumption by 2050. And we have been conservative on some assumptions, for instance, on the industry sector. So there is definitely an untapped potential there. But to get to that untapped potential, you have to do things the right way. And I hope we can discuss this in terms of getting the social policies right and targeting the consumptions that are the most unsustainable, and not just doing one policy fits for all.
Thank you. Thank you. We've been mentioning renewable energy. Of course, it's the core of the energy transition. It's going to be the future of Europe's energy mix. That's what's expected. One of the most cited arguments supporting the transition into renewables has been that it will make sure that Europe can be energy independent. And, but when we look at how that's playing out currently, I'll give you an example. 80% of solar energy infrastructure currently comes from China. And you have a similar picture when it comes to batteries produced from critical minerals. And Shine, if I can turn to you for this, because you can really bring the geopolitical perspective. Is this transition leading to energy independence, at least in the short run or long run? And can the EU transition into renewables without the risk of there being its energy mix getting weaponized again in similar ways that we saw in the past couple of years? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a difficult question. I think if I had to insert in one word, I would say no. You know, I think the reality is that Europe is energy dependent profoundly. It will be less so with renewables than it would be with fossil fuel, but it will remain energy dependent. Even nuclear power, by the way, creates very important dependencies. We tend to forget it, but one of the only sectors on which we have not imposed sanctions on Russia is actually nuclear, because we continue to import fuel from Russia when it comes to nuclear energy. So the short answer is no. Europe is, as a continent, is an energy importer and will remain so. And that transition will actually create quite important questions for Europe. And there will be, in fact, a very stark trade-off between being energy independent and basically producing our photovoltaic power or electrolyzers for hydrogen or wind turbines domestically and importing them from China. And to be clear, and Europe has announced quite ambitious targets to create domestic production capacity for these critical renewable capacity. To be clear, my sense is that there will be here a trade-off between basically the speed of our transition and the national or European dimension of our capacities. If we are to achieve what has been introduced with the Net Zero Industrial Act, which is basically a very sharp increase in domestic production for these critical green technologies, we will have to slow our transition de facto. Basically, the speediest and cheapest way of achieving our transition is to continue to import from China. If we decide that we want, for strategic reasons, for independence reasons, to produce these technologies domestically, which we have the capacity to, but at a higher cost and at a slower pace, then we will have to basically decide on which point of that trade-off we are to be. And at the moment, what I find a bit concerning is that we have kind of pretended that there was no trade-off. We've pretended that we could move domestic, all of these to domestic production without a cost to our transition and without a delay to our transition, and I don't think that that is correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the trade-off is spot on. That's the exact word to use. And I guess the reality is that we can't really build this isolated European energy island somewhere that is completely independent and self-sufficient. But that also means, and like you mentioned, Jesse, it shows the importance of partnerships and partnership building. Maybe, Fabrizia, I can turn to you to get a sense of the global picture and Europe's place within it, because we can't see Europe in an isolated way. How would you say that the energy transition is going from the OECD's perspective, and how are you approaching cooperation and partnerships?
Thank you, Sedan, and thank you to the organizer for the invitation to this very stimulating discussion. At the OECD, we are fully committed to playing a role in supporting policymakers around the world to achieve the energy transition that is needed to achieve our ambitious climate goal. Under our OECD-wide approach to global action on climate, we are drawing on the full range of expertise in the organization and our committees to identify effective tools across policy disciplines. Let's look at, and I mean, our first point that I would like to make is it is a fact, a clear conclusion for all our analysis and for all our the work at the level of the whole organization is that achieving climate goals requires a radical transformation of the energy technology landscape. This is clearly highlighted in our Net Zero Plus report, where it is also clarified that this transformation calls for comprehensive changes across systems, institutions, and even ways of thinking. So there is a focus on technology, but it must be very clear that if we want to achieve the energy transition, the challenges are much wider. But let's look at energy. Yesterday we closed our Ministerial Council meeting, and we had the issue we are discussing today is so important that we had more than one session focusing on energy, and the closing session on energy frontiers had a very lively intervention from Fatih Birol, the executive director of the IEA, who was very who shared with us, some interesting data. I mean, I agree with Jesse when, it is clear that we are far behind with respect to where we should be, but we have to realize that in recent years, we are giving a strong push to the energy transition. Last year, only solar energy generation capacity increased by 40%, and this may be because people want to save the climate and have really started caring about this issue, but also because solar has become the cheapest source of energy in 90% of the world. A second key figure is that this year the amount of investment going to solar will be higher than the amount of investment going to oil production, and this is a real revolution, I would say. If we just think of what the situation was like a few years ago. Finally, only 2 years ago, only 1 out of 25 cars sold in the world was an electric car. This year is 1 out of 5. And this means that public policies and strategies to achieve the energy transition can work. We need to identify what are the policy settings that work best and in what circumstances. We certainly need to put more effort to ensure that the existing low carbon technologies have lower costs, because we need to make them more competitive with respect to the polluting alternatives, and we need to accelerate their deployment. But the existing technologies can bring about only half of the global reduction in energy-related emissions through 2050. The remaining needs to come from new technologies, and from technologies that at the moment are still at the demonstration or prototype stage. And this is what we need to do. And I would quickly share with you what the OECD work suggests with respect to the incentives for new technologies, for new low-carbon technologies. Governments would need to prioritize low-carbon R&D. And this is certainly challenging, but it is a real concern that in OECD countries, public expenditure on R&D and demonstration for low carbon technologies has stayed flat as a percentage of the GDP to 0.03, 0.04% over the last 30 years. So the policy support should also be should also aim at financing emerging technologies such as green hydrogen or long duration energy storage. Second, support for R&D needs to be more targeted, and this takes us to reflect on the choice of the appropriate policy tools. Better targeting implies prioritizing direct grants over tax credit. Yet since the turn of the century, such support has become less and not more targeted. COVID-related recovery packages have been a step in the right direction, which now needs to be sustained. Third and last, we need to ensure that enabling digital technologies such as AI are fully harnessed. We need mutually reinforcing twin transition in which digital technologies become enablers for low carbon transition. Finally, innovation is not only about new technologies, but also about institutional and organizational changes. New services and new business models such as circular supply models, electric car sharing need to emerge. And this is where the opportunities is interesting to look at the opportunities for collaboration and partnership. We really need more global coordination on mitigation, on energy policies, on energy and mitigation policies, and both at the international level and at the domestic level. At the international level, collaboration on clean technology can capitalize on complementarity skills and resources, can enhance economies of scale, can foster a level playing field, and can support the development of more resilient and sustainable supply chains. Well, just what we heard about a minute ago. And what is essential in this process is having fully recognized international standards. They are essential to accelerate deployment. For example, standardization on green hydrogen origin and purity, or on plugs for electric cars and charging infrastructures can bring enormous benefits for international deployment. And such standards are certainly best set at the international level. And this is, and the OECD is fully engaged in that. Coordination is also key at the national level, where support for innovation typically comes from different sectors operating otherwise in isolation. One important way to advance progress is through missions-oriented innovation. Mission-oriented policies combine resources and knowledge across silos to address common goals. The OECD has identified 83 net zero missions in the recent 2023 Science and Technology Outlook, and we also need to do that at the European level. At the European level, we need to put in place more of these mission-oriented platforms. The challenge remains to move these initiatives from effective coordination to policy framework. And I would only add to this that we're fully cognizant of the fact that climate policies do necessarily reflect national circumstances and specificities, and there is no, it makes no sense, to think of, of a global policy recipe that is good for all. And to support the international cooperation and coordination in this field, we have just established an inclusive forum on carbon mitigation approaches that has a very ambitious and difficult goal. It has the goal of sharing information and data on climate policies enacted at national level, and it has the goal of facilitating a dialogue among countries on the basis of a language that is common to all. And in this, to develop this language, we are working at a completely new, an entirely new stock taking of climate policies enacted at the national level, mapped, each one mapped to the relevant emissions, and we are developing, we are working at models that should be able to measure, so new the effect on emission reduction, developed in a shared way. So we think we can succeed in taking forward a highly technical discussion with very sensitive policy implication into a forum where OECD countries and non-OECD economies will sit on an equal footing to develop a language that will facilitate international coordination in this field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fabrizia. So we touched upon the global level, the global picture. We talked about EU level decision making as well. But of course, at the end of the day, these policies, these measures, they are implemented on the national level, local level, of course. And it's a very interesting dynamic because we could then see the impact of these measures and policies on people's lives and what that means, what they mean in practice, but also the reaction from the citizens to the implementation of these measures. Sometimes that means support, and sometimes that means opposition or further debate. And I think sometimes we also see that that oppositions or that reactions impact on that country's national politics. We're seeing that a lot in the EU, in different member states at the moment. I think Spain might be a good example for that. So of course I'm looking at you, Rosa. Spain, of course, is a country we all know. It's experiencing the harsh reality of the climate crisis very intensely, the record temperatures, the droughts. We've all been seeing what's going on. But it looked like the Spanish government did respond to that challenge with an ambitious goal and plan that included the plan of sourcing 74% of its electricity from renewables. But that plan now is the subject of a lot of debate and opposition. If you can tell us how we got there, very briefly, but also what is it that people don't agree with, and what are the lessons learned from all of this?
Thank you, and hello everybody. We'll try to keep it short and precise. First of all, I must say that there is a massive support across Europe, and of course also in Spain, for renewables. That's clear, and if you ask anyone, that could be for renewables. But it comes when people have a direct impact in their lives, and they have an impact in the way they live, and they feel they are harmed by this project, is when this opposition appears, because they feel they have a negative impact in their landscape, in their jobs, in tourist crops, or even an emotion. And of course, there is something of not in my backyard. Of course, we have that. But they have a real sense that they are being harmed by renewables projects. This is also based in a previous grievance for many people, many communities in Spain, due to a global trend that is also happening in other European countries. Rural areas are being empty. Somehow people go to live to the city. Schools and public services are closing. People feel they have less opportunities than cities, and somehow they feel abandoned by public policies, and now they feel they have to sacrifice to generate electricity that's going to be consumed in cities. So there is a previous grievance, there is a previous inequality, and then renewables is at the top of this process. Of course, many mistakes have been made in companies and also in procedures by past projects that have been developed in natural areas or disregarding communities' concerns, and of course had been bad practices, but there was a scatter and very few. Now, with this massive renewables deployment, you have all across Spain, many communities experiencing new renewables projects. So at once, many people are asking for the same in many places, so that we feel there is a big opposition, but really it's very located in communities where the projects are being developed. We have identified 3 elements that if you incorporate to renewable projects or to any transition policy indeed, can be helped to mitigate or can be to sort of establish an engagement with citizens. First is information. Of course, we are living in the information and misinformation era. So people have access through social media to any kind of narratives, arguments, etc. So it's very important that communities, the affected communities, are informed firsthand of the project by the company, by local authority, being clear with precise and easy to understand information. And that is very important, because if they don't have information, is when is mistrust. They mistrust the project and they think what they are going to do here. Secondly is dialogue and participation. You need to listen communities. You need to listen what they need, their concerns, their objections, their fears, their questions, what they would like, what they do need to accept the project, and eventually accept or make some changes in the project. Sometimes maybe it's to reduce the size. Sometimes it's moving 50 meters or 100 meters because they have a church or a mountain or a forest or whatever. It can be really a material thing, but it can be also an emotional thing. And you need really to take this into account. So participation and transparency really build trust. And finally, of course, compensation. They need to feel they win something with this project. Of course, you can offer community participation in the generation project through individual shares, but also the local authority be part of the project. But you need to go beyond that. You need, of course, to compensate those who are more affected, or their crops, or by the noise, or whatever. But you can ensure that you are going to recruit the staff for local people, or you are going to use local providers for all the services. Or also ask the community, what do they need? Do they need sport facilities, a care day centers, a new road, whatever? At the end of the massive benefits you are going to generate with a big project, making a small investment in the community that they feel that this renewable project brings to their lives will help them to accept and be in part. But again, you need to have a dialogue. You need to engage with them and make them part of the whole process. If we have learned something in Spain with that, is that energy transition is not valid anymore the way it was. You have to engage with citizens and address their concern and demands. And that's the priority, not only for renewable projects, but the whole change that we need to do to the whole transition.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I think there was also a slogan in Spain that really crystallized what this is about. What was it?
Yes to renewables, but not this way, more or less. Renovables sí, pero así no.
Exactly. And I think this is the kind of trend that we're seeing across Europe. When you look at the latest Eurobarometer surveys about climate change and energy transition, a big majority of Europeans do want an energy transition, but they don't want this one or they don't want it this way. So it's the way that we're going about it might be the issue. We talked about Spain, but we have a similar dynamic playing out in France as well. We have the Yellow Vests movement. Maybe the most significant, I don't know if Shahin will agree with me, but the most significant social movement in France in decades. And they've really become this byword for unjust climate policy across Europe. So Shahin, I'll turn to you. Similar question, what does this movement show us about the way we approach climate policies?
So I think the Yellow Vest movement has been a bit caricatured into being, only a contestation of climate policy, while the trigger was indeed the carbon tax. I think it's wrong to, limit what the Yellow Vest movement was to a reaction to climate policy. I think it had much deeper roots into France's institutional and political crisis, and so I would not limit that to a climate policy reaction. That being said, I think it became a symbol of something that is broader than the Yellow Vest movement and which is profound and real, which has been mentioned before, which is an unjust transition is politically unsustainable. And so while I reject the idea that the Yellow Vest movement was only that, I think if the Yellow Vest movement served to illustrate what unjust climate policy leads to, I think it was useful. My concern is that the reaction to it was actually to stall climate policy rather than to accelerate a just transition. And by just transition, I think we've mentioned several layers of redistributional consequences when it comes to climate policy. We've mentioned, of course, the global one, which is basically a sort of a north-south divide. I think there is a just transition issue within Europe as well, between sort of east and west, or between more advanced economies and those from the east that are more dependent on coal and fossil fuel and that need assistance in this transition. And then there is the in-country redistribution between higher and lower social classes. I think it's interesting to observe that there was a report published in France very recently that was actually ordered by the French Prime Minister on the macroeconomics of climate, and one of the proposals by Jean Pisani-Ferry, one of the co-authors of this report, was to introduce essentially what would be a wealth/carbon tax, essentially tax disproportionately those who create disproportionate emissions, and these are the rich who travel by plane, who have several homes, who basically tend to have a much bigger carbon footprint. And it's fascinating to see that while this was probably one of the first reports that really went as far in the macroeconomics of climate and it was quite bold in making that sort of proposal, it was shut down after 2 days. Which I think is a bit concerning about how much we are prepared to contemplate justice policies to accelerate a just transition and climate transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse, did you want to come in very briefly?
Yes, just very briefly. As I was listening to you, Rosa, and I was listening to you, I was thinking of the use of climate parliaments, where citizens are brought together, and you could do this on any issue, but it's a good tool for climate change. A representative sample of the population, an extended deliberative process that involves both information and opinion forming. And as we know, spontaneous opinion and informed opinion move significantly. The origin of the Climate Parliament is a method called deliberative polling, and it was first developed in Texas, and it's the reason that Texas, the oil capital of the US, is covered in wind turbines. This brings you to your renewable deployment, lack of infrastructure investment, sense of social justice. Lots and lots of these polls were done by academics at Austin University experimenting with the method, and they went into municipalities and they talked about local budgets, and they expected people to vote for schools and roads. After 3 days of discussion, people wanted wind turbines. So consent, underinvestment in infrastructure, which we've had in electricity, and we've had in rail, and we've had in everything else, and is a huge part of the future of Europe. And that begins to address some of the deeper economic issues. I must say the most interesting conversation I've had about the Gilets jaunes, and your reactions perhaps over dinner to this, were French friends who said, look, the diesel tax mattered because the people who are going to pay it cannot afford property in city centres where they work. And if you commute 70 kilometres, the diesel tax matters, right? So actually it's about property prices. It's not about carbon pricing.
Thank you. I mean, we're diagnosing so many of the things that have been overlooked and needs to be improved, and we will set up a vision that includes all of these in a bit. But Rosa, I'm going to come back to you super quickly, because as we're talking about the challenges of the transition, there are some political actors that can make a difference, or we might expect them to make a difference. And I'm referring to mainly the climate movement and the Greens, because they have advocated for an energy transition for decades, and they've been associated with it. Now the transition is happening, but it's happening in a very challenging environment. It's leading to conflicts and the trade-offs that we all talked about. But the Greens do have powerful positions in certain EU member states, and they're also respected and credible actors at the EU level, because this has been their top priority. So how do you think these actors can navigate the current political climate and what they should bring to the table?
Yeah, it's true that we are at a crucial moment for energy policy, that we are about to shape next decade and, of course, set if we reach or not the Paris Agreement target. And what we are seeing at European level is that we have a technocratic, a technological approach, how much percentage of our energy will be renewables, like gigawatt, where technology should substitute another one. But energy is at the center of our society. It touches everything. Every choice or policy we made on technological basis, they have a political, a social aspect. We are not talking only about an energy transition. It's also an economic transition, because our whole economy is based in fossil fuel. Our consume, trade, production, everything has to change if we shift to a renewable production. Of course, it's a social transition, because there will be impacts in social daily lives, in how people spend their income. It's political, because you have to find new ways of governance. You have to design innovative public policy, and you need new political narratives to make transition acceptable. And of course, it's a geopolitical transition. We are changing our dependency, and the world is changing at the same pace the transition is advancing. So it's a whole transition in our society. Second, maybe we have to thought about energy as a right, a common, a public service, or it's just a commodity. Because if we think that energy is at the center of society, even if we have a regulated market, maybe the way it's regulated now is not enough. And we need to address security, affordability, transparency and democracy, and of course social justice. We have discussed it. The cost and the benefits. People are not against transition. They are just concerned how much I'm going to pay for it and how much my daily life is going to change. So who pays? And here we have the big debate that Europe should be having: green, progressive fiscality. The windfall tax is on the right track, as well as the social climate fund, helping vulnerable groups to found and changed their technologies. Otherwise, we have really large groups of people who risk to be trapped in dirty, expensive, and pollutant technologies. I'm talking about cars, heating, gas boilers, etc. So we need to support these people, and we need incomes. We need so massive invest that households and then companies cannot afford alone this invest. And secondly, who wins? If people perceive, as we are talking in Spain with the renewable projects, that is only a new way for big companies to make big amounts of money, we will have enormous social backlash against the transition. So we have to facilitate participation in electricity generation, to be active. We could talk about self-consumption, energy community, but that's limited. We need more. We need electricity prices reflects the real cost of electricity production. And that's what electricity market reform in Europe is about. And Spain has been very, very active in this, because having a more share of renewables than other countries, we are feeling, or the Spanish people are feeling, that they are not benefiting of that. So they feel that this is for good. We also need, somehow, public authorities need to lead the transition. We need really to make a strong regulation. Investors cannot lead the transition. They have to lead with an overview, taking into account social transparency and democracy. Otherwise, we will have really social backlash in Europe.
Thank you so much. But I think you just opened so many can of worms and raised so many big questions kind of at the end of the session. But that's actually good. That's good. Because now we can look ahead with all of this analysis, right? I mean, we've mentioned how we can't really approach energy policy through single perspectives, how we need to build partnerships, people's participation, and focus on democracy, social justice, the geopolitical side, and sustainability. So from all of your analysis, if we can bring it all together, and the few examples we talked about, like Spain, France, and from our personal experience as well, really, I think it's clear that we know now the way we envisage our energy system and energy policies is really the very fabric of our societies, and that means our future as well. So if we have to look ahead now with all of this, how can we see energy differently and create a new social contract that centers energy and that's fit for tomorrow's Europe? Jesse, we started with you. Maybe we can start with you again.
Can I make two tiny remarks to that? The first is on, as you've mentioned, we may not hit the targets. And there was the famous Economist front page at the beginning of COP27, 1.5 degrees. Just to say on this, that doesn't mean we give up. Here I simply follow the line of Corinne Lequere, a leading climate scientist. She said if it's not 1.5 degrees, it's 1.51. And if it's not 1.51, it's 1.52, because every decimal counts in terms of impact. Same with the target years. If we don't make it by 2040, we aim for 2041. Just to be clear, that, this is not a miss it and give up agenda. Second, on dependency, I actually take a slightly different view here, which is that we will, if we stop running on oil and gas, we will import a lot less. This has enormous balance of trade, balance of payments implications for Europe. We are going to need to address those. We also have a huge neighbor in Africa from which we mostly import extractives at the moment, who want to sell us green fuels. I actually think we're going to need new dependencies in order to make this a manageable transition, and I'm pretty sure the OECD are thinking about this. I'm not so sure some of the national finance ministers. Okay, having said that, you just used the term public authorities, Rosa, and I really think this is where we're going. We've had underinvestment in public good infrastructures. We are, yes, finding that energy is now at the center of our political debate, but quite honestly, I don't expect that to last. I think people want energy to be there, affordable, and invisible. It's a background service to all the things we're actually interested in, being comfortable, being able to travel. That's how we've treated it for years, and we've assumed the market will deliver. Now we need massive new investments for security, for sustainability. I think we're going to have to see a much greater role for the state. In various ways, there's a lot of coordination that has to happen. And you can use the word planning, or you can avoid the word planning. But essentially, you are going to have value chains established in which companies take judgments about investments. They're not going to do that purely by listening to one another in the market. The rational actor sits on their hands and waits for something else. If there's a clear policy signal, then you get companies moving in the same direction. Every energy CEO I know in Europe would sell their grandmother for policy clarity about what the future of the energy mix is, right? And the only way we're going to get that is through coordinating signals. Similarly, in the heating transition, we need to reinforce electricity grids to be able to deliver heat pumps, and you're not going to do that through Rosa decides to do it in 2025, and I live next door to her, and I decide to do it in 2027. We're going to get letters that say, in 2026, your substation is converting. You know, this is not consumer rights, this is consumer responsibilities to the energy system. There's going to be a much more public presence. And one key last point on that is that means, I think, that we need governments to understand a lot more about energy. What I've learned from the energy crisis is that most European governments knew very, very little. In the German government, 3 people were responsible for natural gas, 25% of German primary energy. The government knew nothing about gas. And if you look at it, the only cases where we have governments that have energy expertise today are where the government has state ownership and revenues. The Dutch understand gas because of Groningen. The French understand nuclear because of EDF. The Norwegians understand oil and gas. The Poles understand coal. Probably we're looking at state roles for coordinating planning. We're certainly looking at a state role for public finance, that 48% of people in the Netherlands. And we're certainly looking at an increase in ownership stakes, and almost certainly, therefore, in knowledge levels in government. This is not going to look like the leave it to the market agenda that we've had in Europe for years. My very last word is my deepest concern on this, I can say this as an independent these days, is DG Energy of the European Commission, who I think ideologically are in a very different place.
Well heard, very clear. Thank you, Jesse. Stefan, maybe we can continue with you. But maybe briefly, because we also want to get contributions from the audience. Thank you.
We need sufficiency to come at the forefront of European climate and energy policy. We need it to be not just an adjustment measure, behavioral change that governments can hide behind and that citizens can yell against. We need it to be fundamental sufficiency, which has to do with services and needs. Citizens care to have comfort in their homes, winter and summer. Citizens don't care whether that comfort comes from biomass or from nuclear or whatever. Fundamentally, sufficiency puts back the debate around the services and around the needs of citizens, and that is why it is an interesting new concept that needs to be taken closer in the political debate. Sufficiency questions that needs and those level of the services, and therefore aims at rescaling that level. Rescaling that level doesn't necessarily mean going down on all consumptions. With our clever scenario, we've worked quite in detail on many sufficiency indicators, and we saw that in some countries at the east of Europe, sometimes even in the south, there is still need for catching up with some consumption levels so that everyone can have in the society a decent access to those services that we need. So sufficiency is also about social justice, and if you don't frame it relating to behavior, you can you can possibly avoid that backlash if you do it the right way. And to do that, you need to do policies that target the most unsustainable patterns of consumption. An example would be a frequent flyer levy. You tax people, the more you fly, the more you pay. It's the opposite today, unfortunately. And the rest is infrastructure investment. In Copenhagen, if you ask the people of Copenhagen why they cycle, only 15% cycle because it's ecological. They cycle because it's easier and because it's faster. This has to do with infrastructures. If you do this, you can probably, so if you do a European policy that's based on sufficiency, but of course also on efficiency, your energy efficiency first principle needs to become an energy savings first principle. And with that principle, if you really implement it at the national level, because I agree with everything that was said, it is about national implementation, and this is what will happen now, you can possibly go towards 100% renewable energy in the long term without needing nuclear and CCS, so risky and costly technologies that won't deliver before 2040 anyway, and Jesse has highlighted the fact that in 2040 we should be very close to neutrality, and we tend to agree with that. So doing this, you also lower the risks and increase resilience to shock. This is somewhere where I would possibly disagree a little bit with what's been said about hydrogen. We need hydrogen very much, but we think we can probably do without the imports. I mean, maybe we shouldn't have a whole debate about this, but there are risks with importing power to X, maybe not risks for Europe, but risks in those countries with competition for local needs, competition between those countries, and therefore we can, if we take a strong savings approach, minimize those risks. We can also address sustainability beyond just climate, because there is a big fuss about climate, which is extremely right, but there is a tendency to forget today that the ecological crisis is a multiple one. The energy crisis is there too, and therefore climate can't be the only factor when you plan energy policy. And yeah, maybe I shouldn't develop a bit more, but we also support very much everything that was said about democracy. If you want to do renewables right, there is a tension with the speed at which you do it, and I think that was described by Rosa. So we need to do something about this, and decreasing consumption also can address this, because eventually you give yourself a bit more time. Maybe I'll stop to this.
Thank you so much. Fabrizia, if you can still hear us, maybe just a few words from you.
In three seconds, because I have really have to leave. Well, this is the most important, a key part, a crucial part of our discussion today, and it is clear that the innovation and diffusion of the new low carbon technologies will have very important social, socioeconomic implications. And I could say that the empirical evidence and modeling results here at the OECD show that sorry, I have to leave. Show that the aggregate impact on, for instance, on an easy dimension employment. Okay, the aggregate impact of decarbonization policies on average is small and positive, but of course there are sectors that win and sectors that lose. For the energy transition to be successful, we need to address the inequalities that are implied in this, including gender inequality. A simple example is governments would need to focus on the upskilling and reskilling of the workforce that would need to be dedicated to the new technologies. This in general requires, green occupations in general are more intensive in STEM skills than similar non-green occupations. This has also a gender impact. But let me just add another little dimension. I mean, climate, the energy transition can be is addressed effectively at the end only at the global level, and this is why beyond managing inequalities within countries, while we travel towards the energy transition, we should not forget inequalities between countries. And this is why at the OECD we have some important initiatives. Among these, the Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program is exactly a program that aims to strengthen domestic enabling conditions to attract financing investments in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and decarbonization of industry in emerging economies. And this is a dimension that cannot be looked over. And with this, I thank you very much, all of you. I unfortunately cannot stay at the questions because I have a plane and I have to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Fabrizio. And maybe Siena can come to you next. Same question.
I'll be very quick. I just had two additional points to make. One thing we haven't talked about, which I think is going to be important, is corporate resistance to transition. I think there are important economic costs, and I think we're going to see increasing resistance on the part of corporations, and basically I think right-wing governments and the EPP and the European Parliament agree is going to be an increasing obstacle to the transition. The second point I want to make, which we haven't mentioned, is deep differences in energy preferences inside Europe, I think, are also going to be an important source of friction. And not to name them, I think the current tension between France and Germany on renewables versus nuclear, to me, is an important one that should not be overlooked. And I think that is liable. In an ideal world, you could argue that such different policy mixes would be highly complementary and would actually work to the benefit of the transition, but it doesn't seem to be playing out that way. And so I think that friction is an important source of delays in our transition and should not be overlooked. And that's it for me, sorry.
Thank you. Rosa, I come to you.
Very quick, just 4 points. First, I totally agree with Stefan and Jesse. Energy transition, energy policy should be framed in the emergence, in the climate and ecological crisis. If not, we really fail to the rest of the whole purpose of it. Secondly, and not a popular one, scarcity. We are not talking from the politics, from the limits of the planet when we are planning our energy policy. It's difficult, I understand, but initiative of the Young Growth Conference held in the European Parliament could be helpful. It's a first step, and you have a nice publication from the Green European Foundation about it. Third point, energy transition is not ideological, but the way you do it, it is, because it has deep implications in economy, society, everything. So all political spectrum should have a position on energy policy, addressing and touching everything: biodiversity, social policy, well-being, competitiveness, security, food production. It's everything. So it's important that we really think from our political values, from our political point of view, which energy transition we want, and don't disregard the political debate about energy. And last one, we need to accept and take responsibility for the concerns, the fears, the misinformation, the reluctance, the position, everything that people fear. We are living really accelerate and extraordinary transformations. People feel fear and transformation. We live in a society who already has challenge. It's not fair as the ecological transition on energy transition to solve all the problems. I'm talking about rural and aerial tension, inequalities, the digital transformation, populism, misinformation, relations, international relations. But when designing energy policy, we can have all this in mind and try to address the people who is already concerned or are experiencing this challenge. For instance, if we agree there is a gender gap in our societies, we are not having specific policies for promoting women accessing to the new jobs to create an energy policy, If we are seeing that geopolitical relations are going to change, why do not use energy policy to shape a new relationship between global South and our Europe? So keep this in mind and use energy policy to address that. And last point, if people fears fuel populism, let's promote dialogue, transparency, information about who is making the decisions and who is benefit of all this. Otherwise, populism will fuel backlash, and backlash will fuel populism.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have time to take one or two questions? Yeah.
Very little time.
I have a quick question. Thank you to all the panelists. I have a question which is mostly for Rosa, but maybe also for the others if you wish to respond. Since we are talking about the EU and the future of the EU, I think that there is a tendency to underestimate the EU responsibility in this unjust energy transition, as you call it. Because I think the European institution, the Parliament and the Commission, not only the Council where are represented the Member States, have been passing recently legislation that is driven by the energy emergency, and is, in order to speed up the deployment of renewable energy sources, is actually causing the effect of reducing public participation and also not balancing, for example, nature protection interest against renewables. So what do you think about that? Because I think we have a serious socially and ecologically unjust energy transition. And the EU, not only the member states are responsible for that. The member states are blamed because they are the end of the pipe. But what about the EU responsibility?
Very quick. I'll try. Thank you. Davide Panzeri, Eco Climate Change Think Tank. Going back to the concept of the transition of the energy systems, I think what we've heard is that Europe as a policy is looking at incremental change in various areas. Development of renewables, 42.5%, which is ambitious, but maybe action will not be ambitious enough. The important issue of efficiency, which again, we have a target which is not ambitious enough, and probably action will be even less ambitious. But I do wonder, and I throw it out to the panel, presumably, if we want to look at energy system transformation, we are looking at an energy system which is based on renewables, and therefore will need to deal with the issue of intermittency. And we do have solutions. We've got the seasonal as well as temporary storage, but possibly there are other solutions. There are solutions that improve and explain how this works. I do wonder, from a policy point of view at national and European level, should we talking more about the end game? So discussing how this will look like, what this new system, how will it work, and what do we need to get there, and will it help to break the problems that we have with looking at just incremental changes by looking at the end game of this transformation?
Yeah, very quick, because now we have the Ukrainian session, and as you know, they just witnessed one of the worst disaster from an environmental point of view, with the explosion of the dam. And the objective of the Conference of Europe is, in fact, to link these very issues among them. There are very many suggestions for our problem-solving group on fiscal capacity and Next Generation EU, very much to discuss about. So please do stay here for our friends on Ukraine, and let's stick together. Very quick answer if you have it.
Maybe about Europe. Regarding all the discussion of the Fit for 55 package, if you see the EU Commission position and you see the EU Parliament vote, they are much longer progressive than the discussion that are held in the Council. Energy policy finally come at a national level. And you can see it very, very clear, of course, with all the IC cars ban that we have held weeks ago, but especially with the electricity market reform. It should be really an European debate, and it has become a German debate. So that's clear. We can explain that. But we can blame Europe. Of course, they have all the lobbies, etc. But countries are very reluctant to really share their energy plans or strategies.
Perhaps on the destination of the energy system, in very, very short, no and yes. No in the sense that emissions are a stock problem. This is about time. So don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. Get on with the stuff that we know is useful. And there's a lot of obvious things, and there are a lot of complexities the further out in time you go. Set that aside. Yes, in the sense that we certainly need more than round number emissions targets, renewables targets, efficiency targets. We need a lot of supplemental indicators, and we've reached out to people in your team about talking about this at a workshop soon, which tell us, are we building the grids to which we will be connecting the wind turbines? Do we have the trained heat pump installation engineers sufficient to scale up, etc.? A lot of other information is going to be vital to telling if we're on track.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists.
Francesco? We need to talk about the compensation issue. Of course. Because the...
we start? Yes. Okay. I'm introducing you first, and I'm just going to say a few words on that, like about 3 minutes.
Hello.
Francesco, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Hello.
When are you here?
Until tomorrow morning.
At what time?
We leave at like, I think 10.
Sorry?
At 10, yeah.
10. Okay, no, because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to final plenary.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, yeah, well,
You can.
yeah, we can.
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, thank you, those who've sort of lasted until now, and we hope that we're going to be a bit interesting in a compact way. I would like to ask everyone on the panel and in the room when we ask if there are questions, to speak as close to the microphone as possible, because we are in a room that's absolutely beautiful, but the acoustics are more fit for plain chant than for discussion of a conference. And so we have to make an effort, but it's really worth it. As you know, on the program, we had a proposal time, post-war Ukraine, how to turn a tragedy into, quote unquote, an opportunity to rebuild. And we've discussed about this because a tragedy is not an opportunity. However, Ukraine is going through what would be in the Middle Ages, the sort of time of trial. And what should come out of this is a different situation in which Ukraine not only rebuilds physically, but also inserts itself in the European community of nations, bringing a number of things, both civilian and military, that only Ukraine can tell. I mean, I certainly am going to sort of ask questions of the panelists, but certainly we do know that the Ukrainian army, after the war, will have had an experience that no land army in Western Europe can match. We also know that there are things in this Ukraine society that work extremely well. It's not for nothing that Ukrainians, when they are given new equipment from the West, are warned that it will take them several months to learn these equipments, and it takes them weeks, not months, and not just that, but sometimes they get better results out of this equipment than the countries that built it. The Patriot missiles come to mind. So there is something in which there will be a reconstruction in all senses of the term, and that's the subject of this panel. The person who's going to talk first is the person who actually has been working on this for several months, and that's Dr. Maria Alesina.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also for being here at the late session. And still quiet, yeah. What I would like to start actually was connecting this session to the one which we had on security, because I think, of course, these two topics, we're still talking about war in Ukraine. And for me, actually, it made me think that the biggest message which was conveyed both by experts and by politicians, that the war in Ukraine, of course, has changed the world, has changed Europe, has changed Ukraine. And I think that's the premise with which we started working on the subject on reconstruction and European integration of Ukraine. Because to me, I myself, a Ukrainian who lives in Brussels for 8 years, my perception is that the biggest gain which Ukraine has made so far is its agency internationally. Ukraine has not been seen as an agent in itself in international relations, and what has been proved throughout this year, that Ukraine is a changing factor in this war, but also in the future of Europe. And this is something which cannot be ignored, and it shouldn't be ignored at this point already. And this is me working as a think tanker. That was something which we saw as our main task, is to start preparing the ground on the expert level on how this new vision of Europe should be shaped now and in the future. And what we did, the main, we introduced a new variable, Ukraine itself and Ukrainian experts themselves. And the study which you can take the entrance to the room, it was shaped together by Ukrainians and experts from the EU. And the idea was to bring these people together, to give them a platform to discuss their shared vision for the future, in which Ukraine will not only adopt what is suggested by the EU, but also will creatively interpret it, but also will suggest something which is of its own. And the outcome, the red thread which came throughout all the conversations, all the papers, all the experts raised the same topic, that there are a few elements which I would like to bring up here quickly, because it's again something which will stay in place in the coming years, I think. First, the first result is that European integration and reconstruction should go hand in hand. Reconstruction of Ukraine, it's not only, and that's how it's been seen by Ukrainians in the first place, it's not only to rebuild what was destroyed, it's actually built back better, it's built the country which Ukrainians are fighting for. And this country is, of course, very much in alignment with the European standards, with European expertise, and that's why, again, as a Ukrainian, I think it was very important for me personally to see that the candidate status was given to Ukraine, not only as a road to membership itself, but also as a roadmap for the country to toward the future, just to know what we do when one sector is destroyed, how we can implement the best practices, the standards, the technological expertise from the EU. And to other factors, which also were raised both by experts from the EU and by Ukrainians themselves, is that in all the sectors of integration, which will, of reconstruction, which will arrive from the military component to education, to infrastructure, to all the topics, to ecology, there will be a so-called sandwich effect, which means that this is a unique moment in the relations between the EU and Ukraine, and the pressure on the government can actually can allow for things to happen which were not possible before. On the one hand, it is a moment for the EU conditionality to be raised very bluntly now. Whatever the EU is asking for, it will be very seriously taken by the Ukrainian side, especially because the civil society is very strong and very prominent and very much a big factor in the way Ukraine is coping with the Russian aggression, and it will. Civil society and local level of governments will certainly do its part on making sure that European requirements are implemented on the national level. So I think this is, and in this way we can see this as an opportunity, because this is a unique moment in which relations with the EU, between the EU and Ukraine can actually make a huge step forward, politically, but also now it's time to elaborate the roadmap for concrete steps towards how it will be realized in practice.
Sorry. Having given everybody lessons, I get it wrong. Okay, thank you so much, Maria. It's important that this was said. We are extremely lucky to have Ukrainian MP Kira Rudik, who's a member of the Ukrainian parliament. She is the leader of the political party Golos and vice president of ALDE in the European Parliament. Chair is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure and privilege to be speaking to you today. Thank you, Maria. You brought up an important topic that I would like to continue on. So, some points to remember. First, our path to European Union started exactly 9 years ago when Ukraine made a choice, and Ukrainian people made a choice to step away from Russia and turn our heads to Europe and make sure that we integrate into our European family. This is why Russia attacked us 9 years ago, and this is why all these terrifying things that you see right now on TV and on the internet happening. This is the result of Ukraine making a choice that we are Europe and we are not, absolutely not, part of Russia. On the terrible things that happened, I need to say that right now while we are speaking, thousands of Ukrainians are, as volunteers, are going to the south to help each other to fight against the flood that was created by the explosion on Novakakhovska Dam. And it actually is killing me, the fact that 15 months into the full-scale invasion, after the whole world already knows the right and wrong, there are still questions on, oh, there could be two views on who made the explosion. There are two views on Russia and Ukraine are blaming each other. And just to make it super clear for the sake of this panel and things that you will take home with you, Russia blew up the dam. Ukraine is suffering of it, and we are doing everything possible and impossible to fight for every life. And this is something that we have been doing for the last 9 years, and more intensively for the last 15 months. So back to EU integration. So if you ask a person on the streets of Ukraine where we are in terms of integrating with the EU, the person would say that we are already there, just the paperwork is lost in the mail. And it is actually heartwarming, because in our minds we are already Europe. Just for some reason the processes are not just yet there. And it shows you the commitment to make everything possible and impossible to get us there on the paper. When the full-scale invasion started, many of my friends were going to the front as volunteers. And there were two flags that they were tying to their backpacks, Ukraine flag and EU flag. And my main threat before we get the candidacy to European Union was that we will not get it, and at some point we'll have to talk to people who are fighting with their lives and explain them that they were fighting under the wrong flag, right? So we are absolutely committed to make sure that we will get the countries there. And after we get the candidacy to European Union, there were 7 points from European Commission on what we need to achieve to confirm the candidacy status and move forward. And guess what? Over the last year, Ukrainian parliament was gathering in silence and voting for all the necessary steps. So of 7 points that we were supposed to do, we have done all 7 on the legislative side, and right now they are on the executional track. And when this when the EU-Ukraine summit happened this February, it was honestly the first time where we came as school kids who have done their homework 100%, saying, look, we have done our part, what are our next steps? And what is happening right now and what we are hoping to receive by the end of the year is exact path of how we are going to get there, how we are going to get to European Union. And it is critical for 2 particular reasons. First one, of course, because this is our goal. This is basically why the war has started, why Russia attacked us, because we decided that we want to be there. But second is we would have this small window of opportunity to rebuild the country with the investment and support money. And as Ukrainian, I really don't want it to be that we will have like 2 or 3 new oligarchs created. I want all these resources to be used for the sake of Ukrainian people, for the sake of Ukraine as a country. And this is why we know that these processes of rebuild and integration, they need to happen in parallel, they need to happen like together. And I think everybody who has looked at it understands the vitality of it, not only for Ukraine, but also for EU, because this is the only way to make sure that Ukraine does not become a gray zone or a country that would always demand additional and additional support. Then there is a question of where to get money from. And this is where I begin to be very passionate. So, as of right now, before the explosion of the dam, the estimation of the amount of money needed to rebuild Ukraine was more than $1 trillion. And it was not me, it was World Bank who made this calculation. If you would imagine where to get those money, you will probably realize that it would be out of your pocket as a EU taxpayer. And this is not what I want to happen. This is not what we all want to happen. Because as of right now, there is $500 billion of Russian money stored in European countries, in the United States, in Canada, in Japan, and so on. And these money are frozen. And as Russian oligarchs like to say, what is frozen can be unfrozen. No. What we need to do, what we need to happen is to get a use of those money and use them for the sake of Ukraine and not money from the EU taxpayer, from the US taxpayers. And if you are thinking right now it is impossible, let me tell you this. Last year, Canada has passed the legislation on usage of Russian frozen assets for the sake of Ukraine. US has done the same. It is kind of very weak, and it allows you to touch just a certain part of their money, but it's a first step. And at the beginning of this year, Manhattan court has ordered first $5 million of oligarch Malofeev to be used for the sake of Ukraine. And $26 million of oligarch Abramovich are already being seized in Canada to be sent to Ukraine. And we know that this process will be long and it would not happen right now. But we have come from impossible to the point where we are waiting for the first dollar or Canadian dollar to be sent to Ukraine and to be used there. So then the European states will also see that it's not scary, it's not something illegal that you can do to take the money that are there and start using them instead of using money of their taxpayers. Would Russia be happy about that? Absolutely not. But there is another angle to that, which is critical angle. It's not only Russia as authoritarian regime that we are showing the lesson here, teaching the lesson. The other ones are watching. China is watching precisely what is happening. African dictatorships are watching precisely what is happening. Southern American leaderships are watching precisely. And to confiscate Russian assets, not only oligarchs, but also state assets, is critical to show them that West means business when we are talking sanctions. That West would take all the money that you have stored there preparing for the war and just use them to compensate for what you've done. Not as reparations after the war ends. Not as money that will be then debated in the courts, but actually as a punishment, as a fair thing to do, that the country that breaks international laws, that starts the full-scale war in Europe, and the country that commits all war crimes from the war crimes list does not deserve the state sovereign immunity for their funds. That's so clear to me as night and day. So with that being said, this is the key point that we are working on right now on the political side, and we do really hope that UK Parliament will move forward and vote for the similar bill as the US and Canada done. The question is to European countries, because as we understand, the process in the EU is really slow, so we are working with the leadership on the national level. We are working with Kaja Kallas in Estonia, who is happy to figure out the process for that, and I'm just back from Brussels, where Alexander De Croo was also committed to figuring out a fair process to use Russian state assets. I really think that this is the fair, logical, and really right thing to do. And this is why we are fighting for it.
Thank you very much for Kira, and really it's something that matters very much. Russia has been behaving not only as a rogue state, but has been behaving as essentially not a country that has a mafia, but a mafia that has a country. And if this is allowed to go on, then there will be absolutely no fear in any other state to do the same thing. So I think that's a point that really has to be sort of fostered. I'm going to pass on, after this, no competing words, and I'm going to ask Robert to be sort of think tanky and to give us his reading of the situation.
Well, thank you very much, and I think it's very difficult to follow that, but what I will say is I'd like to add some flesh to this idea of how we force the Russian terrorist state to pay, because obviously this is one of the greatest challenges, is how do you make them pay? Because they're not going to voluntarily give up their funds. However, I'm part of a working group on reparations, and one of the things that we've done is developed a couple of reports, which, by the way, were the basis for the Canadian and American acts that were implemented to seize Russian assets. Seizure is only one of the tools at our disposal. One of the things we were looking at was, for example, designating Russia as a terrorist state, because counterterrorism legislation that already exists allows for the seizure of financing going to terrorism. And what Russia has been doing are acts of terrorism. Blowing up a dam is an act of terrorism. Blowing up schools and hospitals and shops are acts of terrorism. You know, then there's another mechanism that's at our disposal, which is the Genocide Prevention Act. By designating Russia as a state with genocidal intent, you can seize assets from a state. And that itself has taken off as well. Estonia, the Czech Republic, and many other countries have designated Russia as a state with genocidal intent in Ukraine. But, you know, this all impacts state money. And of course, there's a lot of Russian state money stored in Europe. However, what about those oligarchs who are profiting off the war? What about those people who are part of this Russian mafia state that have kept their money in places like London and Brussels and Paris and Berlin? Well, the answer there is perhaps something similar to the Magnitsky Act. The Magnitsky Act, as it currently stands, only freezes assets. What we propose is something called Magnitsky Plus, which rather than just freezing the assets, will seize them and hand them to the state. And the good thing about Magnitsky is that, in effect, you are judge, jury, and executioner all in one declaration. The next question is, of course, what we do once we have the money. Now, there are several models that we explored on how to reallocate. The most obvious one was to copy what happened in Kuwait in 1992, which was to set up an independent fund that distributed money based on claims with set amounts for lost family, damaged property, or replacement of infrastructure and so on. As we've already heard, that cost will be into the trillions. After this dam's explosion, I imagine it'll be even more than that. But the main thing is that we need to act quickly. One of the things that we've sadly discovered in the last few decades is that the West has a very short attention span. I often describe it as the West's geopolitical ADHD. That is to say that it hyper-focuses on one area and then quickly forgets about it to focus on the next. So what we need to set up is the infrastructure to ensure that all of this happens. And I believe that we're in a position where we're starting to do that. What I would say is important about this, though, is that Ukraine doesn't allow itself to be told what it needs, but rather to tell other people what it wants. There's a risk that any kind of plan coming from, say, naive Western Europeans won't be fit for the purpose. So we need Ukrainians to come forward and say, this is what we need, this is how we will rebuild our country, and not allow someone else to dictate to them what will happen. And there's some progress has been made in that regard. In the Ukrainian Council of Ministers, Resolution 472 was passed at the very beginning of the war, which created a number of funds for private donations as well as for national governments to invest. And what's important about that is that one of the great concerns has always been about transparency in Ukraine. Well, this is entirely transparent. You can go on to United 24 website and see how the money is being allocated and see that it's going in the right place and see that it's being used for purposes that Ukrainians want it to. I think this is the important thing about the reconstruction, is it has to be a Ukrainian-led operation. It has to be something that Ukrainians want, and it has to end with EU membership as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. I would like to say at this stage that I'm a French citizen, and therefore my country is both a member of the EU and of NATO, and we are every now and then critical or just indifferent to these organizations, and watching the Ukrainians striving to become both members of the EU and NATO is sobering and humbling. And it's also that desire to reach that, to be free, not to be Finlandized, that means, under the aegis of Russia. That is something that ought to remind all of us who have better lives that this is an ideal to be achieved and not just something that we can take for granted. And having said that, I will now ask Dr. Gerlinde Nyhus, who is from NATO, to tell us exactly how she sees that.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps let me start by saying that we are... Yeah, I know. I pull it a bit. Okay, now it should work. But let me start by saying how deeply humbled and impressed we are by the Ukrainian courage, stamina, determination. Your courage, your heroism, really, is impressive, and I pay tribute to all you're doing. And of course, we also pay tribute to the losses you are undertaking. We know we stand by you as long as it takes. Ukraine and what we are doing with and for Ukraine is one of the key topics as we are preparing for the next summit in Vilnius. As the Secretary General recently, when he went to Kiev, referred to Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO. So there is no doubt that allies agree to Ukraine becoming a member of the alliance. The discussion is about when and how. And as I'm talking, there's discussion about that topic, but also about the topic of how can we, whilst the political aspect is being discussed, also further develop the practical cooperation. Because in many ways, we think that we need to help Ukraine to prevail as a sovereign and independent nation, and a country which wins the war, but also wins the peace. Yeah? And for that, you probably know, I mean, there is all this big coordination support which is done largely in Ramstein, led by the US, but with something like 50 nations contributing, providing Ukraine with massive military aid, largely to win what we see as the battle of attrition, but is combined with a battle of logistics, because if you deliver material, you also need to resupply the munition and everything in order to keep it functioning. Yeah? But from the NATO side, we are doing largely two things. We are providing Ukraine with non-lethal assistance, so this includes fuel, this includes first aid kits, it includes also pontoon bridges, everything which is non-lethal. Interestingly enough, the lethal part is given by the European Union or the European Peace Facility. So on the NATO side, we are completely non-lethal, so no weapons from our side as NATO, the organization. But then also in looking forward, because the panel here is also about reconstruction, we are working with Ukraine on the long term. And that has a number of work strands. We have a strong focus on what we call an interoperability roadmap. The idea is, or the concept is, that we work with your armed forces to make them interoperable with NATO, so that at the day when you will be given membership, you interoperate with us seamlessly. Yeah? And that's a long program of, well, many years, let's put it this way. So that's one aspect, but we're also, on behalf of, well, following requests from your Defense Minister, Reznikov, we will be working with you on a national procurement strategy, also with a view to ensuring transparency, accountability, and the likes. We are looking into selected reconstruction of the demolished military infrastructure. Ukrainians have been suggesting 2 or 3 sites we could consider to rebuild with you. And last but not least, and let me finish there, we're also looking into in which way we could capture the lessons learned from your war against Russia, because arguably you are the best placed to know how to fight Russia these days. So there's a lot we can learn in listening to your armed forces and also to your civil society, because I mean, in many ways you are all in this. So that's from my side.
Yes, well, thank you so very much. And I'm Dr. Nijos, and I would like to ask Kira Rudik to answer immediately.
Thank you so much. So, first of all, on the matter of NATO and the support that we are receiving, look, I think in Ukraine there is not a person who would not know that we are winning and plan to win the war by 2 reasons. First, it's our ability to do that, the bravery of our soldiers, but also the help of our allies, because without that we would not be able to be where we are right now and to have the ambitious plan to get back all our territories and make sure that we win the war. But there are 2 points about why our NATO membership are so critical to us and why we are pushing so hard to get the clear timeline and clear understanding. And there are actually 2 points there. The first point is extremely painful, again, for every Ukrainian, and it is called Budapest Memorandum, which is basically is called like whatever you are promised and whatever is not in written, whatever is not ratified, like will change and will not be honored. And for those of you who may not know what the Budapest Memorandum was, is in 1994, Ukraine was possessing one of the largest nuclear arsenals after the collapse of Soviet Union. And we gave it up for the assurances of security from Russia, United States, and United Kingdom. And so when in 2014 Russia attacked us, we were very much surprised that there was no feedback for the protection of the sovereignty and our territorial integrity. So this is why right now President Zelensky cannot go back from NATO summit with the promises. He knows that the people that elected him and that are fighting all together would demand some clarity. And then there is a second point, and it's more of a personal story. So I was born just before Soviet Union collapsed. And my life has gone very closely to the challenges that my country was going through. So after Soviet Union collapsed, there were like years of poverty. Then there was some growth. Then there was a revolution, another revolution, and then there was a war. And I became a politician with a very blunt and simple wish that we will be able to have a new generation of Ukrainians that, unlike me, would not have to struggle with their dreams and be very free in what they choose, so that their fates will not be so much tied to the challenges and historic challenges that the country is going through. So to make the situation so stable that the kid can grow like, absolutely normal and make the choices about their future. And we are robbed of this dream because we have a generation of kids that have seen dead bodies, that know how to act during an air raid siren, that know that the subway is the best place to hide, that know how to go to school during the bombarding. And there is one particular thing that we owe to these kids. One, we owe them that they would not have to fight this war again, over and over. And we know that if we right now do not figure it out, do not see security guarantees for our country, it will repeat. And it's not that I'm thinking that it will repeat. We know that will. And if you have seen the recent parade on the Red Square, you have seen a soldier there that was holding two flags, one Russia flag and another Soviet Union flag. And Putin was very open about what he is doing. He is rebuilding Soviet Union. And so for us when we have already gone through all this terror of the war, the victory needs to come head to head with the security guarantees. And by the way, everybody who is talking about the peace deal or peace agreement, I wonder who or what in this whole world can assure that Putin or Russia will keep their part of the bargain. As of right now, I do not see a line of politicians in front of the United Nations who would say, take me, we would vouch for Putin. And so then we have to figure out something else. And for us, NATO membership is, on one hand, no Budapest Memorandum assurance. On the other hand, a chance for the next generations having better protection that we had.
Again, thank you very much, Kira Rudik. It is important to hear that voice. I think there are lots of people who listen to that voice in the rest of the world because too many countries that are more authoritarian than democratic, let's put it this way, are thinking, well, Putin will win, and then life will go on as it does normally for us. China is looking at Taiwan. China is looking at other places. It may conquer with money. It may conquer with aircraft carriers. But the outcome of the war in Ukraine is also something that may or may not decide of a war in the Pacific, in which case those people who tell you, oh, we have to stop the war immediately because there's going to be the Third World War, well, they will have it. So that's all. I would like to see, I think we have a little time for questions and then everybody can go and have dinner. So please call for questions. Has the microphone been left with someone? That would be nice. Speak in the mic.
On behalf of Francesco, who's making interviews, I would recommend quick points so
I have a comment that I would like you to reason about. Is that what's happening in Ukraine is actually our fault. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine had a GDP that was larger than Poland, about 1.5 times Poland, and now it's the opposite, because being in the European Union allowed for economic growth for all those that were allowed to join and the other lag behind. The fact that we didn't have a political and military union is the reason why it was possible we don't have any deterrent capacity. This allowed the Russian to invade Georgia first in 2008, Ukraine in 2014, because the American strategic focus is on Pacific, because the hegemonic challenge is China. So unless the Europeans are willing and able to make a political and defense union that is able to guarantee the security of the neighborhood, there is no chance there. Because if Ukraine was to join the European Union and NATO wasn't there, and without joining NATO, the Union is unable today to provide a security guarantee. And that's the big issue we need to discuss, because otherwise we are promising something to Ukraine that we are unable to fulfill. Thanks.
we can collect a few points.
Robert had something to say about this?
Yeah, you're right that it was partly the West's fault that we got to this point, but your assessment is wrong, I would say, that it was because we didn't have a security agreement. The reason we got to this point was because Western Europeans were naive. It's because Germany and France thought they could have business as usual with Russia throughout. They saw what happened in Grozny in 1999 and they ignored it. They saw what happened in Tbilisi in 2008 and they ignored it. They saw what happened to Crimea in 2014 and they ignored it. And then they forced the Minsk agreements through. And what did the Minsk agreements do? Well, they froze the combat line. They gave Russia time. Russia was able to build up its forces. Russia was able to destabilize the Donbass. It was able to continue trying to destabilize Ukraine from within. The reason that it's our fault is because we allowed naive Western European politicians to push a certain agenda, to allow them to think that they could have business as usual, when in reality we should have been preparing to take a much tougher stance. If we had told the Putin regime in 1999 that you can't bomb Grozny to the ground, if we'd told them in 2008 that you can't have Georgia, if we'd told them in 2014 that Crimea and the Donbass aren't theirs, maybe we would have got somewhere. But the fact is that we were criminally naive. We should have been listening to people in Poland. We should have been listening to the Baltic states. We should have been rearming NATO. We should have been committing more on the ground in Ukraine. You know, in 2014, when the war started, I mean, the war didn't start last year, it started in 2014, let's be realistic. When it started, the Ukrainian government, Petro Poroshenko, asked for support. The West didn't give it. They waited for years before they gave Javelin missiles. You know, we gave Javelin in the first week of the war, but we didn't really. They asked us in 2014 and we didn't give it to them. They asked for more serious equipment. They asked for us to rebuild their navy and to modernize their army. We didn't do it. We gave Putin time. We shouldn't have done that. That's why it's our fault, not because of some kind of idea of a European defense union.
Dr. Niehuis.
Yeah, thank you. I can subscribe to that. But I think we did something over the years, at least from the NATO side, since 2014, because we helped Ukraine to really modernize its armed forces. If I just give one example, I mean, we helped over time to build a whole corps of non-commissioned officers, which arguably are the ones who are really taking the initiative and fighting the fight, and they don't have to wait for an officer to give them instructions. So that is one of the also game changers on the front line. But the other point I wanted to make, and that's outside of the NATO context, if you wish, but as I'm following the whole discussion very closely, what I see is a growing discussion, and I think it's very welcome, about the security guarantees. I mean, even at GlobSec recently, President Macron referred to that. There was a discussion with members from the European Parliament on this same topic. So I see a certain dynamic which has started, which wasn't there half a year ago, which I hope will continue and bring out a good result in the near future.
Do we have any questions? Or shall we wrap because everybody's hungry? I think we shall wrap. We tried to sort of keep this going, but thank you so much for sticking it out. And thank you very much to all participants of the panel, and I think we can give them a round of applause. You were not in my list. And everything was clear, very nice.